Chapter 1, The Pretty Girl Next Door. Brother, can you lend me 2,000 yuan? Are you kidding? We just met today. My mom is sick and I need the money urgently. How about I pawn my ID card to you?
Sis, you can report a lost ID card and get a new one.
Well, never mind that, I'm off tomorrow, let's go to the movies.
That year, he was 21 and she was 20. It was his first time, but not hers. He had just graduated from school, while she had been working hard in society for several years.
After that night, the two of them got together.
Now, she has betrayed him and fallen in love with someone else. Long Chang leaned against the balcony on the second floor, a cigarette between his fingers, recalling the scene 3 years ago when they first met, and shook his head with a bitter smile.
I was so stupid. How could such a beginning possibly last?
My previous self even died and lived for her, wasting a great part of his youth.
Now, he has been reborn from 2024 back 10 years ago. At the age of 24, he is in the prime of his life. Forget about her, he can no longer let himself be dragged down by her as in his previous life.
He lives in an old-fashioned lane house in the center of Shanghai, which is hundreds of years old. Although the house is old, it is in a quiet environment. Green trees, red flowers, and a cobblestone alley. A gentle breeze blew, carrying the sweet fragrance of flowers and the scent of the earth.
Everything was so beautiful. Hey, what's that writing on her head?
Downstairs, a beautiful scene caught his eye. A stunning beauty was walking down the alley.
Strangely, strings of characters were floating above her head.
Long Chang thought he hadn't slept well last night, so he rubbed his eyes and looked again.
Name, Zhong Yao. Age, 26. Height, 168 centimeters. Weight, 58 kilograms. Looks, superb. Favorability, 0. Ding. Congratulations on binding to the beautiful life system. I am your assistant Xiaomei. Let me introduce you to the system. After binding to the system, you can see the basic information of the target population.
If you provide a certain emotional value, you can earn corresponding points. Points can be used to improve looks, enhance abilities, or exchanged for cash, etc.
Oh, damn. There really is such a thing as a system in the world? He couldn't believe it. But as soon as he closed his eyes, a system panel appeared in his mind, and it really existed. To be able to be reborn was a great gift, and with the blessing of the system, wouldn't that be going against the heavens? In his excitement, he hurriedly asked Xiaomei, how do I provide emotional value?
Master, to put it simply, emotional value is to give people all kinds of good feelings and make them experience pleasant emotions.
Isn't that too abstract?
However, from the words that make people feel happy, he roughly understood the essence of emotional value, and he couldn't wait to get some bonus points. Downstairs, the beautiful woman named Zhong Yao dragged her suitcase and walked into Changlefang, heading towards the building opposite. The woman's white t-shirt and blue denim shorts outlined her perfectly round and perky curves, and the short t-shirt and jeans revealed a small waist full of youthful vitality. Her face is dignified and gentle, her skin white as jade, her features delicate and sculpted, and she is composed and calm, exuding a kind of intoxicating charm. Her slightly curly long hair falls behind her shoulders, moving like the wind, slightly trembling and swaying. Every time she sways, it affects every nerve in Long Chang's body. She stops in front of the door of 101, Building 6, drags her suitcase inside, and closes the door. Although they are both old houses in the alley, Building 6 has one household per unit, with a living room with a small garden on the first floor, a bedroom on the second floor, and a terrace on the third floor, which is equivalent to a townhouse. Building 5, where Long Chang lives, has been divided into countless single rooms, sharing an old-fashioned public building with a staircase and a corridor. In terms of rent, Long Chang's house is 1,100 Huaxia currency, while Zhong Yao's house is definitely not available for rent for less than 11,000.
This is the fucking difference. They look at each other, but there seems to be a huge gap in between, making it difficult to overcome. Although the difficulties are great, Long Chang decides to give it a try, motivated by the system. He just read the system introduction, an ultimate beauty like Zhong Yao can get 16 points if he can provide her with the ultimate emotional value. He doesn't know what 16 points can be exchanged for, but he'll give it a try. He quickly ran downstairs and smoked a cigarette under the tree in front of 101, Building 6. In case she needed someone to change a light bulb or install the washing machine, wouldn't he have a chance? However, after smoking one cigarette after another, the woman never came out. When he smoked the third cigarette, the woman finally came out.
She was carrying 2 bags of garbage in her hands, her face was drenched in sweat, and she must have just finished cleaning. She glanced at Long Chang, and without saying a word, walked towards the rubbish bin by the flower bed. Her back was wet with sweat, and 2 nice belts were faintly visible. Long Chang, like a man peering through a tube, associated autumn with a fallen leaf. Until she returned from throwing away the rubbish, Long Chang did not dare to look at her directly, and shifted his gaze to her house.
In his previous life, Long Chang was a very introverted person.
He blushed when joking with female colleagues, let alone striking up a conversation with a strange woman. Today, if it weren't for the lure of the system reward, where would he find the courage to come to someone's doorstep? Although he had come, he hadn't brought his brain. After standing there for a long time, he still hadn't thought of how to strike up a conversation with her. Zhou Miao came back from taking out the trash and saw a silly boy standing there, peeking into her house with a thief's head.
She frowned and became alert.
She looked at Long Chang up and down with strange eyes before relaxing her guard. Then, she went back into the house and took out a few cardboard boxes and put them in front of Long Chang.
Do you want these? Take them.
You. Zhou Miao entered the house and closed the door before Long Chang could say a word.
What the hell? Does she think I'm a junk collector?
Long Chang then noticed that not far from him was a dilapidated rickshaw loaded with cardboard boxes, plastic bottles, and other assorted junk. He stubbed out the cigarette he was smoking halfway and threw it on the ground, then walked over and kicked the rickshaw hard.
Ouch. Shit. His slipper broke in two. He winced and hugged his foot, then spun around twice.
Seeing a broken mirror on the rickshaw, he picked it up and looked at himself. He realized that he hadn't shaved and his hair needed cutting. He was wearing flip-flops, shorts, a crumpled shirt, and was smoking a cheap cigarette.
Wasn't this just a junk collector? He was a bachelor who usually didn't pay much attention to his appearance. It happened to be his day off, and he was going to go out for breakfast. He didn't expect to come across the system and meet a beautiful woman. In a hurry, he didn't think much and set off recklessly. Now, he has no desire to go for breakfast. He stands there, dazed, like the junk in the back of a rickshaw. His first encounter with Zhou Miao was a complete defeat.
Master, please don't be discouraged.
This kind of ultimate beauty is very difficult.
You can choose a lower-level target to start with.
A lower-level target? Oh, I see.
It's like playing a new game, and you encounter the big boss right at the start.
You mustn't fight it head-on, you have to go around it.
First, you have to fight monsters to level up and collect equipment, and only when your strength allows it can you come and face off against the big boss. At that moment, an old lady returned from outside with her groceries. A string of information also appeared above her head.
Name, Wang Xiufeng. Age, 68. Height, 150 centimeters. Weight, 70 kilograms. Looks, poor. Likability, 30.
Holy shit, I really have to fight a monster.
But this is an old monster. This is a very easy target, but it's also really old.
The old lady has painted her face white, and her mouth looks like she's just finished sucking blood.
No, absolutely not. Chapter 2, Her mother is very beautiful.
Long Chang was so angry that he dragged the half-slippers on his feet and limped upstairs. The failure of this attack deeply hurt his already fragile heart. He no longer believed in the system and just wanted to make some money honestly in Shanghai and then go home to support his old age.
Master, the system has an obligation to provide information, and of course, you also have the right to choose who you want to provide information to. We are a proper system, we do not force or pressure you, you can make your own choice. What a load of crap, I don't want to play with you anymore.
Master, there are many ways to provide emotional value, not necessarily the kind of thing you think.
Cut it out.
I think you're all just liars.
A decent system should give a big gift package at the start, right? What kind of liar are you if you don't give me anything and just make me work? Master, I have applied for the startup gift package for you. The system is giving you 18 points. Please check. You're so stingy, calling 18 points a big gift?
My credit card has over 10,000 points, and I can only exchange them for a toothbrush.
What can you do with 18 points? Exchange them for a hair? Long Chang lay on the bed, swearing and cursing as he flipped through the system introduction.
Suddenly, he sat up with a start.
Holy shit!
1 point can be exchanged for 10,000 Huaxia coins.
So 18 points is 180,000, is that for real? He quickly redeemed 1 point, and the system prompted him to bind a bank card. He quickly bound one. After the operation was complete, a few seconds later, a message came to his phone. Your bank card with the last digit 8361 has received 10,000 yuan, and the balance is 35,652.59 yuan. Hey, it's true. It's really, really real money. System, I love you to death. Should he exchange all of them for cash? He was a little undecided. Apart from exchanging them for cash, he could also improve his appearance, for example, by turning his single eyelids into double eyelids, making his eyes bigger, his nose straighter, and he could also make some of the organs on his body bigger, longer, and more powerful, and so on. He was quite satisfied with his appearance and abilities, so he wasn't considering any of that for the time being. The only thing that made him indecisive was that points could also increase height. He is very dissatisfied with his height, only 168 centimeters. If he could grow a few more centimeters, to more than 1.7 meters or 1.8 meters, that would be perfect. Money or height? You can earn money slowly, but at this age, height cannot be bought for any amount of money. After some thought, he decided to increase his height. But then the question arose again, how much height can be gained for 1 point? Don't fucking make me over 2 meters at once? Xiaomei, how much height can I gain with 17 points? Master, this depends on your innate genes and your postnatal development. The exact amount of height you can gain depends on the individual. As for your concern about gaining more than 2 meters, given your situation, it is basically impossible. Please don't worry. Oh. In other words, it is still unknown how much height can be gained. He used 8 points first, and immediately felt a vague pain in his bones, as if seeds were sprouting. After a moment, everything returned to normal. He hurriedly stood next to the wall and measured his height with a ruler, and it was 169 centimeters. Damn! It had only increased by less than 1 centimeter, which meant that 1 point had increased by 1 millimeter. He had originally wanted to save some points to exchange for money, but now it seemed that was no longer possible, and he could only use all the remaining 10 points to increase his height. After the operation, he measured his height and found that he had basically reached 170 centimeters. Yes, keep up the good work, and one day you'll be 1.8 meters tall. System, you are my second parents. Long Chang shaved his beard, tidied himself up, and went out into the street. Every beautiful woman he met on the street had a message displayed above her head, showing her attractiveness level, which ranged from low to high. He then understood that the system divided attractiveness into 5 levels from low to high, poor, average, outstanding, high, and excellent. According to the level of attractiveness, the emotional value points were 1, 2, 4, 8, and 16 respectively. A beautiful woman like Zhang Yao, who was an excellent beauty, had 16 points, which was tempting just to think about it. He went to have breakfast first, got a haircut, and then wandered aimlessly on the street again. Hey! That little girl also had information on her head. Name, Lu Shiyu. Age, 9. Height, 125 centimeters. Weight, 34 kilograms. Beauty score, high. Likability, 0. This system is really going too far, even targeting a little girl? Oh, the system said that I can make my own choices, and of course I'm not going to get on the sewing machine just for a few points. The little girl had 2 pigtails and was crouching in front of the park gate, crying very sadly. Her crying broke Long Chang's heart, and reminded him of his younger sister. The little girl looked a lot like his sister when they were young. His sister was also a crybaby when she was little, and he treated her badly. But when they grew up, he went to college and his sister worked outside the home, sending him money for living expenses. He was the pride of his sister and the hope of their family. But after graduating, he ended up like this. He felt ashamed of his sister and that he had let her down. Sigh. Long Chang sighed, walked over and asked, bending down. Little sister, what's wrong? The little girl wiped her eyes and stared at him for a long time without saying a word. Long Chang laughed and said, Do you think I look like a bad person? The little girl paused for a moment, shook her head and said, No. After a moment's hesitation, she pointed to the ring toss game not far away and said with a pout, I want to go ring toss, but my mom won't give me any money. Hey, don't cry. If your mom won't give you money, ask your dad. Because of Long Chang's words, the little girl cried even more fiercely. My dad divorced my mom. He doesn't want me anymore, and my mom doesn't love me either. Oh, I see. Don't cry. Don't cry. I'll take you to play ring toss, okay? Lu Shiyu hesitated for a moment, turned back angrily, snorted, as if to say, if you won't take me to play, someone else will, and stood up to follow Long Chang. Long Chang looked in the direction she was looking and saw a beautiful woman sitting on a park bench. It might have been her mother. Perhaps it was too far away, but no information was displayed above the woman's head. But when she saw her daughter following Long Chang, she immediately stood up from her chair. Long Chang paid no attention to her and brought Lu Shiyu to the ring toss stand. He exchanged 10 yuan for 10 rings. Big brother, let me do it. Lu Shiyu immediately snatched the rings from his hand and started tossing them at the various toys on the ground. She threw 5 in a row, none of which were caught, and she stamped her feet in anger. Little sister, give me one to try, okay? Lu Shiyu handed Long Chang one, and Long Chang threw it and hit the target, hitting a rag doll. Congratulations, owner, you have gained 1 emotional value, and earned 1 point. Oh. So this also provides emotional value to the other person. Although there is no multiplier, it is still 10,000 yuan. Long Chang finally understood that providing emotional value is not as shameful as he had thought. Brother, help me put on the bear. Lu Shiyu saw that he had hit the mark with 1 strike, and handed him the remaining circles in his hand. At that moment, a woman walked over to them. The woman looked a bit like the little girl, so she must be her mother. She was very beautiful, and a little sexy, and Long Chang was mesmerized. Chapter 3, Tutor. Long Chang saw a string of information above her head. Name, Lu Tao. Age, 33. Height, 165 centimeters. Weight, 54 kilograms. Face value, high. Favor, 30. Lu Tao had fair skin and a soft face, giving her a very warm feeling. Her long hair was tied behind her back, neat and tidy, and she was wearing a set of slim-fitting sportswear. Her figure was straight and graceful, and you could not tell at all that she had given birth to children. Brother, hurry up and give me a ring. Lu Shiyu was pulling at his sleeve, urging him. Long Chang quickly turned his head, threw 1 ring, missed, and then threw 3 rings together. Ah, I got it. Brother is so awesome. Lu Shiyu jumped up happily and hurriedly went to the stall owner. Grandpa, hurry up and get my teddy bear. Congratulations to the owner, you have gained 2 emotional value points. At this time, Lu Tao walked up and smiled, nodding to Long Chang. Hello. I'm her mother, Lu Tao. What's your last name? Hello, my name is Long Chang. Long Chang smiled shyly. Lu Tao shook her head embarrassedly and smiled at Long Chang. The child doesn't know anything, so she's embarrassed. I'm not keeping her from playing, but I just spent 20 yuan and didn't get anything. Humph. Lu Shiyu's 2 stuffed animals in her arms came over and snorted, saying to her mother. It's because you're not skilled enough, brother got 2 in for just 10 yuan. Lu Tao patted her daughter's head and said to Long Chang. It's not that I don't want her to play, it's just that she's too greedy. Right, I'll give you the money. No, it's not that much. How can I let you spend money? I'll transfer it to your WeChat, shall I add you? Long Chang refused, but Lu Tao insisted on paying. It doesn't matter if it's a lot of money or not, what matters is adding WeChat. In the end, Long Chang let her add WeChat, and she sent him a red envelope, but Long Chang didn't accept it. He had already earned 30,000 yuan, so why bother about 10 yuan? You should accept it. No rush. The 2 of them had nothing to talk about except for this 10 yuan, and it felt a little awkward. At this point, Lu Shiyu took her mother's hand and said, Mom, I want to go play on the hovercraft. Lu Tao paid her daughter to go away and sat down on the bench next to Long Chang. Without their daughter around, the 2 of them found it much easier to talk. Lu Tao said, she's too playful and doesn't study well. I'm very busy at work, and when I come home at night I have to cook for her. I really don't have the energy to pay attention to her studies. Long Chang said, the child is still young, so you should let her be. When she grows up and understands things, she can easily make up for the knowledge she lacks in elementary school. Lu Tao frowned and laughed when she saw that he was talking so logically. She asked, you don't look old, and you seem to know a lot. May I ask if you are still single? Long Chang shook his head and said, no, I'm only 24, so I can still play for a few more years. Play for a few years? Lu Tao raised an eyebrow and smiled, sizing up Long Chang. I don't think you're the type to play around. Ha. Long Chang laughed awkwardly. I don't even have a girlfriend yet. I'm just trying to save face. You really want to expose me? Ha 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 ha. Lu Tao laughed brightly, covering her eyes with her hands and peeking through her fingers to look at Long Chang. I'm sorry. But you're so handsome, it shouldn't be hard to find a girlfriend. You're just being too picky, aren't you? Like +10. After chatting for a while, Lu Taoxiao looked at Long Chang with a smile. I want to find a tutor for her. Are you usually busy at work? Long Chang looked at the charming young woman in front of him, thinking about being able to spend time with her often, and his heart was excited. He really wanted to say yes right away, but he still said modestly, I'm not really that busy, but I don't have any experience as a tutor. She's a second grader, what experience does she need? I think you're a nice person, you're caring, and your daughter likes you. If it were someone else, I wouldn't really feel at ease. After some prevarication, Long Chang agreed, 2 days a week, 2 hours a day, 100 yuan an hour. After a while, Lu Shiyu came back. Lu Tao patted Lu Shiyu on the shoulder. Shiyu, how about letting your uncle be your tutor? Lu Shiyu froze for a moment, then looked at Long Chang again and nodded happily. Great. I haven't done my homework yet, so you should hurry back and do your homework, okay? Lu Tao and Long Chang smiled at each other and said to Lu Shiyu, I'm not hiring a tutor to do your homework for you. I know, but he can help me with my homework. Lu Shiyu said, took Long Chang's hand and was about to leave. Lu Tao shrugged towards Long Chang and laughed, saying, I wanted you to get ready, starting tomorrow. Now there's no way, so let's start today. Long Chang was of course happy and agreed without hesitation. I'm off today anyway, so I don't have much to do. I might as well get used to the work environment. After saying that, Long Chang followed the mother and daughter back. They lived in the nearby Shangshi Jiangnan community, an upscale community with a price tag of over 60,000 yuan per square meter. Families that can live in such a neighborhood must have a good income. It seems that Lu Tao has a good job and is a proper white-collar woman. How could her husband divorce such a young and beautiful woman? Long Chang couldn't quite understand it, but he was too embarrassed to ask. After all, it was their first day meeting. A man and woman walked into the neighborhood holding a small child, looking very much like a family of 3. On the way, acquaintances cast strange glances, and Lu Tao quickly explained to them, this is the tutor I found for my daughter. Long Chang was embarrassed, as if he had found the feeling of being a father. However, he still wanted to do it himself, and didn't want to pick up what was ready, even though the woman was good in every way. Lu Tao's home is a 3-bedroom apartment of more than 150 square meters. Judging from the interior decoration and furniture, the woman is very wealthy. In the evening, Lu Tao asked him to stay for dinner. The woman's cooking was good, and she was also pretty. She had been divorced for several years and had never found anyone. And he was in the passionate years of youth, and it was easy to accidentally misfire. Although the two had a good impression of each other and were both single, it was after all the first time they had met, and nothing exciting happened. But after returning home, Lu Tao's graceful figure lingered in Long Chang's mind. He glanced out the window, and the opposite building, number 6, 101, had no lights on. The beautiful woman in the house was nowhere to be seen at this time. Was she working overtime at the company? Or was she in someone else's arms? Hey, what's wrong with me? Why do I keep thinking such dirty thoughts? He slapped himself and pondered another question. With this system, he earned tens of thousands of dollars a day. Now that money is so easy to make, is this shift still necessary? After Rebirth, although he had a certain information advantage, he had no connections and no startup capital. Coupled with the fact that he had died from overwork in his previous life, he had let go of everything and didn't want to do any more strenuous work. So, he wanted to work as a real estate salesman in Shanghai for a few years, and after earning some money, he would buy a small house in the suburbs of Shanghai. After the house appreciated in value, he would sell it and take the money back to his hometown to live out his retirement. He worked on luxury properties in the city center, such as Richgate, Thompson Riviera, and Jiujiantang, and the old Western-style houses in the former French concession. Selling one of these properties could mean a commission of hundreds of thousands or even millions of yuan. Of course, it's not easy. Many agents have spent their entire lives trying to sell a house that costs tens of millions of yuan, not to mention those famous luxury houses. Now that there is a system in place, do they still have to do this kind of work? As he was pondering, his female colleague Tang Lin called and asked him to come to the office. Chapter 4, The Restive Colleague. The next day, Long Chang got on his beloved moped and joined the vast traffic. After much thought last night, he decided to go to work. There was a circle at work where he could meet a lot of people, which was much better than him scurrying around like a headless fly. Moreover, his job was relatively free, which did not affect him making money with the system. Along the way, it was still the familiar scenery. In front of the door of a long-established pastry shop, there were crowds of elderly people buying breakfast. In front of the New World Fruit flagship store, there are already several long queues extending to the street, waiting to buy the newly released iPhone 4S. Long Chang walks through the hustle and bustle and drives into a quiet street. This is the Xintiandi luxury residential area of Shanghai. His company's store is located across the street from a residential area in an old house that is about to be demolished. He is the first to arrive at the company and takes the key to open the door. Tang Lin was on duty yesterday and did not have a key to lock the door, so she called Long Chang over. Tang Lin is cheerful and outgoing. She has a boyfriend, but she hangs out with Long Chang and the other male colleagues like they were buddies. Before long, Tang Lin arrives and her eyes light up when she sees Long Chang. Wow, brother Chang, you look so handsome today. Not really, I'm probably just in a good mood because I saw a pretty girl. Long Chang used to be a bit of a wallflower, but he's not lacking in a sense of humor and is very good at making jokes among acquaintances. He got the system, and his height has also increased by 2 centimeters. Now he is full of confidence, and his whole mental state is immediately different. He may really have become handsomer. He looked at Tang Lin and saw the information on her head. Name, Tang Lin. Age, 24 years old. Height, 155 centimeters. Weight, 45 kilograms. Face value, outstanding. Likability, 30. Tang Lin is petite and cute, but she has a big heart, which seems to be somewhat incongruous with her slender waist. She is wearing a tight-fitting t-shirt with a low neckline, which fully exposes her advantages. She is wearing a pair of denim shorts and a pair of high-heeled sandals. Her 2 slender legs are as white as jade and incredibly sexy. Especially those big, seductive eyes, which look at a man as if they want to pierce him and capture his heart. What a cute little Lolita. It's only May, aren't you going to be cold dressed like that? Long Chang looked at Tang Lin and the message on her head, and for a few seconds he was lost in thought. Tang Lin walked up to him and gave him a nudge. What are you doing, leering at me? Oh, I was just thinking, what kind of man would be good enough for such a beautiful woman? Ha, why have you become so smooth-talking too? Tang Lin grinned, feeling happy inside. Favorability +5, total value 35. Hey, women really can't stand flattery. Although Long Chang understood this truth, he rarely put it into practice before. It was also under the influence of the system that he let go of his pride. Upon being asked by Tang Lin, his face actually flushed slightly. In contrast, Tang Lin's face did not turn red. It seems that she is used to being attacked by sugar-coated bullets and is not lacking in Long Chang's small one. Who cares, as long as her favorability rating goes up? After getting a taste of the sweetness, Long Chang scratched his head and laughed. Maybe you're just too beautiful, and I can't help but say stupid things. Ha, you have thick lips, and they do look a bit stupid. Tang Lin finished speaking and muttered again. They say that people with thick lips have a good sex drive, I wonder if that's true. Then, she opened her eyes wide and scrutinized Long Chang. Long Chang was not very tall, originally 168 centimeters. Of course, he suddenly grew 2 centimeters yesterday, so now he is 170 centimeters, but Tang Lin certainly couldn't tell. His face was narrow, which made him look somewhat gentle. His facial features were quite good, except that his nose was not very straight, but otherwise he was okay. Since he had died of illness in his previous life, in this life he paid special attention to exercising, and he rarely stayed up late. He looked very healthy, and his figure was well maintained. Long Chang heard her last sentence and whispered, well, if you verify it, you'll know for sure, won't you? Tang Lin gave a wan smile, looked away shyly, covered her face and said, brother, you're disgusting. It seems I have to stay away from you in the future. Favor +10, total 45. Hey! My favorability has actually increased. Women really do say one thing and mean another. Long Chang tried hard to suppress his joy and continued talking to Tang Lin. However, he tried to keep a sense of propriety to avoid offending Tang Lin. You can't rush these things, you have to take your time. After a while, the colleagues arrived, and the manager Wang Go briefly held a morning meeting, and everyone began their day's work. Long Chang, considering the rewards from the system,
focused his work on female customers, and tried to pick up the phone calls from female landlords and customers. If the property transaction is completed, not only will he make money, but he will also receive a reward from the system. At lunch, Tang Lin and a few male colleagues, including Long Chang, went out to eat Lanzhou hand-pulled noodles. The men were all unmarried and they joked with each other without restraint, daring to say anything.
Although Tang Lin was an experienced woman, she blushed.
Only Long Chang kept his composure as best he could. As a result, after the meal, Tang Lin's impression of him actually improved by 10 points, to a total of 60, which was quite unexpected. When they were joking just now, Tang Lin's eyebrows were smiling, and her lower eyelids were particularly full, which is what people commonly refer to as sleeping beauty eyes. The key point was that there was also a dark mole on top. Long Chang had heard from professionals that people like this have a lot of energy and strong desires. Thinking about this, he couldn't help but feel a little yearning in his heart.
In the afternoon, Long Chang was to show a property to a client. Tang Lin, having nothing better to do, tagged along.
As Long Chang had only been working for less than a month, he was not yet very proficient at his job and didn't know how to introduce the property to the client.
Tang Lin took the initiative to do so.
Despite her usual carefree demeanor and her habit of chasing after a group of boys, she immediately put on a different face when dealing with the client, smiling and speaking in a sweet voice. As it happened, the client was a man, and he seemed to be very impressed. After seeing the customer off, the two of them walked back to the office side by side.
Tang Lin, in her role as senior colleague, teased Long Chang, "I'm telling you, buddy, you've been here for almost a month now, have you memorized the floor plans and the buildings in the community?"
Long Chang scratched his head and said, "I've memorized them, but I don't know where to start with the introduction."
Tang Lin slapped Long Chang's hand and snorted, "If you hadn't met me today, someone else would have taken your customer away." "What do you mean?"
Long Chang was a little surprised. He glanced at his hand and saw a note with a phone number written on it.
Tang Lin gave him a dirty look. "I see you still don't understand what's going on, do you?
Just now, the client took advantage of your inattentiveness and slipped his phone number to me."
"Oh, damn it.
This old lecher, I've worked hard to show you several properties.
I've at least done my part, right? And you still want to run off with someone else?"
Long Chang was furious, but after thinking about it, he said to Tang Lin, "Teacher Tang Lin, since this client likes you, I'll give him to you.
If the deal goes through, we'll split the commission in half. What do you think?"
He had no confidence in this client, but on the other hand, he wanted to please Tang Lin and get rewarded by her soon. This was a win-win solution.
"Humph." Tang Lin snorted and pouted, saying, "You're such a lecherous client.
He's probably trying to do something inappropriate with me, so I don't want him." Long Chang thought for a moment and said, "How about this, in the future, you make the appointment with this client, and I'll go with you every time you go to the property to protect you."
That's not bad."
Tang Lin looked at Long Chang and a satisfied smile curled the corner of her mouth.
Favorability +5, total value 65.
Seeing that his favorability rating had risen again, Long Chang was overjoyed.
Daringly, he said, "Teacher Tang Lin, you take the subway to and from work, right? I'll walk you home tonight." Tang Lin didn't answer directly, staring at Long Chang with a half smile. "Don't call me teacher, okay?" "Huh?" I didn't realize she knew what a teacher was.
Long Chang said seriously, "If it's about selling houses, you're my senior, and I have a lot to learn from you in the future, so it's right to call you teacher."
Tang Lin gave him a cold stare and giggled.
Chapter 5, Taking Advantage of a Weakness. Nightfall is like a quilt, covering the entire city in its embrace, concealing many unknown and exciting stories.
Wherever neon lights twinkle, they display their most glamorous and beautiful mood. Outside the Oriental Paris, the crowds of people coming and going look extremely crowded.
In front of a small bar, a group of foreigners, both men and women, sat in high chairs, raising their glasses in an invitation, with the occasional intermingling of one or two Oriental faces. Below the loud karaoke bar, groups of red-faced men and green-faced women came and went, disrupting the already crowded and narrow streets.
Long Chang rode an electric donkey, wandering aimlessly through the streets and alleys, not knowing where to place himself.
He could only go back to the rented room and settle himself in that 10 square meter space. When he finished work just now, Tang Lin's boyfriend seemed to have foresight and went to the store to pick her up. Seeing the two of them in love, Long Chang's heart received a small shock, and the small flame that had just sprouted was extinguished like this.
He asked himself in his heart, "Is it moral to have illicit thoughts about someone else's girlfriend? But in this era of materialism, where is there any morality? Who knows that your future girlfriend was not someone else's woman?
Who knows if she has ever romped around in someone else's car or lain in someone else's bed after getting drunk? Maybe she was just dumped by someone else, and when she was crying in the street, you happened to pass by and, at the right time, just happened to become her rescuer. Take Tang Lin for example. It seems that she and her boyfriend are still in love, but from her behavior, especially her eyes, she shows a hint of restlessness, tempting others to make mistakes. Long Chang, who is a good person, seems to have let go and no longer wants to be as obedient as he was in his previous life, and no longer wants to be an honest person. What he doesn't know is that it is this very way of thinking that has led him to run wild on the path of a scumbag. Long Chang pushed open the door and walked out of the house, leaning on the small balcony of less than 1 square meter and lighting a cigarette. Looking up, his eyes were filled with the twinkling lights, in stark contrast to the small house in the alley. The woman in 101, Building 6, across the street, still had no lights on in her house. The next few days passed as usual. He went to work, desperately making phone calls to set up meetings with clients to view properties. After work, he retreated to the old house in the old alley, enjoying his solitude. His relationship with Tang Lin remained that of colleagues and friends. During this time, he also went to Lu Tao's house again to tutor Lu Shiyu in her studies, further increasing Lu Tao's favorable impression of him. That morning, Tang Lin arrived at the company early as usual, even earlier than Long Chang. When Long Chang arrived, he saw her sitting alone in the office, staring at the door, looking a little downhearted. "Teacher Lin, have you had breakfast yet? I'll go buy some for you." Long Chang could tell she was troubled, so instead of asking directly, he asked warmly as usual. Tang Lin shook her head, looked at Long Chang, and then stopped short. Long Chang asked, "Do you want fried dough sticks or buns?" Tang Lin absent-mindedly said, "Fried dough sticks, I guess." "Oh, and a cup of soy milk?" Long Chang took the initiative to buy her breakfast without waiting for her answer, and Tang Lin politely said thank you. Favor plus 5, total 70. Well, that's not bad, 5 favor points for a fried dough stick and a cup of soy milk. In order to avoid attracting criticism, Long Chang returned to his seat and didn't care about her mood. When Tang Lin finished work in the evening, she did not go straight home. Long Chang approached her and teased, "Teacher Lin, you're not going home yet? Are you going to stay and work with me?" In theory, real estate agents work from 9 a.m. to 6 p.m., with 1 day off per week and flexible arrangements for rest days. If there are no clients to show properties in the evening, apart from the 2 people on duty, everyone else can go home. Today, Long Chang and another girl, Su Qingyi, were on duty. Su Qingyi had taken someone to see a property, leaving Long Chang and Tang Lin alone in the office. Tang Lin looked at Long Chang, wanting to say something but unable to find the words. She just said, "I'll sit here for a while and arrange the properties to be shown tomorrow." Long Chang sat down next to her. "Oh, by the way, you didn't eat lunch, did you? Do you want me to order takeaway for you?" Tang Lin looked at Long Chang gratefully and waved her hand, saying, "No, I'll go and eat spicy food later." Tang Lin whispered, "Okay." She was tacitly agreeing to stay with Long Chang until 9 o'clock, which made Long Chang very happy. Tang Lin was from Lingnan, and Long Chang had never expected her to like spicy food. But looking at her energetic body and her usual fierce appearance, she really looked like a native of Chongqing. "By the way, Chang, you're from Chongqing, right? Do all of you Sichuanese like spicy food?" "Not really. I can't stand the smell of spicy food, but as a native Chongqing resident, especially a beautiful woman, if you want to eat spicy food, you have to be willing to suffer, don't you think so?" Tang Lin said leisurely, "My boyfriend is from Hunan, and I didn't like spicy food at first either." Long Chang asked carefully, "By the way, isn't your boyfriend picking you up today?" Sigh. Tang Lin sighed and said, "I had a fight with him. He wants to go back to Hunan to buy a house, but I say that Hunan has no future, that Shanghai is convenient, and that it's not a bad idea to take out a loan and buy a place in the suburbs." "Well, you're used to living in Shanghai, so how would you get used to Hunan?" Long Chang cautiously agreed with her. Tang Lin pouted and said, "His salary is not low, 15,000 yuan. It would be good to find a job in Hunan that pays 5,000 yuan. Why go back?" "Yes, with such a high salary, why go back?" He said he would buy a place to put it there and live there later. I said, "Are you out of your mind? Buy a house and leave it empty while you keep paying rent here." Yes, after all, the mainland can't be compared to Shanghai. Now that house prices are so high, they will definitely fall in the future, but it's different in Shanghai. House prices will only rise, never fall. Yes, I told him the same thing, but his thick head just wouldn't listen. He took leave and went back to his hometown, and it really pissed me off.
While the two were talking, Su Qingyi returned after looking at the house. Long Chang saw her arrive at the door and returned to his seat before she entered the room. After she entered the room, he walked over to her and said, "Su, I have to go because I have something to take care of. You'll have a hard time tonight." "It's fine, you can go, there's still an hour before closing anyway." Su Qingyi was also very agreeable. Long Chang turned off the computer, tidied the desk, put his bag on and left the shop. As he was leaving, he winked at Tang Lin and said, "Goodbye, Master Lin, I'm leaving first, bye." Tang Lin waved her hand lightly, "Bye." After Long Chang left, he rode an electric donkey and waited next to the shop, not knowing if Tang Lin understood what he meant. Chapter 6, Adults Understand Immediately. Long Chang waited at the door for a quarter of an hour, but Tang Lin still hadn't come out, and he was getting a little impatient. Didn't she want to go to a hot pot restaurant? Why hadn't she come out yet? Should he send her a message? Just as he reached for his phone, Tang Lin came out. Seeing Long Chang, she walked over and said, "Hey, didn't you leave already? Why are you still here?" Long Chang laughed to himself, "Little girl, you knew I was waiting for you outside, but you're still pretending." "Oh, I was halfway there, but then I remembered you wanted to go to a hot pot restaurant, so I came back. I was just about to go in and find you." He patted the back seat of the electric motorcycle and said, "Get in, let's go." Tang Lin looked around and said, a little embarrassed, "Forget it, I don't want to eat hot pot anymore." Long Chang could tell from her behavior that she was afraid of being seen together with him, so he took a helmet out of the trunk and handed it to her. No one would recognize her if she wore the helmet. "If you don't want to eat mala tang, what do you want to eat? I'll take you there." Tang Lin looked at the helmet, quickly put it on her head, and quickly got into Long Chang's car. "Hold on tight." Long Chang gave the order without asking her where to go, got on the bike and left. Why ask her? As long as she is in the car and with me, that's fine. Driving through the crowded streets and onto the main road, Long Chang increased the engine speed. The car was going so fast that Tang Lin had to reach out and grab Long Chang's clothes. Long Chang slowed down, grabbed her hand with one hand, and placed it on his waist. Her hands were soft like a baby's, so small that Long Chang could hold both of them in one hand. "Hold on to me." Favorability -5, total 75. Oh no. Favorability has dropped. It seems I'm rushing things, and she's a little disgusted with me. Tang Lin didn't say anything, her small hands a little at a loss, and they fell onto Long Chang's front leg at once, before she flinched back as if she had been electrocuted. Long Chang tried hard to hold back his laughter, imagining Tang Lin blushing. Favorability +8, total value 83. Hey! How did favorability go up? Long Chang couldn't quite understand. After a moment, Tang Lin spoke, "Where are you taking me?" Long Chang pulled over and turned around, saying, "Aren't you in a bad mood? I'll take you for a drive on Huashan Road, and when you remember what you want to eat, I'll take you there." Tang Lin had a small face, and with half of her head covered by the helmet, only her delicate features were revealed, like a porcelain doll, looking very cute. She shook her head, her big eyes twinkling, and after a moment she said, "Huashan Road is too far. Let's go to Wukong Road. There's a noodle restaurant there, and their noodles are delicious." "Oh, okay. Hang on tight then." This time, Tang Lin didn't hold back, and she wrapped her arms around Long Chang. During the drive, she even rested her head on his back. Long Chang slowed down the car and quietly felt the tenderness from his back. He didn't want to stop, because if he did, the tenderness would disappear. However, no matter how slowly he drove, they still reached their destination. Wukong Road was not a thoroughfare, with very few cars. Both sides of the road were lined with old garden houses and lane houses, with lush vegetation and a quiet environment. Most pedestrians liked to walk here, and it was a great place for lovers. The two parked the car and entered the restaurant. Tang Lin ordered a bowl of noodles. The restaurant was not busy, and the noodles were served shortly afterwards. Long Chang sat opposite her, cupped his hands over his face as he watched her pout her little mouth and suck each wide noodle into her mouth, lost in thought. Tang Lin felt a little embarrassed and waved her hand in front of his face. "Hey, what are you thinking about? You're making me feel embarrassed by looking at me like that." "No, you look like Long Chang." Tang Lin interrupted him before he could finish. "Okay, stop it, you're going to say, I look like your ex-girlfriend, right? Ha ha ha. You're wrong. What I want to say is that you look like the little piglets that were just born in our hometown. They suckle at the breast just like you. You're the little piglet. Tang Lin made a face and raised her chopsticks to hit him. Long Chang quickly moved his chair back a step. Okay, I'm a pig. Hurry up and eat, you must be starving after not eating at lunch, have another bowl if it's not enough. That's enough, do you really think of me as a pig? Tang Lin might really be hungry, so she continued to eat her noodles with her head buried in her bowl, finishing the bowl in no time. She rubbed her stomach and smiled mischievously. Little Chang brother, you don't really think of me as your ex-girlfriend, do you? Long Chang was too busy looking at the rise and fall of her chest. This sudden question caught him off guard. He rested his chin in his hands and thought for a moment, then laughed and said, Don't worry, I just see you as a friend. I know you wouldn't like me like this either, right? Tang Lin licked the corner of her mouth with her tongue, avoiding Long Chang's gaze, and tilted her head. She said, You're probably right. I was afraid that you would get too involved and hurt you in the end. I'm relieved to hear you say that. Long Chang heard a hint of meaning in her words, and also avoided her eyes, boldly saying, We are all adults, and as friends, we should think about what we should think about, do what we should do, and not think about what we shouldn't think about. Wait. Tang Lin interrupted him, biting her lip, smiling at him, and whispering in a gentle tone, What do you mean by that? Long Chang was initially afraid that she would be offended, but now, hearing her tone, he knew that she was also thinking the same thing, so he was no longer afraid of her. He turned his face and locked eyes with her. The two pairs of eyes just looked at each other. Although there were no words, they read deep meaning in each other's eyes. Tang Lin had the sleeping beauty eyes, with a particularly plump lower eyelid. Her eyes were slightly narrowed, looking like she was smiling but not really, and the mole on her eyelid seemed to be telling the story of her heart's desires. Everyone is a smart person, do you still need to say it so explicitly? Don't say anything else, just get in the car. Long Chang got up, paid the bill, waved his hand and said, Teacher Tang Lin, let's go. Tang Lin stood up, bowed her head and followed him out of the store. She had a smile on her face, and when Long Chang rode his bike over, she naturally got on it. Long Chang turned around, hugged her and moved forward a little, until he felt the ferocity in front of her. Tang Lin reached out and slapped his hand away, then simply put her arms around his waist, rested her head on his shoulder, and whispered in his ear, Where are we going? Long Chang tilted his head and said tenderly, I'm taking you home, and by the way, I want to go see your love nest. Tang Lin's body trembled with anger. No, not my place. Well, that's a good idea. Long Chang could hear the meaning in her words. Although she had just had a fight with her boyfriend, she still had her bottom line. How about going to my place? Tang Lin blew a breath in his ear and asked with a smile. What would I be doing at your place? Long Chang laughed and said, Do you believe me when I say I want to take you to my room to look at the stars? Tang Lin giggled and said, No, I'm not a child. Long Chang laughed evilly and said, If you don't believe me, then I have to take you there even more. With that, he started the electric moped and took Tang Lin for a quick ride. Tang Lin pounded on his chest and shouted, Chang, slow down. Chapter 7, A Crazy Night. The two quickly arrived at Changlefeng. Tang Lin was still a bit reserved and a little embarrassed. Long Chang looked at Tang Lin in the backseat of the car, and he couldn't wait to hug her down, carry her upstairs in one go, and throw her onto the bed. But, they had already come this far, there was no rush. If the neighbors saw them, it might not be conducive to future work. So, very gentlemanly, he reached out and guided Tang Lin to the stairs. Teacher Lin, please. Tang Lin glanced at him and quickly lowered her head, following his instructions upstairs. Long Chang followed. Behind her, gazing at her beautiful back. Although she was a little petite, her behind was just as impressive as her front, and it was quite voluptuous, wrapped in denim shorts. It wiggled and jiggled with each step, drawing a beautiful arc. Finally, they reached the door to the second floor. Long couldn't wait to take the key and open the door, and before Tang Lin could react, he pulled her inside. Tang Lin was a little embarrassed, so after entering the room, she pressed the light switch on the wall and then started to look around. In this room of less than 10 square meters, after entering the door, there was a large bed against the wall on the left, a closet in the corner, a table and chair by the window, and outside was a small balcony, with a bathroom isolated to the left of the door. There are few things in the room, and it is quite tidy. Well, your room is okay, it's quite clean for a bachelor's. As soon as she had finished speaking, she immediately realized that she had made a mistake, as if she had been to many men's places. So she explained awkwardly, when I didn't live with my boyfriend, I went to their dormitory, which was smelly and dirty, like a pigsty. Oh, thank you for the compliment, sit down, I'll get you a glass of water.
Long Chang was just about to get down to business, but she interrupted him so suddenly that he was a bit at a loss for what to do. He turned around and poured her a glass of water. Tang Lin took the glass, took a sip, sat down on the bed, looked Long Chang up and down, bit her lower lip and smiled. "Didn't you say there are stars in your room? Where are they?" "Ha, I didn't think you were more anxious than I was." "Oh, to see the stars, you need to turn off the lights." Long Chang immediately understood, turned around and turned off the light. He sat down next to Tang Lin and, with the help of the faint light from the window, grabbed her small hand and pulled it in front of himself. This was the first time the two had been intimate with each other, and both were a little embarrassed. After the lights were turned off, they could no longer see each other's expressions, which spared them a lot of embarrassment. Sure enough, after the lights were turned off, Tang Lin also let go, reached around Long Chang's neck, and raised her legs off the ground, wrapping them around his waist. Both sides' breathing became rapid. This night was no longer lonely. Although it was a little cool, it was as passionate as a fire. Although there was no light, it was more splendid than ever. Ding! Warm tip, earned 3 emotional value points, plus 4 points, total 11 points. Damn it, at this critical moment, why did you jump out? Get the hell out of here. After the passion burned out, the room returned to peace, with only the sound of weak breathing and the beads of sweat streaming recklessly. What Long Chang did not expect was that Tang Lin was even more proactive and crazy than he imagined, and full of energy. Looking sideways at this beautiful little person next to him, he looked like a triumphant general, full of a sense of accomplishment, and kept praising her for her performance just now. Tang Lin covered her eyes with her hands and turned her head away a little shyly. Long Chang leaned forward, rested his forehead on her shoulder, and while sticking his guilty hand out in front of her to play with it, he grinned and said in her ear, "You really look like a really naughty little pig just now." What he didn't expect was that Tang Lin's small body could burst out with such amazing energy. Tang Lin caught his big hand with her small hand and blushed as she said, "I never thought that you looked so gentle and refined, but you are so." The two of them just kept talking and reminiscing. After a while, under Long Chang's teasing, Tang Lin turned around and threw her small body into his arms, hugging him tightly. Ding dong! Somewhere on the ground, the phone rang, the sound of a WeChat message. Long Chang froze for a moment and ignored it. Tips, earned 3 emotional value points, plus 4 points, for a total of 11 points. After the storm had subsided, Long Chang let go of Tang Lin, got out of bed, found his trousers on the floor, and took out his mobile phone to read the message. "Kevin, can you show me the properties you sent me the other day tomorrow?" Kevin is Long Chang's English name. The woman who sent the message was called Lucy, a Chinese person from a foreign-related property rental company. Long Chang had a cooperative relationship with her, often providing her with properties, and she would show them to foreigners. After a deal was made, the commission would be split 50-50. A message brought back Long Chang's impression of this woman. Early 30s, married, just over 1.6 meters tall, slightly overweight, to be precise, it would be more appropriate to describe her as having a plump figure. Compared to the little man in front of him, she was more like an enhanced version of Tang Lin. What was different from Tang Lin was the unique temperament she exuded, which was unforgettable. So much so that in a previous life, many years later, Long Chang would think of Shanghai and her figure would come to mind. Tang Lin saw the smile on Long Chang's lips and sat up, asking, "Is that lover asking you out again? I can't believe you're still quite the playboy." Long Chang hurriedly explained, "No, it's a foreign-related intermediary who asked me to look at a house tomorrow. I'll show you if you don't believe me." He handed over his phone. Tang Lin then realized that she had been wrong and pushed his hand away, saying, "Oh, I'm sorry. I have no right to ask about your relationship with me. It really is an agent, that Lucy." "I know, you better reply to her quickly." Tang Lin ignored him and lay on the bed thinking about her own business. Long Chang sat down by the bed and replied to the message, "When are you going to show the flat to your client?" "I'll help you arrange it." "I'm not bringing a client, I want to go and have a look myself first." "When are you free?" "Oh, how about 3 p.m.? We have the keys to all these flats." "Okay, see you tomorrow, have a good night's sleep." Long Chang finished sending the message and went back to bed. He took Tang Lin in his arms and asked, "Teacher Tang Lin, when is your boyfriend coming back?" "At least 3 or 5 days, right?" Tang Lin suddenly remembered something and pushed his hands away. "Why are you asking this?" Long Chang pinched her in front of her and said with a meaningful smile, "Why do you say that?" Tang Lin turned around and looked at Long Chang. "Do you think I look like a slut? I have a boyfriend.
He just left, and do you think I've wronged him too much? After the impulse and madness, reason once again took over, and Tang Lin regretted it a little. She looked down on herself, feeling a little disgusted. Long Chang didn't know how to answer her either. After thinking for a while, he said, "Let me tell you, people evolved from animals, and we still retain our animal nature. The difference between humans and animals is that human society is bound by morality and law." Tang Lin listened with interest, and then asked, "So what you're saying is that we're releasing our animal nature? Then what's the difference between us and animals?" "There is a difference. Animals don't wear clothes. How about you go out without clothes?" "You." Tang Lin chased after Long Chang and hit him. After a while of playing, Tang Lin got up to get dressed. "I have to go back, or I won't be able to go to work tomorrow." Long Chang also wanted her to go back. Otherwise, if two people with so much energy stay together, they will be exhausted to death. Chapter 8. Are you threatening me? Tonight, I am doomed to stay up all night. This time with Tang Lin was wonderful, something he had never experienced before, not even with his ex-girlfriend Wu Kailan. Some say that only true love can make you forget yourself and throw yourself into something. In that case, Wu Kailan didn't really love him, so they didn't have a wonderful experience. But that's not right either, because he and Tang Lin also didn't love each other, they just needed each other, and didn't they get along well? It's still about people. Some people are naturally energetic, like Tang Lin, while others are naturally indifferent, like Wu Kailan. Thinking about Wu Kailan, his heart could not calm down for a long time. Wu Kailan was someone he met in Pengcheng. At that time, he had just graduated and just found a stable job in a good company. Later, Wu Kailan came to Hucheng. Under Wu Cailan's persistent persuasion, he gave up his job in Pengcheng and came to Hucheng. He came to Shanghai full of hope, but less than 3 months later, Wu Kailan fell in love with someone else. After being reborn, he happened to return to the time after their breakup when he was about to leave Shanghai. This time, he didn't leave, but stayed in Shanghai to continue fighting. The past is too unbearable to think about, and he doesn't want to think about it. Now with the help of the system, his future is full of hope. Looking at the 11 points in his system, he was thrilled. If he exchanged them all for money, it would be 110,000 yuan. He hadn't yet decided how to use the 11 points. Long Chang couldn't sleep for a long time, thinking about his bright future. When he finally closed his eyes from exhaustion, the first rays of morning sunlight shone in through the window. He got up after less than an hour's sleep, washed up and went to work. Tang Lin also arrived at the office early. Unlike usual, she looked radiant and full of energy. Sure enough, women need nourishment. That's not right. Doesn't she have a boyfriend? Isn't she always being nourished? Long Chang couldn't figure it out. Tang Lin was very surprised to see Long Chang looking so listless, and then she covered her mouth and snickered. She couldn't understand it. Didn't she leave early last night? How did he still end up like this? Just a little tossing and turning and he's done for? Because there were other colleagues nearby, she didn't greet Long Chang. Long Chang went to buy breakfast and while eating, he wandered around the store, striking up conversations with his colleagues. "My dick has grown 2 centimeters, didn't any of you notice?" "Damn, no one noticed, that's boring." "Looks like 2 centimeters is still too little, I need to keep working at it." At lunch, Tang Lin declined her colleagues' invitations and followed Long Chang. The two of them were alone together, talking in private. On the way, Tang Lin teased Long Chang, "Chang, what's wrong with you? You can't even do that? If you find a girlfriend in the future, what's going to happen then?" "Humph. You look down on people. With your skills, you think you can hurt me?" Long Chang looked at her smug face and wanted to take her down right there and then and ravish her. He definitely couldn't tell her about the system, so how could he explain it to her? "I just didn't sleep well last night. If you're not satisfied, we can fight again tonight." Tang Lin lowered her head and blushed when she heard this, without saying a word. It wasn't that she didn't want to, she was just wondering how she could do this to her boyfriend. They had already reached the point of discussing marriage. Although they had had a fight, they had not yet broken up. As for Long Chang, although he was better than her boyfriend in some ways, his financial situation was something she could never accept. In addition, she had another worry, afraid that it would end badly. She thought for a moment and laughed. "Xiao Qiang, you're not falling in love with me, are you?" "Yes, I like your body, but that doesn't mean I like you as a person. We're just not the same, and we can't go very far."
Long Chang was also very honest, and after he finished speaking, he looked at Tang Lin with a smile. In that case, before last night, he would never have dared to say that. After he had pierced through the veil of secrecy last night, there was nothing he was afraid to say.
Tang Lin nodded slightly and looked at Long Chang with admiration. You are absolutely right.
But I'm afraid that if we go on like this, I won't be able to leave you.
Long Chang laughed proudly. So, compared to your boyfriend, I have an advantage, right? He was mindful of Tang Lin's feelings and didn't put it too bluntly.
Tang Lin bit her red lips lightly and smiled without answering.
Long Chang continued to seduce her. If we don't seize the opportunity now, when your boyfriend returns, I'm afraid you won't have many chances.
Tang Lin half closed her eyes full of passion.
Alright, I'll fall for you one last time. When my boyfriend comes back, we'll break up, okay?
Long Chang smiled and winked at her.
I don't mind, I can let go at any time. The key is you. Humph. Tang Lin snorted in disbelief. You still think I can't live without you? Long Chang did not argue with her.
Seeing that there was no one around, he reached out and squeezed her waist, causing her to scream and quickly reach out to hit Long Chang.
At that moment, laughter came from behind them.
The two looked back and saw their colleague Su Qingyi.
Su Qingyi smiled and said, I can see that you two are quite affectionate, so it's good that you're together. Tang Lin immediately blushed and lowered her head.
Long Chang laughed awkwardly and said, she has a boyfriend, so where would she look at me?
Su Qingyi looked at Long Chang and said, so what if she has a boyfriend?
They're not married, and even if they are, there's still a chance.
Alas, young people nowadays are so open-minded.
This woman is usually so quiet and unassuming, but today she's acting so strange. Long Chang glanced at her and saw the information on her profile again.
Name, Su Qingyi. Age, 32. Height, 163 centimeters. Weight, 65 kilograms. Looks, average. Likability, 60. 60 points. What's going on? I haven't even spoken to her, and she already likes me? Is she secretly in love with me?
She's so old, she should hurry up and find a man to marry.
If she gets stuck with me, I'll never get away from her. This is terrifying.
Long Chang didn't feel a thing for this woman, let alone feel close to her or provide emotional value. Tang Lin was a little embarrassed to be seen with Su Qingyi, so she quickly found an excuse to slip away.
Little slut.
Su Qingyi muttered as she watched Tang Lin's back, then caught up with Long Chang.
Chang, let's go eat together. I'll go to the alley for fast food, you don't eat that.
Long Chang didn't want to be with her, and said that knowing she didn't go to that kind of place to eat.
Su Qingyi immediately said, that's fine, they say the food is good, I'll try it. I'll go. Can't get rid of her?
Long Chang had no choice but to go with her. The two of them turned left and right, and arrived at an old alleyway that was to be demolished. There was a fast food restaurant here that was run by a local family. Although the food was not very tasty, it was clean and hygienic. The two of them queued up to order food and sat down in a corner. Su Qingyi was not there to eat, she was clearly there to slander Tang Lin. She said a lot of bad things about her, saying how she was not proper and how she messed around with male colleagues. She talked a blue streak, but she didn't see her eat much.
Long Chang just kept eating, nodding occasionally in response.
Su Qingyi saw that he didn't take it to heart, and suddenly said, I saw you both leave the company yesterday at the same time.
He said to let me send her to the subway station, where her boyfriend was waiting for her. Long Chang was shocked at first, and immediately told a lie. Humph.
Su Qingyi snorted, don't even try to lie to me, her boyfriend has already gone back to his hometown, how could he pick her up?
Damn it. Why are you being so serious when you know what's going on? Long Chang was a little angry, and he lowered his head and ate without answering her.
Su Qingyi tilted her head and looked at his expression, and then said casually, her boyfriend has been to our store twice, and I know him too.
It's not good if he finds out about something, is it? Damn it. Is this a threat? What the hell do you want? Long Chang almost spit out his mouthful of rice. Chapter 9, A Beautiful Woman with a High Face Value.
Long Chang didn't spare her face either, glaring at Su Qingyi fiercely.
What exactly do you want?
Su Qingyi wasn't afraid of him at all, smiled smugly, and said slowly.
Actually, I'm doing this for your own good. You should be dating a girlfriend at your age. Don't get involved with this kind of rotten woman. Wouldn't it be nice to have a good girlfriend? Mind your own business. And what about you, still not married in your 30s? Long Chang really wanted to retort, but he thought it would be bad to have a falling out with her, as they worked together every day, so he held his tongue. After a moment of silence, Su Qingyi took out her phone and opened an automobile website and showed it to Long Chang. My father wants to buy me a car, so tell me if it's better to get a BMW or an Audi. Oh my god. Tempting me with material things? Long Chang understood what she meant. She was just trying to show off her family's good fortune and lure him in. She was a native of Shanghai, living in Xinzhuang. He had heard that she had received a lot of money when her house was demolished and she was given a new one. In a previous life, he might have really succumbed to the temptation. A classmate of his had worked in Shanghai and later married a local Shanghainese woman. Long Chang had to play dumb and randomly chose a model for him. Su Qingyi pretended to be surprised. Oh. You think the same as I do. I also liked this one at first glance. Damn it. This is too fake. Long Chang looked at her affected manner and almost vomited. I was just saying that casually, don't blame me if you're not satisfied. No. On the way back to the company, Su Qingyi added, my friend gave me 2 movie tickets, but I haven't found anyone to go with me yet. You're not on duty tonight, are you? He really isn't on duty tonight, so it seems she has been planning this for a long time. Long Chang didn't explicitly reject her, but only said, I have a tour in the afternoon, I don't know if it will be too late, we'll see then. Su Qingyi's appearance is average, so if she can provide emotional value, she can get 2 points. But if that's the case, will she cling to him and not let him go? Long Chang was conflicted, and hadn't yet figured out how to deal with her. At 3 p.m., Lucy arrived as promised. She was dressed in a business suit, carrying a small leather bag. She looked smart and attractive, and immediately attracted everyone's attention when she stood at the door. Colleague Chen Hao was on duty today, and thought that a beautiful customer had arrived. He quickly went over to greet her, saying, Miss, what kind of house are you looking for? I'll make some recommendations for you. In Shanghai, the word miss is still a compliment in most situations. Even the elderly ladies in Shanghai are still often called miss, and they are very happy to hear it. Chen Hao is a native of Shanghai, so he is used to calling her that. Lucy has been in Shanghai for many years, so of course she knows this habit. She smiles at Chen Hao and says, do I look like someone who can afford these houses? Yes, you do. Chen Hao said seriously, you are too modest. May I ask your surname, miss? Ha ha. Lucy laughed and covered her mouth, you have a good eye. We are in the same business. I am here to see Long Chang. Is he in the store? Chen Hao's mood immediately hit rock bottom. He was stunned for a moment before he came back to his senses. He is here. I'll go get him for you. As soon as he turned around, he saw Long Chang smiling at the two of them. Long Chang saw a row of information above Lucy's head. Name, Chen Lu. Age, 35 years old. Height, 164 centimeters. Weight, 59 kilograms. Face value, high. Favorability, 40. Good, mature and intellectual young woman, and she is already married, unlike Su Qingyi, a big leftover woman, who may not end well if she gets tangled up. Long Chang scanned her from head to toe. Her hair was slightly curly and hung down her shoulders, her face dignified and elegant, and she was wearing a dark gray suit and skirt suit, with a white t-shirt underneath and black stockings. The suit was well fitted, the skirt tightly wrapped around her, and she looked quite voluptuous from top to bottom, like an oversized Tang Lin, making his blood race. Chen Lu felt a little embarrassed at being looked at like that, and showed her 2 nice little tiger teeth. What, don't recognize me? Oh, I'll get the keys. Long Chang came back to his senses and hurried back to the shop to get the keys. Let's go, let's look at the 2 sets opposite first. Chen Lu smiled and said, let's go, you lead the way. Long Chang took her into the apartment complex opposite, and when they registered at the front desk, he happened to meet the lecherous security guard Xiang, who fixed his eyes on Chen Lu and couldn't take them off. Speaking in Shanghainese, he struck up a conversation with Chen Lu, flaunting his Shanghainese credentials. Miss, are you renting or buying? Chen Lu was neither impatient nor annoyed. With a smile on her face, she said in Mandarin, I'm buying. I heard there's a penthouse with a balcony. I'll go take a look. Oh, that apartment is very expensive, I think it's 14 million yuan. I know a landlord here who has an apartment, a 5th floor in a small high-rise, 170 square meters, only 8 million yuan. Chen Lu tilted her head and waved her hand, oh, I don't like small high-rises, the floors are too low. Ah Xiang deflated, and after a moment of silence continued, then I also have an apartment. At this point, Long Chang had also finished registering. Without even looking at Ah Xiang, he took Chen Lu's sleeve and said, let's go. The two of them turned and entered the residential area. Ah Xiang's unfinished sentence drifted in the wind like a fallen leaf. He caught up and stared intently at Chen Lu's rounded curves. Angrily, he shouted, little rascal, what's so great about you? Long Chang knew that he was being scolded, but he was the security guard of the community, and he could not afford to offend him, so he would not provoke him under normal circumstances. After walking away, the two of them laughed. Lucy, this is an old lecher. Fortunately, you didn't pay any attention to him, otherwise it would have been endless. Haha, I can see that. Lucy, with your temperament, you definitely deserve to own a place in this community, and no one would doubt it. Chen Lu laughed heartily. Are you buying it for me, or should I go after a rich man? Long Chang was momentarily stunned and stammered, If I could afford it, I would buy you a place. Forget about dating a rich man, you're not that kind of person. Chen Lu tilted her head and looked at Long Chang, smiling, are you serious? You better work hard, I'm sure you'll be able to afford it soon. Long Chang grinned at her and said, just for that, I'll work even harder. Like plus 10, total 50. Well, I was just joking, and my like rating has gone up. What were you doing before? Why didn't you think of that? Long Chang seemed to suddenly have an epiphany, and hated the old version of himself. The two of them talked as they arrived at the first house they wanted to see. The door was open, and it turned out that their colleague Luo Yang was showing the house to a client. Because there was a client, the two of them didn't talk much, and after taking a look around the house, they came out. Then they went to the second house. Long Chang entered the room and closed the door, feeling quite excited. After all, it was a man and a woman in the same room, and it was a beautiful woman with a high appearance, and she was also a mature young woman. Chen Lu did not show any unusual behavior, and walked into the living room with confidence. She seemed to have full confidence in Long Chang, otherwise she would not have come out to look at the house with him alone. Long Chang's heart was pounding, not knowing where to start, so he had to start by introducing the house to her. After going around the whole house, Long Chang could no longer hold back. Not wanting to lose this opportunity to be alone with her in a room, he found a topic of conversation and said, Lucy, where are you from? I'm from Hunan. Didn't you know? Yes, I didn't ask you before. Hunan has beautiful mountains and water, and it produces beautiful women. I didn't believe it before, but today I finally do. Long Chang steeled his resolve and became smooth-talking, turning into the person he once hated the most. Chen Lu smiled and nodded, you're from Chongqing, right? I think I heard you say that before. Long Chang shrugged, yeah, but I'm the exception. I don't really like spicy food. The two of them started chatting on the balcony of the living room. Chen Lu was wearing high heels and probably tired of standing, so she motioned to Long Chang and said, let's go sit in the living room for a bit. Of course it's good to sit for a while. Long Chang couldn't wait to sit for a while. The two returned to the living room and sat on the sofa, maintaining a distance of about 200 millimeters. Long Chang looked sideways at the beautiful woman in front of him, and he could even smell the perfume on her. If he could marry a woman like this at home, this life would be enough. This is exactly the image of his future wife in his mind. Chapter 10, Uninvited Guests. Hey! The right person at the wrong time. Long Chang looked at Chen Lu and couldn't help but feel a little emotional. Chen Lu looked at him in a daze, pursed her lips and smiled, and started the conversation. I haven't been able to eat spicy food for many years now. Long Chang took the opportunity to ask, from the way you look now, you've settled down in Shanghai, haven't you? Oh, my husband is from Shanghai. That's great, you can settle down and live a stable life, unlike me, who's still drifting around. Sigh. Everyone has to get married. Chen Lu paused, as if she was a little helpless. Is she dissatisfied with her current life, or with her current husband? What's wrong with people nowadays, so discontented? On second thought, it's right to be discontented. Just like Tang Lin, if she were contented, would she have run off to cheat on her husband? Then there's Chen Lu, who seems gentle and generous on the surface, but underneath there's a sense of dissatisfaction. As soon as the subject of family comes up, the conversation between the two hits a dead end. Chen Lu gets up to avoid the awkwardness and says, let's go see the next house. The third house is in a different neighborhood, about a 10-minute walk away, and the two walk side by side.
It's already past 5 p.m., so Long Chang suggests, let's go eat first, and then look after we eat. Chen Lu looked at the time with her hand raised. Are you hungry? If you're hungry, we can eat first. Long Chang laughed and said, no, I'm afraid you're hungry. Ha ha. Chen Lu raised her eyebrows lightly, tilted her head to look at Long Chang, and said, you're quite considerate of others. I'm not very hungry, let's eat after we've seen the house. I'll treat you. Like +5, total 55. Long Chang just wanted to spend more time with her. It didn't matter whether they saw the house first or ate first. The two arrived at the second community, went upstairs and opened the door. After the two entered the house, Long Chang slammed the door behind them, feeling a little excited. After entering the house, Chen Lu first looked around the living room and other rooms, then took out her phone to take some pictures. Half crouching, she bent her body into an S shape, filling her short skirt to the brim. Long Chang stood behind her, quietly enjoying this wonderful scene, and his heartbeat quickened. Suddenly, he had a bright idea and wanted to preserve the image. He also took out his phone to take a picture. First, he pretended to take a picture of the room, and then stood next to Chen Lu and took a picture of her. Chen Lu noticed and turned her head to smile and say, are you taking my picture? Long Chang heard her tone and didn't seem to suggest it. He laughed frankly and said, I was going to take a picture of the room, but you are so beautiful that I couldn't help it. Chen Lu's face turned slightly red, her eyes rolled, her eyebrows rose, and she said in a sweet voice, don't take any more pictures. Long Chang grinned and said, I'll take one more picture, and then I won't take any more, okay? After saying that, he took one more picture. This time, Chen Lu looked at the camera, and deliberately widened her eyes, looking half-smiling, which looked very cute. Long Chang was about to find a topic to talk to her about, but then there was a knock on the door. Who is it? How did he know there was someone in the room? When he opened the door, Luo Yang, grinning from ear to ear, stuck his head in. Hey, I guessed you'd be here. Luo Yang was from Shu, and was considered a fellow villager by Long Chang. Although they were fellow villagers, apart from work, the two had no personal contact because they were not the same type of person. What, you're showing a guest the flat too? Long Chang asked. Oh, I'm just here to take some photos to send to the client. Luo Yang said, and then he ducked into the room. At this moment, Chen Lu heard someone knocking on the door outside and came over to take a look. When Luo Yang saw Chen Lu, he tapped his hands lightly and showed off his white teeth in a wide smile. Oh, my, you're here too. How do you like the house? Are you satisfied? Luo Yang was not tall, only about 1.65 meters, and had a short haircut, but he looked energetic. His face was thin, and when he smiled, he revealed two dimples, giving him a harmless appearance. I heard that he worked in multi-level marketing for a few years and was even a lecturer. His signature smile must have been specially trained. Chen Lu knew that he was a colleague of Long Chang, but they had never spoken. Smiling politely, she said, it's okay. I'm going to show it to a client in a couple of days. Luo Yang walked up to Chen Lu and flashed his signature smile again. Beauty, let me tell you, among these surrounding communities, this house has the best value for money. I think it will be rented out soon, so you should hurry. Chen Lu shrugged her shoulders. The client doesn't have time, and it's no use me being anxious. When it comes to renting a house, it's all about fate. Obviously, Chen Lu didn't want to talk to this uninvited guest. But Luo Yang had already developed a thick skin, and he smiled and agreed, that's true. I hear that you're doing very well, and I'd love to learn from you. By the way, what's your name, beautiful lady? Damn it, if you don't even know someone's surname, how do you know that they're doing well? He was just making conversation. Long Chang realized that he had taken the photo just to get close to Chen Lu. When they were looking at the first apartment, they ran into Luo Yang showing a property to a client. At that time, his small eyes fixed on Chen Lu, but since there was a client present, he didn't go over to chat her up. Unexpectedly, he chased her here. He is about the same age as Long Chang, but has already been working as a real estate agent for several years. He must have graduated from junior high school and gone out to make his own way in the world, and is a real veteran. Long Chang has heard about his romantic exploits. Whenever there is a new colleague, if she is a woman, he will definitely help her, regardless of whether she is beautiful or ugly. There was a young woman who joined the store at the same time as Long Chang, and she caused a scandal with his help, so the manager had to transfer her to another store. Not only his colleagues and peers, but also his customers.
His customers, as long as they are women, whether they are young women in their 20s or 30s, or aunties in their 50s or 60s, are very easy to close deals with him, and he is nicknamed the Lady Killer. I don't know what his secret is. As soon as he arrived, it seemed that Long Chang had nothing to do. Long Chang sat on the living room sofa like air, sitting there uninterestedly, resting his chin in his hands as he watched the two of them chat. Chen Lu was fine, knowing how to take care of other people's feelings, and walked over to sit next to Long Chang, deliberately lifting her hand to look at her watch. Luo Yang probably also saw that Chen Lu wanted to leave, and quickly followed her, sitting on the other side of Chen Lu and blinking his eyes and saying, "Miss Chen, you haven't eaten yet, have you? I'll treat you to dinner and ask you for advice in the meantime. By the way, Long Chang, come along too." "Oh, I'm not hungry yet, thank you. Just help yourself to some food. My friend just opened a new restaurant, and he keeps asking me to go and support him, but I've never had the time. If I were to invite you, a beautiful lady, to his restaurant today, Chen Lu interrupted him, "No need, my husband is waiting for me at home with a good meal. You two go ahead." With this move, Luo Yang had no more power to turn the situation around. "Oh, I see, then maybe next time." The three of them closed the door and went downstairs. Luo Yang pointed at the BMW X3 at the entrance and said to Chen Lu, "Sister Chen, shall I give you a ride?" "No, it's not a good idea for my husband to see." Chen Lu refused decisively, leaving no room for Luo Yang. After leaving the community, she hailed a taxi and left. Luo Yang watched her leave angrily, and only turned back after a while to look at Long Chang. Long Chang was looking at him as well, and the two men looked at each other, feeling a bit awkward. Luo Yang froze for a moment, then grinned, "Chang, let's go." Long Chang hesitated for a moment, but then got into his car. Chen Lu had originally said that she would go to dinner with him, but the kid had ruined it, and he was a little upset. But it wasn't really worth it to turn against him now. The two were colleagues, and they would have to see each other every day. Luo Yang drove directly back to the store, and since Chen Lu was absent, he couldn't invite Long Chang alone. After getting out of the car, he saw Long Chang's electric moped parked in the alley. He walked over and patted it, setting off an alarm. He laughed and said, "Hey, this is a nice bike, with an alarm too. It's even better than my car. Fuck, a second-hand entry-level BMW is something." Long Chang cursed in his heart, but didn't want to fall out with him. He laughed and said, "If you think it's good, then let's trade?" Luo Yang laughed twice, patted Long Chang on the shoulder and said, "Brother, we are fellow villagers. I advise you two things: you'd better work hard to earn money. When you become rich, you can handle any woman. In your current situation, don't think about it." After saying this, he walked into the store with his head held high. Chapter 11, I Can't. Long Chang shrugged his shoulders and smiled as he walked into the store. As he passed by Luo Yang's table, he knocked on the table and motioned for him to put his ear up, whispering, "I have photos of Chen Lu, very intimate ones. Do you want to see?" As he spoke, he waved his phone in Luo Yang's face. "Ah. You got her?" Luo Yang was shocked, and then said, "I don't believe it, are you fucking lying to me? Show me." He said he was going to grab your phone. Long Chang hid the phone behind his back and whispered in his ear, "It's between her and me. I'm afraid you won't be able to handle it if you see it, so I'm not going to show it to you." After saying that, he returned to his seat. Although he was lying to Luo Yang, he believed that Chen Lu was a matter of time. Luo Yang was restless after hearing the news. It was like a cat was scratching at his heart. He thought to himself, "If he can get her, it will be even easier for me." Thinking this, he took out his phone and sent a text message to Chen Lu. It was already past 6 o'clock, and apart from the ones on duty, basically all his colleagues had already gone home. But Su Qingyi was still in the store and didn't leave, and when she saw Long Chang go in, she gave a delighted smile. Long Chang ignored her and packed up to get off work. At that moment, his phone rang. It was a message from Su Qingyi. Chang, you're free now, let's go watch a movie." "I'll go. She's waiting here." Tang Lin was still out shopping, waiting for him to pick her up. Long Chang had already forgotten about Su Qingyi, but now she had caught him in the act. He would have to face her sooner or later, and he didn't want to avoid it, so he had to think of another way. He first sent a message to Tang Lin, saying that he had to go tutor someone in the evening, and rescheduled their date for tomorrow. Then, he promised Su Qingyi that he would go ahead and wait for her outside. As soon as he left the store, he ran into the pharmacy next door and bought some medicine.
When he came out of the pharmacy, Su Qingyi happened to be leaving the office as well, and waved for him to come over and get in her car. On the way, Su Qingyi talked to him, and Long Chang responded passively, like a hostage being held. When they arrived at the movie theater, Su Qingyi arranged for the tickets and snacks. Su Qingyi originally said that a friend had given her 2 movie tickets, which was a lie. She didn't buy the tickets until she arrived at the scene. Long Chang didn't expose her either, as it was pointless. The two watched a horror movie, which Su Qingyi had carefully selected. Although it was a horror movie, there were only a few scary moments. But Su Qingyi looked scared the whole time, first grabbing Long Chang's hand, then leaning her head on his shoulder, and finally burying her whole body in his arms. If you're so scared, why did you choose a horror movie? Auntie Su, your tactics are so old-fashioned, you're out of touch with the times, no wonder you're still single. Long Chang endured the whole thing. Finally, the movie ended, and Su Qingyi insisted on walking him home. When they reached the bottom of Changlefang, Long Chang was about to get out of the car, but Su Qingyi took his hand and looked at him lovingly. Chang, aren't you going to invite me in for a visit? Don't say it, Su Qingyi is a little older, but at this moment she is as gentle as a little lamb. Her pitiful little expression still looks somewhat seductive in the dim light. Long Chang knew clearly that this is no lamb, but clearly a wolf disguised as a lamb. If you fall for her tricks, she will not only chew you to pieces, but then keep you in captivity. From now on, I'm afraid it will be difficult to escape from her cage. My house is very dirty and messy. I'm afraid it will give you a bad impression, so I'd rather you didn't look around. Well, then just stay with me for a while and let's have a nice chat, okay? Su Qingyi said in a tone that bordered on pleading. Long Chang had expected her to do this, otherwise his preparations would have been for naught. He returned to the car and sat down. Su Qingyi then began to talk about the first time she met Long Chang, how she had a good impression of him, and the bits and pieces that followed. Then she gradually leaned her head against his chest. Long Chang found this a bit mushy and longed to escape immediately. But he couldn't do that, he wanted to make her completely give up the idea, once and for all. So, pretending to be very moved, he interrupted her and said, "Please don't say anymore, I wanted to, but I can't, thank you for your true feelings towards me." Why can't you? Don't you like me? Su Qingyi's heart felt like it had fallen into a hole in the ice, and she looked at him in disappointment. Long Chang took her in his arms, grabbed her hand and placed it on his thigh, and then Su Qingyi's body trembled, as if she had been electrocuted, and she immediately withdrew it, then confirmed it again, her face full of great disappointment. How could you do this? Long Chang rubbed his eyes and said in a hoarse voice, I already said I couldn't do it, I don't want to delay your bright future. Your family is so well off, you're good looking, you'll definitely find a good man. Su Qingyi grabbed his hand and asked with compassion, Tell me, how did this happen? Long Chang began to make up a story, saying that he was riding a bicycle once and narrowly missed a large truck. Although he didn't crash, he fell on the road and was so frightened that he urinated himself. Su Qingyi was concerned and said, Go to the hospital and get treatment, you can be cured. I'll wait for you. Long Chang shook his head weakly and said with a sad face, I've been to all the major hospitals and taken a lot of medicine, but none of it has worked. Some doctors said it was kidney deficiency, others said it was psychological. I don't know. As he spoke, he opened his bag and took out a pile of medicine, Luei Di Huan Wan, Zhuague Wan, Yugue Wan, Jin Kue Shinchi Wan, a whole bunch of medicines for kidney deficiency. You see, I've been taking medicine all the time, but none of it has had much effect. This illness of mine is very difficult to cure, and I don't want to waste your young years, you know? Su Qingyi was silent. She was already 32 years old, and had reached the age where there was no time to waste. If she waited for a few more years for Long Chang, she didn't know if he could be cured. Even if he was cured, that would be in the future, and who knew if he would change his mind? After some thought, she sympathetically reassured Long Chang. Long Chang knew that she had let him off the hook and was preparing to withdraw. To make the act more realistic, he wiped away a tear and said, I've only told you about my situation, so you must never tell anyone else, otherwise I won't be able to hold my head up in the company. Su Qingyi nodded repeatedly, saying, Yes, I won't tell anyone. But she immediately asked, But I don't usually see you taking medicine at work. Sigh. Long Chang sighed, rubbed his face with his hands, and said in a voice that sounded like he was about to cry. I'm afraid that other people will see me, so I usually go to the meeting room or go outside to take my medicine. Also, usually when you see me getting along well with Tang Lin and the other girls, it's to cover up this matter, because I'm afraid that other people will suspect that I'm not capable. Do you know how painful it is for me?
He rubbed his face for a long time, and finally rubbed out a few tears. He looked at Su Qingyi with teary eyes, looking pitiful. Su Qingyi also shed tears at his words. I understand, don't be discouraged, you can definitely be cured. Long Chang gave her some more advice and got out of the car. Su Qingyi watched him stumble up the stairs, and sat in the car for a long time before driving off. Long Chang saw her leave upstairs and finally let out a sigh of relief, collapsing on the bed and laughing out loud. Then, he quickly went and took a shower, over and over again. To achieve the desired effect, he rubbed cooling oil on it. At first it felt cool, then numb, and then he lost all feeling. Oh shit. Is it really going to wither? He tried for a long time but there was no response. At that moment, Tang Lin sent another message, asking if he had finished tutoring. Hey, let Tang Lin try? Chapter 12, Good Things Come in Bunches. The next day. Su Qingyi's gaze on him had changed, with a hint of shyness, disappointment, and even a touch of sympathy. Long Chang smiled at her, which touched her deeply. He thought to himself, he's in this situation, but he's still so confident. His mentality is really good. Tang Lin sent a message, questioning him about what happened last night, and asking to meet up in the evening. Last night, he still gave up on Tang Lin's hospitality. Because he was afraid that he really couldn't do it, which would cause him secondary damage. Could he really do it? He was really worried. After a day of anxiety, it was finally time to go off duty in the evening. In addition to the people on duty, Tang Lin was in the store, and Luo Yang had not left. Luo Yang sat next to Tang Lin and told her something funny, which made Tang Lin laugh heartily. Tang Lin saw Long Chang go in, stopped laughing, and cast a complicated glance at him, like a child who had made a mistake. Long Chang sat back down at his own station and ignored them. He thought to himself, you're not my girlfriend, so you don't have to feel sorry. Luo Yang continued talking to Tang Lin. Lin, you're not on duty, what are you doing here? Let's go, I'll walk you home. No, I still have some unfinished business. Luo Yang saw that she was not appreciative and felt that it was no fun. There was another colleague in the store. In public, he couldn't go too far, so he took out his phone and played with it. From the smile on the corner of his mouth, it could be seen that he seemed to be sending a message to someone. Long Chang's eyes glanced past him and looked at Tang Lin. Just then, Tang Lin was also secretly looking at her. Their eyes met and they exchanged meaning that only they understood. He had just left, and Tang Lin also got up and was about to leave. Luo Yang quickly stood up and said, Lin, I'll walk you out. No need, my boyfriend is waiting for me at the subway station. Luo Yang was disappointed inside, it's good to have a boyfriend. Then he laughed and said, when you break up, don't forget to tell me. Tang Lin picked up the folder on the table and dialed the number. Luo Yang saw this and had no choice but to watch her leave. Tang Lin didn't see Long Chang at the door, and she looked around with her little eyes. She saw Long Chang sitting on an electric bicycle across the street from the shop, waving at her. She hurried over. But there were people she knew on the way, so she couldn't get into Long Chang's car, and she had to walk. Long Chang understood what she meant, and slowly rode his bicycle forward, waiting for her while he walked. After walking for a while, Tang Lin ran up and got on the back seat of his bike when no one was looking. Long Chang handed her a helmet and laughed, hey, it's like we're having an affair, doesn't this feel good? Tang Lin was furious and smashed the helmet into Long Chang's back. If you say anything else, I'm not going. Okay, I won't say anything else, just hurry up and put on the helmet, before someone sees us. Tang Lin was really afraid of people seeing and talking, so she quickly put on the helmet, embraced Long Chang with her broad bosom, and slipped a small hand into his clothes. Long Chang could only feel the scorching tenderness overflowing his entire back, along with a touch of comfortable tenderness, like a gentle breeze caressing the willows, roaming all over his body, stimulating every nerve ending, and invigorating his entire being. He had regained his former prowess, and it turned out that depression was only temporary, and making progress every day was the eternal theme. People are just not the same. The same woman, in front of Su Qingyi, he was an insulator, but in front of Tang Lin, he became a superconductor. At this moment, he wished so much that Luo Yang could see this scene. The woman he had longed for was now embracing him intimately, rushing to the battlefield of pleasure. Luo Yang's derogatory words had long since drifted away on the wind, and the self-righteous Luo Yang had already become a ridiculous clown in his heart. They arrived at Changelfang. Tang Lin got out of the car, looked him up and down, and covered her mouth with a smile. Fortunately, it was night, and no one noticed him, otherwise he would be too embarrassed to walk outside. It's all your fault, and you're laughing. Just wait and see what I'll do to you later. With that, she took Tang Lin's hand and they went upstairs. They entered the room, closed the door, and Tang Lin was suddenly in his arms, like a little chick about to be ravished. Tang Lin jumped on him, wrapping her legs around him, feeling deeply. The two of them slowly moved towards the bed. The air in the room grew warm and urgent. After about half an hour, the disturbed air finally settled down. The two finally had time to talk about Luo Yang. Long Chang touched her flushed little face and asked, "What did Luo Yang just say to you? Did he want to hit on you?" Tang Lin's face fell, her lips pouting, and she pushed him away. "What do you take me for? Do you think I'm that kind of person?" Long Chang grinned wickedly. "No, definitely not." "Humph. You." Tang Lin pulled him over and pounded him. "Luo Yang is such a lecher, I don't even look at him. To be honest with you, since I've been with my boyfriend, you're the first man I found outside. You should be happy." Long Chang nodded like a bobbing pig. "I believe it, and I also cherish this opportunity you've given me." Tang Lin patted his face lightly, knowing that it was good. "I'm off tomorrow, I'm not going back tonight. I want to take care of Chang's little brother, so that you won't be in the mood to go to work tomorrow, ha ha." "Ah. You little demon, you're so cruel. I'm so scared." Long Chang stuck out his tongue and took her into his arms again. The morning sun shone into the room and onto the two messy bodies. Tang Lin breathed deeply like a cute kitten, her chest rising and falling. Long Chang opened his eyes and remembered the system's rewards. Since he had scolded the system, it had never bothered him at critical moments again. Emotional value +1, +2, +4, +4, +4, +4, +4. Total points, 23. 3 of these points were earned by helping Lu Xiyu fulfill her wish. And the rest were all contributed by Tang Lin, including that night and last night. Because Tang Lin was there, he didn't dare to shout. He secretly felt happy for a while before getting up, getting dressed, and going out to work. After tossing and turning most of the night and only sleeping for less than 5 hours, he didn't feel the slightest bit tired. On the contrary, he felt refreshed and full of energy. It's good to be young. There is a saying, giving someone a rose leaves the hand smelling sweet. It seems that this saying is true. I have relieved Tang Lin of her pain, and I have also felt happiness. Ha ha ha. He used this kind of rogue reasoning to justify himself, and went to the company happily. Without Tang Lin in the store to distract him, he devoted himself fully to his work. Halfway through, he and a few male colleagues, including Chen Hao, were smoking and chatting outside the door. At this time, an old man patted him on the shoulder and called him out. "Young man, come here for a second." The old man was about 70 years old, dressed plainly, and pushing a dilapidated Phoenix bicycle. He had been standing in front of the shop window for half a day. Long Chang and a few colleagues had noticed him long ago, but no one paid him any attention, thinking he was just passing by. After looking at him for a long time, he walked over and called Long Chang out. Among the 4 or 5 male colleagues, he called Long Chang. Whether or not he would buy it was another matter, but just this trust was enough to make Long Chang feel flattered. When a person is pleased, good things always come one after the other. Perhaps it is true that a person's spirits are high when they are happy. Because of the happy events and good spirits, everything went smoothly. The confidence he showed also made people appreciate him even more. "Hello, Uncle Ah." Long Chang smiled and walked with him to the window. The old man pointed at a 5.2 million yuan house in the window and asked, "Young man, is this house real?" Real listing, uncle, why do you ask?" "Humph." The old man snorted in dissatisfaction. "I was in a company yesterday and saw a house in the window, so I went to look. It turned out to be completely different from the photo and the price was higher than advertised." "Oh, so you've been fooled before." Long Chang immediately explained to him, "Don't worry, we only list real properties for sale, unless the property has been sold and the advertisement has not been removed in time." The old man nodded. "So the property has not been sold yet, right?" "It's still there, I'll take you to have a look." Long Chang was overjoyed and quickly went back to the shop to get the keys. Chapter 13, I'm not Luo Yang. His colleagues at the store were all envious when they saw that he had picked up a customer and was going to show him a house. Today was Luo Yang's shift, and according to the store's rules, the person on duty had the right to receive walk-in customers first. If the person on duty gave up that right, then anyone else could take it, and whoever took it would get it. Luo Yang also felt a little regret, but he pretended to be indifferent and said, "This old man, do you think he looks like someone who can afford a 5 million yuan house? It's a waste of time." Long Chang didn't have time to pay any attention to him, picked up the keys and left the house. The old man pushed his bicycle, and Long Chang couldn't ride his electric donkey, so he had to accompany him on foot. The apartment was in Repulse Bay Garden, and it took more than 10 minutes to walk there. The two men talked the whole way. During the conversation, they learned that the old man's surname was Zhang, a native of Shanghai, and the old couple lived in an old lane not far away. Rumors of the demolition of his old house started a few years ago, and they have been waiting ever since, but they still haven't heard anything definite. "It's not that we don't have the money to buy a new home. My son is abroad, and it costs over 1 million yuan a year, but my wife is used to living in the old house, and she's not prepared to move until it's demolished. My son often tries to persuade her that it's not good to spend your whole life in a cramped house, and that it would be nice to move to a bigger one. After much persuasion from my son and me, she finally came around, and that's why I came out to look at the house." Long Chang looked at him and said, "You have such a promising son, uncle, you are really blessed. Young man, I think you are not bad either. Work hard and you will definitely become successful in the future." "Ha, thank you for your kind words. I am just an agent, how can I compare to your son?" Don't be so modest. You are still young, it's just that your luck has not yet arrived." Halfway through the journey, the old man didn't want to go on anymore and said to Long Chang, "Young man, you come up here, I'll take you." "You'll take me?" Long Chang quickly waved his hand and said, "Uncle, I'll ride, I'll take you." Old man Zhang laughed and said, "There's a problem with this bike, it recognizes its owner. You don't understand its temper, so I'll take you." Long Chang couldn't refuse, so he got on the back seat of the old man's bike, and couldn't help but feel a myriad of emotions. Alas! I have shown properties to clients on an electric moped and I have also ridden in a client's sports car. But this is the first time I have seen a property on a bicycle, and on a client's bicycle at that. I'm afraid this is probably the first time this has happened in the history of real estate agencies in Shanghai. I think this can go down in the annals of Shanghai real estate agency history. Old man Zhang was in good shape and soon took Long Chang to Repulse Bay Garden. Outside Repulse Bay Garden, he met a colleague from the same industry who lived next door and said hello to Long Chang. "Brother Chang, where are you going?" Long Chang pointed to the old man Zhang in the front seat of the car and said, "I'm showing a client a house." "You're showing a client a house?" The colleague froze in place and turned to stone. The old man pushed the bicycle into the community, locked it carefully, and went upstairs with Long Chang. This was a fifth-floor house with north-south ventilation, with the living room and master bedroom facing south. The only drawback was that the floor was a bit low. Long Chang showed the old man Zhang around the house and gave him a brief introduction. Then the two sat down in the living room. Zhang looked Long Chang in the eye and asked, "Little Long, I think you're not a bad person, so I'm here with you to look at the house. Tell me honestly, what do you think of this house?" Although the old man was old, his eyes were clear, and he looked at Long Chang with a sharp gaze, giving an invisible sense of pressure. Long Chang didn't really have high expectations, since he was just a customer he'd picked up anyway, and besides, the old man wasn't a bad person, so he said honestly, "Uncle, if you want to see a house, you first need to look at the location and position of the community, whether the surrounding transportation is convenient, and whether the supporting facilities such as schools and hospitals are complete. Then you need to see if there are vacant land or demolished houses around it. If there is construction every day after you buy it, it will be noisy. Specifically for the house, you also need to see if there are any equipment and facilities that affect physical and mental health." Old man Zhang listened to him carefully and nodded repeatedly. After he finished talking, he closed his eyes and considered for a while, then said, "I've thought about what you said, and it's pretty good in every way. You said the floor is low, but that's not a problem. We like low floors, where we can see the flowers and trees outside and feel close to the earth." "Well, it's a deal." Long Chang suppressed his joy. "Uncle if there's no problem, let's make a decision." The old man Zhang waved his hand and said, "No rush. I have to ask my wife to take a look, so she won't blame me later." Then he took out his phone and made a call. Long Chang went downstairs with him and waited for the old lady at the entrance of the community. In a short while, the old lady took a taxi and came over. Compared to the old man Zhang, Mrs. Zhang was much more fashionable, in a cheongsam, with a perm and the smell of perfume, dressed like a rich old lady from the old days. Well, there was information on the old lady's head. Name, Lu Baozhen. Age, 69 years old. Height, 162 centimeters. Weight, 68 kilograms. Face value, high. Likability, 30. Holy cow. What's wrong with this system? Even an old lady has become a target. Long Chang lowered his head in pain and rubbed his temples with his hands. This has completely taken him by surprise. Steadying his emotions, he looked up at the old lady and her ravine-lined face. The white makeup on her face was like flour, which really turned his stomach. What kind of vision does the system have? Her appearance is still high level, but that was decades ago, right? It's numb, it doesn't work, I'm not doing it. If I buy it, I buy it, if not, forget it. If it were Luo Yang, that guy might really use the handsome guy tactic. But I'm not him, and if I did, I'm afraid I could never erase this stain on my soul. He stopped thinking about the system, and suddenly felt much more relaxed. When they arrived at the house, the old lady looked at it more closely and asked a lot of questions. After looking around, the old couple went to discuss it for a while, and Zhang helplessly said to Long Chang, "Little Long, this house is good, but we need to go back and discuss it some more." Long Chang could tell that the old man really wanted to make a decision right away, but he couldn't convince his wife, so the matter was put off. According to the knowledge imparted during training, at this point he should create a sense of urgency and not give the customer time to think. However, judging from the old man's character, if he used the routine, he might be offended, which would not be conducive to a deal. After thinking for a moment, he led the old couple out of the room. As soon as they walked into the hallway, a colleague from the real estate agency came with a client and also wanted to see the apartment. As soon as Mrs. Zhang saw this, she immediately became agitated. "Ah, Xiaolong, I didn't look carefully just now, let's go back and take a look." "Great." Long Chang, of course, knew what she was thinking. She was afraid that someone else would buy the house before her, so she was uneasy and wanted to go back to see what the situation was with the client. According to the routine of their real estate agency, in order to force the client to make up their mind, sometimes they would have a colleague show the house to the so-called client, acting as if they were going to buy it right away. Long Chang was in luck today. Without having to deliberately use the routine, a natural routine came to his aid. The clients were a middle-aged couple, and it looked like they were buying a home to improve their lives. Old Lady Zhang silently followed them, keeping a close eye on the couple's every move and listening to what they were saying. After looking around, the couple sat down in the living room to discuss their options. Old Lady Zhang stood nearby, leaning in to listen to their conversation, looking very nervous. Long Chang was also very nervous, fearing that the couple would want to pay the deposit right away after they had taken a liking to the house. Chapter 14, The Deal is Done. Long Chang and the Zhangs were both on tenterhooks. After a while, the couple finally left, following the agent to look at other houses. This was their first house viewing, and they wanted to see other houses to compare. In order not to arouse the couple's suspicions, Mrs. Zhang did not show any unusual behavior and followed them out of the community. After seeing the couple go far away, Mrs. Zhang couldn't calm down and said to Old Man Zhang, "Old man, from my many years of experience, after they have seen other houses, they will definitely come back to see this house again." "Do you mean they like it?" Mr. Zhang turned his head to the side and said discontentedly, "I told you to make a decision quickly, but you kept on dithering." Long Chang seized the opportunity to persuade them to pay the deposit. Mrs. Zhang asked Long Chang to bargain for a lower price. Long Chang took her to an estate agent downstairs in the community and showed her the selling prices of similar houses, all of which were much higher than that of the house in question. "Mrs. Zhang, the landlord is really selling the house, and this price is already the lowest in the community." After some hard work, Mrs. Zhang finally agreed to pay a deposit of 50,000. Long Chang immediately said, "Mrs. Zhang, 50,000 is too little. For a house that costs more than 5 million, if another buyer offers a higher price, he can completely break the contract. So how much is appropriate?" Long Chang held up 5 fingers and said, "At least 500,000, so that the landlord basically has no chance of backing out." Before Mrs. Zhang could say anything, the old man said, "Okay, 500,000 it is." After the deal was done, Long Chang took the old lady to the shop by taxi, while the old man followed on his bicycle. When they arrived at the shop, Long Chang led Mrs. Zhang into the waiting room and went out to find the manager, Wang Gu, saying that the customer wanted to pay the deposit. As soon as he saw Wang Gu, the familiar string of information appeared in his head again. Name, Wang Gu. Age, 27. Height, 167 centimeters. Weight, 57 kilograms. Looks, outstanding. Likability, 30. Manager Wang Ji's information, he has already memorized it, only because she is his boss. Long Chang has no thoughts about her.
After all, he is a newcomer who has just started working, and getting the job done is the top priority. He told Wang Gu about the customer's situation, and Wang Gu dropped her jaw. With her many years of experience in real estate, at first she did not think highly of this old man Zhang. Moreover, over the past few years, this old man Zhang has often appeared in front of the doors of various real estate companies, and she has seen him several times. One customer had been looking at properties for years without buying, so who had the patience to wait on him? Soon, everyone in the shop knew about the incident.
What? That old man on the broken-down bicycle really bought it?
When their colleagues heard the news, their mouths hung wide open for a long time. At that moment, the old man appeared in the doorway on his bicycle, beaming, and said to Luo Yang, who was smoking outside the door, "Young comrade, I'll park here.
Could you keep an eye on things for me? Thanks." Luo Yang also learned the news and knew that he had come to pay the deposit, and he was furious. "What the fuck are you looking at? Just your broken bike, who the fuck is going to steal it from you? You're not in my hands, so the deal is not done, I'll help you look for a hammer." He gave the old man a cold stare and turned around and went into the store. After entering the store, he fidgeted, pounding on the desk so hard that it made a crackling sound. He threw his head down on the desk and was in agony. While Long Chang was pouring tea for a customer, he immediately found manager Wang Gu. "Manager, I'm on duty today, and this customer should be mine." "Humph." Wang Gu sneered, patting the table and saying, "Why didn't you do something earlier? I saw it all just now. That customer has been standing by the window for ages, and you came in and out several times without paying any attention to him. Oh, now that you see that someone is about to close the deal, you're standing up for yourself. Where is the sense in that?" Luo Yang let his face fall, looking particularly aggrieved, and pleaded in a coquettish tone. "My dear brother, that old man often hangs around this area, and you know his situation, so who would have thought that he would actually buy a house? Wang Gu has a rather unusual name, and with her short, neat haircut, she looks like a handsome tomboy, and her colleagues who know her better all call her brother." Luo Yang had joined the company almost at the same time as her and was already quite familiar with her, so he naturally called her brother. Wang Gu glanced at him and sighed, "That's also Long Chang's good luck. According to the rules, he should be considered his client. Don't make it difficult for me as a manager, okay?" Luo Yang acted like a rascal and said, "If he is considered his client, I should get half of the commission." After saying this, he stared directly at Wang Gu. Wang Gu snorted and tapped the table, saying, "What? You're threatening me? No, I never meant it. If you won't give me half, then at least 30%? Luo Yang immediately became subservient, his tone softening. He knew Wang Ji's temper, and the more you argue with her, the less she'll listen to you. Wang Gu still disagreed. Luo Yang was anxious, his eyes rolling around as if he had an idea. He leaned over to Wang Ji's ear and whispered something. Wang Ji's face broke into a slight smile after hearing him, and she said to Luo Yang, "Let's talk about it later, after we close the deal with the customer." Luo Yang heard her tone and returned to his seat with a smile. Long Chang poured water for the old Mr. and Mrs. Zhang, and happened to see this scene. Knowing Luo Yang as he did, he had a vague feeling that this was not a good thing, but he didn't know what it was. The most pressing task was to close the deal with this client. He walked over and handed Zhang's ID card to Wang Gu, the manager. "Manager, this is the client's ID card. Call me when the contract is ready." Wang Gu took the ID card and said, "Okay, try to contact the landlord, otherwise you won't even know if the house has been sold, and we'll still be busy here for nothing." "Okay, I got it." Long Chang took out his phone again and called the landlord. After a flurry of activity, he summoned the landlord, paid the deposit, and signed the contract. If nothing goes wrong, the next step would be to wait for the transfer of ownership. After the transfer, the commission would be credited to his account. According to the rules of the real estate industry in Shanghai, the buyer and seller each pay the agency 1% commission. The exact commission for each individual is different for each company, and the calculation for each position is also very complicated. Long Chang roughly estimated that if he could collect the full commission for this deal, he would personally get about 60,000 yuan. This is his first deal, and the subject is not very large. Some colleagues buy a luxury house or a villa, or an old foreign-style building, which can easily cost tens of millions of yuan, and that's what you call a good deal. But that is the minority. Most people work as agents for their whole lives, and may not close a single deal. There are also many colleagues who cannot sell a single property for a year or half a year, and can only barely survive on the commissions from renting properties.
In the midst of his excitement, he remembered the scene of Luo Yang and Wang Gu whispering to each other. He felt a little uneasy. At that moment, a message popped up in the system. Points plus 8, total points, 31. Ah! Where did this come from? Long Chang was shocked. Master, this is the emotional value gain from Lu Baozhen. You bought her a satisfactory house, and because her appearance rating is high, she has gained 4 emotional value points. Oh, I see. Long Chang suddenly realized that it seems the system is quite serious. It is not what he thought, that you have to use improper methods to gain emotional value. Chapter 15, Don't make this difficult for me. Long Chang, wait a minute. When Long Chang was leaving work in the evening, Wang Gu stopped him. Long Chang walked over and asked, "What is it, manager?" Wang Gu looked up and saw that there were other people in the office, so she probably couldn't talk freely. She stood up and walked towards the meeting room, motioning for Long Chang to follow her. Long Chang followed behind her, admiring her beautiful back. Wang Gu had short hair, a suit and skirt suit, and was very capable, with the image of a strong woman in the workplace. She was not very pretty, but had a great figure. A native of Hubei, 27 years old, 167 centimeters tall, and 57 kilograms, judging from all the data and her income, she was considered an outstanding woman. Even so, she was not Long Chang's type, and he couldn't say why. What did she want to talk about if she was staying? Could it be about Luo Yang? Wang Gu sat down on the sofa in the waiting room, crossed her legs, and motioned for Long Chang to sit opposite her. After a moment's hesitation, she said, "Long Chang, do you know that the customer you closed today often hangs around the front of the store, and all of our long-term employees know him? In fact, Luo Yang and the others have his contact information." After she finished speaking, she stared at Long Chang. Oh. Long Chang sensed that things were not going well, so he just nodded to show that he heard what she said and was waiting to hear what she had to say next. Wang Gu saw that he was not getting the point, so she spoke even more directly. Luo Yang is on duty today, and this customer is, in theory, his regular customer. Long Chang became anxious at hearing this and stood up, saying, "Manager, what do you mean?" "Oh, don't be so impatient, just listen to me slowly." Wang Gu calmed him down, sat him down, and continued, "Since you were the one to receive this customer, you can still keep him. But I think you should give 30% of the commission to Luo Yang." "What? Why should I share it with him? Since it was his client, why didn't he go and take care of it? Now that I've closed the deal, he's here to share the money?" Long Chang stood up again, unsteadily. Wang Gu didn't tell him to sit down. He looked at him with a commanding gaze and said in a slightly stern tone, "Long Chang, don't make this difficult for me, okay? She has been in this industry for many years, and has been a manager for 2 or 3 years. She knows how to manage people." Long Chang patted the table and said, "Fine, I won't make things difficult for you, so I'll quit, okay?" After saying that, he slammed the door and left. Oh my! Such a bad temper. If you're not going to do it, just quit. Wang Gu fell headfirst onto the sofa, calmed down, and thought about it. She still felt that she had done something wrong today. Now the store's performance is not good, so don't lose the manager position for a little profit. Long Chang made a sale right after he arrived, so he should still be capable, and he can't let him go. In that case, he had no choice but to offend Luo Yang. As the lights came on, the city's lights shone in a chaotic and disorderly manner, just like his mood at the moment. Walking through the complicated streets and alleys, he hid his soul in that narrow alley, and only then did he feel a slight sense of freedom. After entering the house, a warm body suddenly threw itself into his arms, melting his entire heart. Tang Lin said with a hint of dissatisfaction, "Xiao Chang, little brother, why did you just get back?" Long Chang pinched her little face and said, "Teacher Tang Lin, you're still here, have you eaten yet?" Tang Lin heard him call her teacher again, smiled shyly, hugged him tightly, and pouted, "I ordered takeout for lunch, I'll be going back soon." Long Chang held her as they moved towards the bed and laughed, "So you're waiting for me to come back and feed you?" Giggle, giggle, giggle. Tang Lin laughed like a hen about to lay eggs and pushed Long Chang onto the bed. After everything in the room had returned to calm, Tang Lin looked at Long Chang with a smile on her face. "Brother Chang, you're not being persuasive today, as if you're holding a grudge?" Long Chang grinned and said, "Where's there no energy? Isn't it quite energetic?" "Oops. No, you don't seem to be in a good mood. Women are just so sensitive." She was right. Long Chang had just taken Tang Lin for Wang Gu and vented all his dissatisfaction with Wang Gu on Tang Lin, as fierce as a storm. Usually, he goes it alone, without even a single person to talk to. Now that there was Tang Lin, he told her what had happened today. Tang Lin said with a smug smile, "Let me tell you, Luo Yang and Wang Gu entered the store together and they have been friends for a long time." Long Chang also came to his senses after she reminded him that there was no such thing as a free lunch, and that Luo Yang must have given her some kind of advantage. People are unpredictable. You think everyone is as kind as me? Be more careful. Tang Lin wasn't bragging, but Long Chang had gained a general understanding of the people in the store through their interactions over the past month. Although Tang Lin was a bit indulgent in her personal relationships, he had to admit that she was relatively sincere and was a friend who could be socialized with. Apart from that, there is only Chen Hao, who is relatively honest and someone you can confide in. People like Luo Yang make me angry just thinking about them. And this Wang Gu, one day, I'll make you do what I say. Little Chang, I have to go. Tang Lin began to tidy up her clothes and get ready to leave. I'll walk you out. Long Chang had come to regard her as a trusted friend and was reluctant to let her go. After going downstairs, Long Chang suggested, "Let's go have a barbecue. I'm in a bad mood today, so let's drink a little." Great, I haven't had a barbecue in a long time. Long Chang rode her on his motorcycle to an open-air barbecue restaurant, ordered some skewers, and asked for 2 bottles of beer. The two drank and chatted, each revealing their grievances. After a while, Tang Lin's phone rang. She picked it up and started chatting away, texting and ignoring Long Chang. Long Chang could only drink his wine in silence. After chatting for a while, Tang Lin suddenly stood up and said, "I have to go, my boyfriend is here to pick me up." What? I thought your boyfriend went back to his hometown? Why is he back so soon? He lied to me. He went back to the dormitory these few days. I don't know if he went back to the house we rented. If he went back last night and found me not here, that would be troublesome. Tang Lin looked very nervous. It can be seen that she still cares a lot about her boyfriend. Long Chang looked at her nervous appearance, but felt a perverted pleasure in his heart. The girlfriend that man had been longing for was in his bed last night, lying in his arms. Alas! The human heart is complex. Chapter 16, The Old Self. Tang Lin said she was leaving. Long Chang held her back and reminded her, "Teacher Lin, you smell of alcohol. How will you explain this to him?" "Oh, it's fine. I already told him. We had a dinner gathering at the restaurant tonight, and it's already over. I'll wait for him at the subway station." Long Chang was speechless. He never imagined that she would be more considerate than he was. Tang Lin waved at her and walked towards the subway station. Long Chang watched the woman's back as she walked away, his heart full of emotions. Suddenly, he had an idea. He quickly paid the bill and followed her quietly on an electric bicycle. Tang Lin walked while tidying her hair and clothes. When she arrived at the subway station, she waited for her boyfriend at the entrance and took out a mirror to check her makeup. After a while, a large man came out of the subway entrance and walked towards her. He stopped 2 or 3 meters away from her. The man was nearly 1.8 meters tall, with a square face, bushy eyebrows, and big eyes. He looked a little naive. Tang Lin looked at him, and after 3 seconds, she threw her arms open and ran towards him, throwing her small body into his wide embrace, like a kitten meeting its long-lost owner. The two spoke in low voices, the man apologizing, the woman acting like a spoiled child. Then the two walked hand in hand into the subway station. Passers-by cast envious glances. In their eyes, they were such a loving couple, so compatible. At that moment, Long Chang was glad in his heart that it wasn't his girlfriend. At the same time, he felt sympathy for the man. The man probably never imagined that the woman he longed for had been lying in someone else's bed just an hour ago, acting like a spoiled child. Alas! I hope Tang Lin can pull herself together from now on and treat this man well. Seeing that man, he felt like he was seeing his former self. He thought of his former girlfriend, Wu Kailan. Without his knowledge, was Kailan just like Tang Lin? A ring from his phone interrupted his thoughts. He picked it up and read the message, "Xiaolong, why haven't you come over this week?" Yes, he had been busy with his tutoring job these few days and had forgotten about his student, Lu Xiyu. Thinking of Lu Xiyu, the graceful figure of her mother immediately came to mind. It's already past 9 p.m., and she's sending me a message. That's interesting. He replied with a little wine courage, "What, do you miss me?" Ha ha ha, what will she say back? Long Chang was looking forward to it. But there was no reply for a long time.
Did I go too far? Is she angry? Ding ding ding. The phone finally rang, and she replied, "It's not that I miss you, it's that you are Mrs. You." Long Chang immediately replied, "I'm free right now, can I come over?" The other person seemed to hesitate for a while before replying, "Then come over." Long Chang quickly drove over. Meanwhile, he imagined a scene in his mind. Late at night, a beautiful woman without a husband is alone in her house. She is sitting in her pajamas in front of the window, looking at the lights of thousands of houses outside the window, lost in thought. How many beautiful nights are there, and in the vast crowd of people, who will comfort this lonely heart? She drew the curtains, lay down on the bed, rolled from side to side, changing countless positions, but still unable to sleep. What's wrong with me? There's nothing physically wrong with me, is there? Hungry? She quickly got up and ran to the kitchen, opened the refrigerator, cucumbers, aubergines, tomatoes, what to cook. She suddenly understood, as if she wasn't hungry, and her eyes lit up as she searched through the pile of vegetables, and then ran back to her room. Alas! Still not satisfied. She sighed, glanced at the phone on the bedside table, picked it up, hesitated for a long time, and finally mustered the courage to send that message. Long Chang was immersed in such a beautiful scene, and in the spirit of helping others, he hurried to Shangshi Jiangnan community. Knock, knock, knock. The sound of knocking was as rapid as his heartbeat. He guessed like a blind box what the person who came to open the door was wearing today. The door opened, and he saw a head of long, dark, luxuriant hair and a white figure. Her long hair was draped over her shoulders, and a wide nightdress covered her body, revealing a slender neck that extended to her breasts. The nightdress was cream-colored, and although it was very loose, it still could not hide her exquisite and beautiful silhouette. The lower half of her body was even more straightforward, with nothing at all. The pajamas only covered half of her thighs, and the smooth skin underneath was breathtaking. Of course, this was all based on his guesses, and there might be something else underneath the pajamas. Sister Tao, I came in time, didn't I? Shoo, keep your voice down. Lu Tao held her finger in front of her mouth, making him feel like a thief. Have you been drinking? I could smell it as soon as I opened the door. Oh, I had a little. You come with me. Lu Tao ushered him into the house and led him to the dining room. Look at you, all flushed. Don't scare you. Her father used to drink too, and when he got drunk, he'd hit people. She hates people who drink. Oh, so that means you're not going to teach today? Long Chang was in a good mood. Lu Tao brought him a cup and said, "Here, I made you some tea. Rinse your mouth out first." Then she brought a towel and said, "Here, wipe yourself down, you smell of alcohol." Long Chang had never been served like this before and was stunned. Don't worry, it's clean, I haven't used it before. Let me help you. She walked up to Long Chang and used the towel to wipe his face, ears, and neck. Long Chang was standing face to face with her, feeling the smell of her hair and the fragrance of her body. Her large nightgown was raised high, almost touching Long Chang's body, and he could almost hear her heart beating. At the same time, Long Chang's heart was also pounding rapidly. He just looked at her gentle and peaceful face. His hand didn't know where to put it, hanging in midair, slowly approaching her body, eager to embrace her in his arms. Lu Tao blushed as she was looked at like this, her fair face flushed with a blush. She nodded and smiled, afraid to look at him. Okay, that's enough. Just as Long Chang's hand was about to touch her robe, Lu Tao had finished wiping his face for him and turned to go, leaving Long Chang, who was standing there with his hand half extended, looking foolish. He quickly withdrew his hand, picked up his tea and took a sip, calming his impulsive emotions. Lu Tao returned with the towel and smiled at him. Okay, Yura is in the study doing her homework. She was angry just now because she couldn't figure it out. Hurry up and go over there. Long Chang was a little disappointed, but he went to the study. Big brother, you've come at last. Hurry up and help me figure this out. Lu Shiyu was like a savior, and she pulled him over. Although Long Chang was a little distracted, it was still easy for him to deal with the homework for the second grade of elementary school with a little concentration. It was rare that he didn't have to do the problem, but instead had to teach her how to do it. According to the usual procedure, after teaching Lu Shiyu to do her homework, he would also explain the relevant knowledge to her according to the textbook to address her deficiencies. But it was getting late, and Lu Shiyu started yawning as soon as she finished her homework. Lu Tao smiled as she walked in and said, "That's enough for today, Shiyu. Pack up and go to bed." Lu Shiyu was granted a pardon and happily went to wash up and get ready for bed. Chapter 17, A Night with You is More Beautiful. Oh, she's going to bed, so what about me? Long Chang looked at Lu Tao with a smile, waiting for her next move. Lu Tao frowned and smiled. What are you looking at me for? Go to bed too. Long Chang didn't understand what she meant. Was she telling him to go home and sleep, or stay here and sleep? After a moment's hesitation, he stood up and said, Sister Lu Tao, I just drank your tea and now I'm full of energy, I can't sleep. Lu Tao patted her head and laughed. Oops, it's my fault. What kind of tea do I give you in the middle of the night? Then I'll keep you company for a while, I'm not sleepy either. She then called him into the living room. Come, sit on the sofa for a while, I'll go check on you. Lu Shiyu had already finished washing up and returned to her room. Lu Tao went over to check on her, and after she got into bed, turned off the light in her room, closed the door, and returned to the living room. The two of them looked at each other, speechless. Lu Tao sat down next to him and, to avoid the awkwardness, took the initiative to open the topic. Do you know why we got divorced? Long Chang laughed and said, It's easy. Either he had someone else, or you had someone else. Anything else is just an excuse. Ha ha ha. Lu Tao laughed heartily, clapping her hands lightly and saying, That's a brilliant summary. It seems you know quite a bit. Then she asked, Do you think I look like someone who has someone else? Long Chang burst out laughing, saying, If you had someone else, you wouldn't be alone with the kids right now. Lu Tao nodded, a trace of bitterness on her face. Sigh. You men are so good, just walking away and finding someone younger to start a new life with. It's different for us women. After all, we are flesh of our own flesh, so how can we bear to let her leave us? She said this and buried her head in her hands. Indeed. Long Chang nodded, leaned over to her side, and patted her shoulder to comfort her. It's really not easy for a woman to work, do housework, and take care of the children. However, not all men are like that. You just haven't found the right person. You're still young, and you have good conditions in all aspects, so find someone else. Lu Tao gave a little smile, looked up at Long Chang, and said, Where do I find someone? Long Chang was at a loss for a moment. Lu Tao immediately laughed and said, Don't take it personally, I'm just talking nonsense. You're so young, how could you possibly find an older woman with children? No. Long Chang waved his hands quickly. You're young and pretty, not old, so be confident, okay? As for me, there are many older unmarried young people nowadays, and there are no lack of outstanding ones among them. As long as you want to find one, you will definitely find one. He is still very young now, and he is unlikely to accept a woman with a child. He was afraid that Lu Tao would misunderstand, so he first disassociated himself. Lu Tao looked at him with a smile. Although she was smiling, there was a hint of disappointment in her eyes. She had already heard that Long Chang was unlikely to accept the two of them. I really just said that casually, so don't take it personally. As long as you help me with yours homework and share the burden, I'll be more than satisfied. You're so easily satisfied, don't you want to find a man? Long Chang didn't know where he got the courage to suddenly blurt out such a sentence. After he said it, he regretted it. Was that too rude? Will she get angry and scold me? Lu Tao's face immediately turned red upon hearing this, and she looked at Long Chang. At the moment of eye contact, she immediately averted her gaze and lowered her head. Although Long Chang could not see her face, he knew she was smiling as she lowered her head. Ha, she didn't scold me. It seems that in critical moments, one must be bold, straightforward, and proactive, otherwise one will remain stuck in the same place forever. There was a period of silence, and the two looked at each other surreptitiously out of the corner of their eyes. After a while of silence, Lu Tao finally stood up, walked towards the door, and whispered, I'll turn off the light, I don't want to disturb your sleep. Long Chang couldn't help but laugh. Indeed, it would disturb your sleep. Lu Tao turned off the light and walked to the balcony. Standing in the living room, she looked outside and said, Look, what a beautiful night it is tonight. Yes, it is very beautiful. Long Chang also stood up, walked behind her, and said softly, But it's even more beautiful with you. With that, he opened his arms and took Lu Tao in his embrace. Ah! Lu Tao let out a soft groan and her body trembled slightly. Although she had been prepared for this, she had not expected him to be so bold, and it had come so suddenly. She quickly came to terms with the fact, turned around, and came face to face with Long Chang, mouth to mouth, eyes full of tenderness and longing. Long Chang quietly felt the wonderful body beneath the thin nightgown, and his hand rose involuntarily. It turned out that his guess when he first entered the room was wrong, and she was not wearing just a nightdress. But that didn't matter, soon she would only be wearing one nightdress. The night was supposed to be quiet. But now it was restless, disturbed by the heat. Creak! A door opened, not Long Chang's door. Long Chang quickly ran to the balcony and hid in the corner. Lu Shiyu came out of her room and saw someone in the living room, so she walked over. Mom, why aren't you asleep yet? Lu Tao quickly straightened her nightdress. Her mother was troubled and couldn't sleep. And you, why aren't you asleep? I forgot to pee just now. Lu Shiyu laughed and ran to the bathroom. Lu Tao laughed and covered her mouth. You really are something, how could you forget that? Didn't I tell you to pee before going to bed? Don't forget next time. Okay, I remember. Lu Shiyu came out of the bathroom, took her mother's hand, and looked out onto the balcony too. Mom, what are you looking at? Oh, I'm looking at the moon. Lu Tao regretted what she had said as soon as it came out. There were only a few sparse stars in the vast night sky. Where was the moon? Looking at the moon? Lu Shiyu was a little curious, and poked her head out onto the balcony. Lu Tao grabbed her by the hand. The moon was just there a moment ago, but now it has disappeared behind the clouds. Don't worry about me, just go to bed. You have to go to school tomorrow. Okay, you should go to bed early too. Good night, Mom. Good night, Yor. Lu Tao finally let out a sigh of relief. She watched her daughter go back to her room, then went over to close the door. She looked back for a second, then walked towards the balcony. It's okay, it's fine. Long Chang pounced out from the corner and embraced her. Lu Tao glanced around and opened his hands. No, not here, someone might see us. Long Chang laughed and pulled her into the living room to hug her again. Lu Tao opened his hands again. Yor is still awake. If we keep making a scene like this, she'll come out again. What should we do? Go to your room. The two of them had already come clean, and Long Chang had become emboldened. Lu Tao looked at her phone and sighed, forget it, next time, okay? Why next time? Long Chang was very disappointed, looking at her pitifully and saying, I'm like a powder keg right now, the fire has been lit by you, if I don't throw it out it'll explode. Ha. Lu Tao looked at him in distress, and when she heard him say that, she giggled, then said seriously. Go home and explode, don't blow up my house here. Long Chang went to take her hand again. Sister Tao, you're usually so understanding, why have you suddenly become so heartless? Lu Tao grabbed his hand and pushed him towards the door. You scared the hell out of me just now, forget it. If my daughter finds out, what will she think of me? Her young heart will be twisted. Long Chang said, have you considered my young heart? Come on, you, slick talking, and a young heart. She said and pushed Long Chang out again. Go, hurry up and go. I have to get up early tomorrow to take her to school, and I have to go to work, and by the way, I have to go to Suzhou. Chapter 18, Avenge You. After being tempered by a few women, Long Chang had changed. He became more and more daring and more despicable. He had become the kind of person he had once hated most. Not only did he not repent for this, but he enjoyed the way he was now and felt sympathy for the old self. He stood at the crossroads of morality, mourning the old self and celebrating the new self. The next day at work, he still went to provoke Tang Lin. However, Tang Lin's attitude towards Long Chang had become indifferent. He then remembered that Tang Lin's boyfriend had returned. Could it be that she hadn't gone home the night before and her boyfriend had found out? When it was lunchtime, Long Chang met her on the way and asked with a smile, Teacher Lin, I hope I didn't expose you. You? Tang Lin raised her hand to hit him, but looked around and quickly pulled him into the woods nearby. Long Chang was caught off guard. You're so eager? Tang Lin was furious and punched him twice in the chest. I'm telling you, from now on, you need to stay away from me, or else. Or else what? You won't be able to resist? Long Chang laughed, gloating. Get out of here. Tang Lin raised her foot to kick him, and he was so scared that he quickly ran away. After running for a while, he ran back. Looking at her cute and playful appearance, he suddenly felt a little love in his heart. It would be pretty fun to have a girlfriend like her, and it would add a lot of fun to life. However, she was someone else's woman, and the two of them had come close under immoral circumstances. He felt very good when he thought of her as someone else's woman. Once he thought of her as his woman, his heart felt a different kind of way. Since she could be with him behind her boyfriend's back, if she became his girlfriend, would she be able to hook up with other people behind his back? Therefore, we are destined to be unable to be together, whether she breaks up with her boyfriend or not. But as a friend, he still asked with concern, I'm just asking, your boyfriend hasn't noticed anything unusual, has he? Tang Lin rolled her eyes at him and said, thank you for your concern, nothing has happened. However, we really can't be together in the future, or something will happen sooner or later. Okay, I'm glad to hear that. I hope you guys will be happy. Bye. Long Chang waved his hand and turned away after saying that. Tang Lin had flaws in her personal conduct, but she was a nice person, and he sincerely hoped that she would be happy. Tang Lin looked at his back and felt very mixed emotions. There was reluctance and nostalgia. But there was also more self-blame and shame. In the afternoon, Chen Lu asked Long Chang to look at another apartment, but this time she wasn't alone, she brought a male foreign tenant with her. They looked at 2 apartments and the 2 of them saw the tenant off at the entrance of the community. Chen Lu was wearing a white shirt today, a short skirt that hugged her bottom, black stockings and high heels, giving her a very urban and feminine look. Long Chang really wanted to spend more time with her, and was about to speak, wanting to ask her out for dinner that night. Chen Lu spoke first, smiling, I'm sorry about the other day, I had promised to go out to dinner with you, but your colleague Luo Yang came along and spoiled the fun. That's okay, let's do it again next time. By the way, what do you think of Luo Yang? Luo Yang? When it came to Luo Yang, the corner of her mouth curled up slightly in disdain. Luo Yang is a lecherous jerk, she hated him to death. He had no looks and no character, was slick-tongued, and thought he was charming. Long Chang was worried that she couldn't resist Luo Yang's persistent advances, and he was relieved to hear her constantly bad-mouthing Luo Yang. Then, he told her what had happened yesterday. Chen Lu's eyes widened after hearing it. For someone like her who specializes in rentals, renting 10 or 8 houses may not be as good as one sales order, but it is stable, and basically has a considerable income every month, while someone who does sales orders may not be able to close a single order for months. Wow, you closed a sales order, congratulations. Thanks, I'll buy you dinner later. Oh, I can't today, maybe some other time. Then they talked about Luo Yang again. Chen Lu said indignantly, this Luo Yang really isn't a good person. He's trying to take advantage of the situation. How can there be such a good deal? He winked and smiled mysteriously, do you want to teach him a lesson? Long Chang was surprised and immediately became interested. How? Chen Lu's eyebrows were like silk as she smiled and said, that guy messaged me last night, saying that a friend had opened a bar and wanted to take me there. Ha, the other day he said his friend had opened a restaurant, and now he has a friend who owns a bar. He has a lot of friends. Alas. That's just the way these people are. They just want to show off that they have a lot of friends and a wide circle of acquaintances, and that they are capable, so they can charm young girls. I'll ask him out tonight, get him drunk, and you can beat him up to let off some steam. What do you think? Since she, a woman, had already said this, Long Chang had no reason to back down. Just do it, what's the big deal? Great. I just didn't think you were such a good friend. Chen Lu lifted her shirt sleeve to reveal the tattoo on her arm. See? I was also the queen of Zhujiaoui back then. A vivid violet flower was painted on her fair arm. Wow, it's so beautiful. My Lulu is so domineering. Long Chang had a new understanding of her. She now looked gentle and refined, but he never imagined that when she was young, she was still a tomboy. Isn't it pretty? I've got more here. Chen Lu proudly patted her thigh. Long Chang's eyes couldn't help but wander to her thighs. There's nothing there. Oh, maybe it's up there, wrapped in the short skirt? Chen Lu cooed, what are you doing, trying to look? Ah, no need to look, I can imagine, it must be very beautiful. Long Chang was about to say, yes, I want to see. But when he saw her expression become serious, he didn't dare say anything. I can't show you. Chen Lu frowned and smiled, which made Long Chang's heart flutter. Long Chang put away his embarrassed expression and got to the point, didn't Luo Yang say that his friend owns the bar? He knows someone, so it's not easy to get to him, right? Humph. Chen Lu snorted, not letting him off the hook. He won't go to the bar he mentioned. If I ask him out, he'll definitely come like a dog, wagging his tail. Well, that's just the kind of person he is, or rather, the kind of dog. The two laughed. Chen Lu looked at the time. I have to go back to the office first, but I'll see you tonight.
First, we'll go there to get familiar with the surroundings, then I'll ask him to come over, and you sit at the table next to us, get him drunk and throw him into a taxi. You follow on your bike, go downstairs to his house, wait for him to get out of the car and then get him. Long Chang nodded and gave her a thumbs up, saying, "You're my sister Lulu." Then he joked, "Lulu, there's another good way. Use the beauty trick to lure him in, and then I'll come to your rescue. We'll sue him for rape, and he'll die a miserable death." Chen Lu raised her eyebrows and glared at Long Chang. "You've gone too far. You watch too much TV, don't you?" She said this and punched her. Long Chang grabbed her hand and said, "I was just joking. I'll do what you say. After it's done, I'll definitely thank you properly." Chapter 19, A Stunning Bar. The night was enchanting, and the flashing neon lights were like a woman's red lips, making the entire city seductive and charming. Long Chang parked the electric bicycle in front of the supermarket, locked it, and walked straight to the bar next door. Chen Lu greeted him at the door, and there was another woman standing next to her. This woman was also in her 30s, with blonde curly hair, wearing a figure-flattering dress that made her look quite sexy. Long Chang glanced at her and a string of information immediately appeared above her head. However, this was not his type, and he had no interest in paying her much attention. Chen Lu immediately came up to them and said, "This is my friend Meng Qiu. Nice to meet you." Long Chang smiled and greeted her, even though he wasn't impressed by this woman. The three of them entered the bar. The mottled lights in the bar flickered and rolled, illuminating Chen Lu's white blouse and reflecting a variety of beautiful colors. Her short skirt revealed her slender legs, encased in stockings and high heels, all of which showed off her sex appeal. Chen Lu and Long Chang were led to a table where another woman was sitting. She had blonde hair, a pretty face as white as jade, a high and straight nose, and sexy full red lips. Unlike Meng Qiu, this was an authentic foreign girl, like a princess from a fairy tale. When she saw the group approaching, she immediately stood up. She was over 1.7 meters tall and had a hot body. Chen Lu introduced with a smile, "Chang, her name is Yang Yuan. She used to rent a room from our company and I just ran into her here." Yang Yuan? After the incident at Maui Slope, legend has it that she went overseas, and now she's back? Long Chang heard the name and immediately thought of the four most beautiful women in history. The foreign girl named Yang Yuan looked confused. "What? What did you say?" "Ha ha ha." Chen Lu laughed, and quickly told her about that period of history. Yang Yuan also laughed after hearing the story, and pointed at Long Chang, saying, "Handsome guy, you're really funny." Long Chang saw a series of information above her head. Name, Yang Yuan. Age, 22. Height, 173 centimeters. Weight, 58 kilograms. Face value, excellent. Favorability, 30. Wow, another stunning beauty, and an imported one at that. Only 22 years old? She looks pretty mature. Long Chang was beside himself with excitement. Chen Lu introduced him with a smile. "He's Ukrainian, here to study in Shanghai, and he rented a place from our company. She asked me to give her a Chinese name, and since her surname is Yang Strovsky, I thought of Yang Yuan, and she really likes it too." Ha ha, looking at her figure, she really matches the temperament of Yang Yuan. Long Chang looked at the beautiful woman in front of him and couldn't help but feel a little sympathy for her. You should marry a Chinese man in the future, but don't go back to your country to marry a man from your own country, otherwise you will most likely become a widow. Of course, Yang Yuan still didn't know the future fate of her homeland, and asked Long Chang, "Handsome, what are you drinking?" "Oh, whatever, I'll drink whatever you drink." Long Chang rarely came to places like this, and as he had never ordered anything before, he didn't really know much about the drinks. Yang Yuan couldn't help laughing as she looked at Long Chang. "You want to drink the same thing as me? That's really funny." Meng Qiu looked at Long Chang and said to Yang Yuan with a smile, "He's probably never been to a place like this before, so you order for him." "Okay, then let's have a Manhattan. It's sweet, and you'll like it since it's your first time drinking it." "Great, thanks." The four of them drank and chatted for a while. Chen Lu and Long Chang discussed it for a while, then took out their phones and sent a message to Luo Yang. A moment later, Chen Lu held up her phone and said, "Luo Yang said he'll be right over." Yang Yuan said, "Let's ignore him for now and go dance." The four of them got off the dance floor, and Long Chang was surrounded by the three women, swaying with them. Fueled by alcohol, their brains were completely disconnected from the outside world, and they were immersed in the joyous space of this party.
Even if the world was ending outside, it had nothing to do with me. No wonder there are so many stories in places like bars. Yang Yuhuan's body was twisting like a python, incredibly sexy, and surging like the sea, triggering Long Chang's hormones and making him afraid to look. Chen Lu was no slouch either. Her plump, hourglass figure, though not comparable to Yang Yuhuan's, had a more graceful beauty of the Orient. Chen Mengqiu also had a hot body, a beauty of wild strength. Dancing with such three stunning women, if nothing happened afterwards, it would be a real pain. Long Chang knew that there was no way he would have a story with them tonight, so he felt like he was suffering. Chen Lu's phone vibrated, finally ending this sin. Luo Yang is here. The four of them immediately exited the dance floor. Chen Lu and Chen Mengqiu sat at one table, while Long Chang and Yang Yuhuan sat at another table not far away. Luo Yang walked in and looked around the bar. He was wearing a tight-fitting t-shirt and tight pants that wrapped his skinny body like a loach, with a big shiny chain around his neck and black paint on his arms that looked like tattoos. Seeing Chen Lu waving at him, he immediately walked over, flashed his signature smile, showing off his two white front teeth, and his eyes wandered over the two of them. He was obviously a womanizer, but he had to pretend to be a gentleman and shake hands with the two women cordially. He ordered drinks, and the three of them chatted and drank. Luo Yang was very good at setting the mood, telling the two ladies jokes, and the three of them laughed until they were on the floor. Long Chang was watching from the side and was very unhappy. Yang Yuhuan, sitting across from him, said to Long Chang, "He's just a little guy, isn't he?" Long Chang, fueled by alcohol, couldn't hold back his mouth and laughed. "You noticed that too?" Yang Yuhuan laughed and said, "I meant that he's small." "What did you think I meant?" Long Chang was surprised that he could understand the deeper meaning. Yang Yuhuan, speaking in a not quite perfect Mandarin accent, asked, "I heard Lucy say that you two have a grudge. What is it exactly?" "Oh. It's quite simple. It's like this." Although the matter was simple, Long Chang had to explain it to her for a long time before she understood. Yang Yuhuan patted the table and said, "Okay, I'll help you." Long Chang was surprised. Why are all the women I've met these past 2 days so righteous? This foreign girl has also come forward to fight for justice. Just watch me. Yang Yuhuan stood up with a swish, gave Long Chang a mysterious smile, and turned around and walked over. Luo Yang had already been drunk by Chen Lu and the others and was a little confused. When he glanced over, he saw such a sexy foreign girl walking towards him, and suddenly his gaze left Chen Lu and fixed on Yang Yuhuan. Yang Yuhuan swayed slowly past him, her fragrance drifting on the breeze. Luo Yang's neck moved like a robot arm, slowly rotating with Yang Yuhuan's body, and he turned his head to look at her beautiful buttocks. At this moment, Yang Yuhuan turned back and threw him a seductive glance. Luo Yang froze for a long time, unable to resist, and stood up, saying to Chen Lu and Chen Mengqiu, "Excuse me, I'll be back in a moment, I need to go to the bathroom." Chapter 20, Panic in the Bar. Luo Yang staggered after Yang Yuhuan. From time to time, he looked back at Chen Lu and Chen Mengqiu. When the two saw him looking back, they quickly averted his gaze, pretended not to see him, and started chatting. Luo Yang then followed them with peace of mind. Chen Lu quickly turned her head and recruited Long Chang. "What's going on? What's Yuhuan singing about?" Long Chang laughed and said, "She said she wanted to help me out, but I don't know how she's going to do it." "Hey, this girl is quite righteous. That'll work, so let's just watch the show." So the three of them followed Luo Yang quietly. Yang Yuhuan sat down in a corner, and Luo Yang immediately followed, greeting her with his signature smile and saying, "Hello, beautiful woman, it seems that we have met somewhere before." "Hey! Luo Yang speaks English?" Long Chang was a little surprised. Didn't he graduate from junior high school and then just hang out? Chen Lu laughed and said, "That's normal. A horny guy like him who wants to pick up foreign girls will definitely master this most basic greeting." Yang Yuhuan looked at Luo Yang, her eyes lit up, and she pretended to be very happy, saying in English, "Yes. We just met. Handsome guy, you're so handsome." "Yes, we just met. Handsome guy, you're so handsome." Luo Yang scratched his head, pointed to the chair next to him, and said with a smile, "Yes. Can Elle sit here?" "Yes, can I sit here?" Haha, he doesn't understand, he only knows how to say yes. Chen Mingqiu laughed. Luo Yang sat down next to Yang Yuhuan and, unable to speak English, started gesticulating. Yang Yuhuan, who obviously spoke Chinese, pretended not to understand and also gesticulated, even though she could understand him. After a while, the waiter came over with a tray, which contained a bottle of wine and some fruit. Oh shit. Luo Yang is going to die a horrible death tonight. Chen Lu exclaimed. Luo Yang looked at the bottle of vodka and frowned. Yang Yuan poured him a full glass and raised her cocktail glass. Cheers. Luo Yang clinked his glass with hers and took a small sip. Yang Yuan tilted her head and gestured, indicating that he should drink the whole thing. Yang Yuan immediately frowned, looking very unhappy, and gestured for him to finish it. Luo Yang was desperate to impress her, so he gulped down the rest of the drink, and probably gestured at Yang Yuan. Not bad, huh? Very good. Yang Yuan gave him a thumbs up, filled his glass again, and then clinked glasses with him again. Luo Yang waved his hands around, scared and pale. Yang Yuan stood up very unhappily, indicating that she wanted to leave. Luo Yang didn't want her to go, waved his hand to indicate that she should sit down, and gulped down the glass of wine. Yang Yuan happily clapped her hands and pointed to the dance floor. Luo Yang was very happy to see this, as this was the moment he had been dreaming of. He forced himself to stand up and reached out to embrace Yang Yuan's waist. Yang Yuan grabbed his hand and pulled him towards the dance floor. Such a big and sexy beauty holding the hand of a little man immediately attracted the envious glances of the people around them. Holy cow! This kid, what kind of shit luck does he have to be able to pick up such a hot foreign girl? What's so strange about that? Either you're capable or you're rich. If you have one of those, you can do it too. Yeah. Last time I saw an old man with almost no teeth holding onto a big white girl and swaying, I was really worried that he would fall apart after a few shakes. Luo Yang could hardly stand up straight, so how could he have the energy to dance? He swayed from side to side, leaning over Yang Yuan unceasingly. But in full view of everyone, he didn't dare to go too far with Yang Yuan. He put his arms around her waist and said something in her ear on tiptoe. At this time, Yang Yuan also saw Long Chang and the other two, and waved at them, helping Luo Yang out of the dance floor. Where are they going? The three followed behind them and followed them to the bathroom door. Chen Mingqiu asked, "What is Yang Yuan going to do?" Long Chang spread his hands, "I don't know either, she wouldn't really." Chen Lu smiled and said, "No, you'll see in a moment." Ah. 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 I could only hear a few screams from the bathroom, and then there was no more noise. After a while, Yang Yuan came out smiling, gave the three of them a gesture, and said, "Okay, it's done, I have to go quickly." Chen Lu asked her, "What did you do to him?" "Nothing? You'll see." Yang Yuan said, turned to a waiter, put on an innocent look, and said, "Brother, there's a man in the bathroom who molested me." Ah. Are you okay? I'm fine, but I don't know if he's okay, go take a look. Yang Yuan said this and slipped away. The waiter quickly ran into the bathroom and then hurriedly ran out. After a while, two security guards came and took Luo Yang out of the bathroom. Luo Yang was unconscious like a dead dog, his face was covered in bruises, and his eyes were still bleeding. Judging from the shape of the wound, it should have been hit by the studs on a high-heeled shoe. Long Chang was hooked and admired Yang Yuan at the same time. Chen Mengqiu was dumbfounded. He was in such a state, but he wouldn't die, would he? Chen Lu laughed, "It's just a minor injury, he won't die. He drank too much, that's the main reason. Drinking can kill people too, there have been many such cases." Chen Mengqiu's words made Long Chang and Chen Lu feel a little uneasy. I wonder how much alcohol Luo Yang can handle. If he can't handle it, and suddenly drinks so much, it's really possible that he could die. The three of them quickly walked out of the bar and waited under a tree not far from the door. After a while, Luo Yang was helped out by two people. He wasn't dead. He could walk on his own, with a thick layer of gauze wrapped around his head and medicine on his face, looking like a red ass. The three of them let out a sigh of relief when they saw Luo Yang get into a taxi. Chen Lu smiled and said to Long Chang, "That's great, we got our revenge without you having to do anything. If you had done it, Luo Yang might have figured it out, but now he won't be able to find anyone." "Yes, thanks to Yang Yuan, I don't know how to thank her. I'll treat you all out again sometime." Today's mission was mainly to get rid of Luo Yang. He hadn't really enjoyed the good time with the beauties, and he hoped to have a good time with them again next time. Chen Lu hurriedly waved her hands and said, "I haven't been to a place like this for years, and I wouldn't be here tonight if it weren't to get rid of Luo Yang." "Oh, so I made you break your rule today, I'm really sorry." Long Chang was deeply moved and added, "Then let me take you out to dinner sometime, or we can go do something else, you just make the arrangements and I'll pay." Chen Lu and Chen Mengqiu took a taxi and left. Long Chang rode his electric moped home.
Tonight, without Tang Lin to keep him company, he felt a little lonely. He called Lu Tao and wanted to go tutoring. However, Lu Tao had relatives over. Not her aunt, but her older cousin, a real relative.
Chapter 21, Creating Opportunities. It was late at night.
The streets were gradually becoming sparsely populated, and Changelfang was quiet, with only a few windows still emitting a faint light.
Hey!
The light in 101, Building 6, was still on. Although he had only met the woman who lived there once when she moved in, the image of her beautiful figure lingered in Long Chang's mind, as if it had been carved in there. It was meeting her that activated the system in his mind. Long Chang stood in the small garden of Changelfang, lit a cigarette, looked up at the stars, and quietly pondered the wonderful world.
Not far away, the old man scavenger was organizing the items on his tricycle.
Long Chang had a brainstorm and walked over to 101 and knocked on the black lacquered iron door. The sound of the iron door was loud, and the sound shook his heart. He was afraid that an old bald man would come out, grab a broom and chase him. Fortunately, it was a woman who came out, wearing pajamas, short-sleeved shirt and shorts, all over a light green color, like a sprout just growing out of the ground, fresh and full of vitality. This woman was Zhong Yao, completely different from the one he saw that day. The new appearance quickly refreshed the old appearance in Long Chang's mind.
Zhong Yao frowned and surveyed him, asking, "May I ask what you want?" Long Chang came back to his senses and said, "Let me tell you something. Can you come out?"
Zhong Yao glanced out the door and said in a guarded tone, "It's so late.
If there's something you want to say, just say it here." Long Chang stood to her side and pointed at the old scavenger, saying, "Did you see that?
That broken-down tricycle belongs to him." Zhong Yao was a little puzzled.
"I'm not blind, I saw it, why are you telling me this? What's wrong with you?"
Long Chang knew that there was a big gap between him and this woman, so he didn't try to please her, and said unceremoniously, "You're the one who's crazy. The other day, you gave me those broken cardboard boxes, treating me like a scavenger.
Have you forgotten?" Ha ha ha. Zhong Yao remembered what happened that day and couldn't help but laugh.
Not only was her complexion like jade, her teeth were also very white, and her two little tiger teeth were even cuter.
After laughing, she shook her head and looked at Long Chang and said, "You knocked on my door in the middle of the night just to tell me this?" Long Chang looked at her and laughed and said, "I heard what you meant to say. Do you want me to knock on your door in the middle of the night and do something else meaningful? You're crazy."
After Zhong Yao finished speaking, she wanted to close the door.
"Wait."
Long Chang stuck out a foot to block the door and said, "Actually, I didn't want to knock on your door in the middle of the night, but I happened to see you there."
"I usually don't see you." "What? You're not sleeping in the middle of the night, wandering around, trying to be a pervert? You're not asleep either, are you? So you're a female pervert too?"
I'm in my own home, so what do you care if I sleep or not?"
"But why did you come and hang around in front of my door? Your window is directly opposite mine, and my bed is right next to it.
When I look up, I can see the light in your room, which seriously affects my rest."
"Do you know that?"
You're just making excuses." Zhong Yao gritted her teeth in anger. She rolled her eyes, came up with a plan, and felt for a stick behind the door, which she then hit Long Chang's leg with. Long Chang winced in pain and clutched his leg. Zhong Yao slammed the door shut.
Ouch!
Long Chang hugged his leg and sat on the ground with a thud. The pain shot through his brain and he suddenly became a little more alert. He took out a cigarette and lit it, pondering over his actions.
Why did I do such a ridiculous thing? If this were any other day, how dare I do such a thing? Hey, if there's no opportunity, create one. Isn't this courage, this spirit, worthy of praise?
In his previous life, he was a rather introverted person and would never have dared to do such a thing. At this moment, he suddenly had a revelation, as if a door to a new world had opened.
Creak!
The iron door of 301 opened a crack, and a pair of eyes looked out from the crack before slamming shut again. Long Chang immediately got up and knocked on the door, saying, You, open the door for me and pay for my medical expenses."
Ha ha ha. The person inside laughed, saying, "I'll just see if your leg is broken. If it isn't, just scram."
Long Chang pounded on the door and said, "I can't walk on my leg, so I'll just sleep in front of your door."
"See if you care." "Humph. Go ahead, I don't care about you. I'm going to sleep now."
After the person inside said that, there was no more movement.
After a while, the light in the room went out.
Long Chang finished the cigarette and turned around to go home. He realized that the leg was in so much pain that he could only limp. When he got back inside, he saw that the instep of his foot had already swollen. This woman, she really knows how to hurt a guy. I hope I never see you again. Long Chang rubbed some safflower oil on his foot, massaged it for a while, washed up, and went to bed. The next day, Luo Yang didn't come to work because he had taken leave, and everyone took it in stride, except Long Chang, who was secretly delighted. Thinking about Luo Yang, he suddenly thought of something and quickly sent a message to Chen Lu. Sister Lulu, thank you so much last night. I just remembered something. Could you please contact Luo Yang and ask him what happened last night? Otherwise, he might suspect that you were the one who asked him out. After a while, Chen Lu sent a message back. You're so considerate, and you're right to remind me. 3 emoticons of appreciation at the end. At the same time, the system prompted, plus 10 favor points. Yes, excellent. Long Chang then sent another message. Are you free tonight? I still owe you a meal. It's never a good feeling to owe someone a debt, and I want to pay it off as soon as possible. At the end of the message was a cheeky tongue-out emoticon. A little while later, Chen Lu replied, I'm free, but Yang Yuhuan isn't. Long Chang replied, I owe you more than just a meal, so I'll treat you first, and then I'll treat you and Yang Yuhuan next time. This time, Chen Lu didn't reply for half a day. Long Chang lost interest in everything he was doing. From time to time, he checked his phone to see why it wasn't ringing. After a while, Chen Lu finally replied. How about this, I'll go look at some properties with you when I finish work this afternoon, and then we can go out to dinner. Long Chang was overjoyed and was about to reply. Chen Lu's message came again. This time it's a house for sale. I have a tenant who wants to buy a house in Shanghai. Could you help me find a few 2-bedroom and 3-bedroom houses? I'll go take a look and get familiar with them. Thanks. Long Chang immediately replied, in our relationship, you shouldn't mention trouble. Chen Lu replied, in our relationship? What exactly is our relationship? At the end of the sentence was a face with a frown. What did she mean? You can hear the tone of voice when you make a phone call, and you can see the facial expressions when you speak face to face. It's really hard to tell what the other person means just by reading a message. Long Chang thought for a moment and had to reply, we are good friends who help each other. It would be too polite to be formal, don't you think so? This time, Chen Lu didn't reply for a long time, so he probably wasn't going to reply. Long Chang sent her another message, see you tonight. Chen Lu also replied, see you tonight. Long Chang then let his guard down. Chapter 22, Foreigners Buying a House. Towards the end of the afternoon, Chen Lu arrived and waited for Long Chang at the entrance. She was wearing a professional suit again today, a light-colored suit and skirt, and because she had a plump figure, she attracted the attention of her colleagues in the store, who kept glancing at her. She was not embarrassed and nodded and smiled at everyone. Long Chang prepared the keys and relevant materials, and said hello to the manager Wang Gu. Manager, I'm going to look at a house. Oh. Wang Gu glanced out the door and called out to Long Chang. You're going to see a property with that foreign agency again, aren't you? I've noticed that you've been seeing a lot of properties with her recently, but why haven't you closed any deals? Long Chang froze for a moment. Was she suspecting him of jumping the queue? In principle, cooperation between agencies still needs to go through both companies, so that less commission goes to individuals. What Wang Gu suspected was that he was not going through his own company and was dealing privately with a foreign agency, so that the company would not get a penny. Long Chang was furious. He was already annoyed with Wang Gu over the 30% commission that Luo Yang had taken last time. Just because you show a lot of properties doesn't mean you'll close more deals, does it? Manager, you're an old agent, I think you should understand this. You. Wang Gu was very embarrassed by Long Chang's retort. He looked around, not knowing what to say, and glared at Long Chang and said, Long Chang, just because you've closed a deal, does that make you feel so superior and arrogant? Su Qingyi, who was standing nearby, saw that the atmosphere was not right and immediately came out to smooth things over. He has just closed a deal, so maybe his luck has run out, which is why he hasn't been successful in closing any deals recently. Long Chang also felt that he had been too impulsive. In the workplace, talking to your boss like that is definitely not acceptable. He still wants to work at this company. So he immediately softened his tone and said, yes, Sister Su is right, that's what I meant. I'm just not a good speaker, so I didn't express myself clearly. The manager shouldn't mind. Wang Gu saw that he had given in, and she had an excuse to back down in front of her subordinate, so she didn't say anything else. She waved her hand and said, "Hurry up and go, people are waiting." Long Chang then went out to meet Chen Lu. Chen Lu laughed and said, "What were you and your manager talking about just now?" "Oh, you saw that?" She said that I had viewed so many properties with you and no deal had been done, so she suspected that I was jumping the queue. Chen Lu looked at him with a smile, saying, "Really? Why don't we jump the queue?" "Sure." Long Chang was very unhappy with Wang Gu, and even if they didn't jump the queue, he said, it would be better to just jump the queue. At that moment, Chen Lu's phone rang. She answered in English, then hung up and said to Long Chang, "Let's go wait for the client at the intersection ahead." The two of them went to the intersection and waited for a while. A middle-aged foreign man got out of a taxi and greeted Chen Lu from afar, saying, "Hello, Lucy." Then he walked towards her with his arms open, patted her arms twice, and gave her a hug. Well, this foreigner knows how to behave. Long Chang had a good impression of him. This foreigner had a scraggly beard, a casual suit and jeans, and looked about 40 years old, but you could never tell with foreigners. "This is my friend Long Chang. This is my guest, Rosie." Chen Lu introduced the two of them in Chinese and English, and for some reason, this time she didn't say his English name. Later, he realized that Lu Chen had directly said his Chinese name because she knew that he liked Chinese culture and disliked pseudo-foreigners who were neither fish nor fowl. "Hello, Rossi, if I'm not wrong, you're Italian, right?" Long Chang greeted Rossi in his half-baked English. From Rossi's appearance, his face shape, and his name, Long Chang boldly guessed that he was Italian. "Well done." Rossi gave him a thumbs up and turned to Chen Lu and said, "Your friend is really something." The three of them smiled at each other and were impressed with each other. Long Chang led them towards the residential area and gave Rossi a thumbs up. "I heard that you want to buy a house in Shanghai, you're really something." In his impression, foreigners don't like to save money and spend whatever little money they have on enjoyment such as bars and travel. Even if they earn millions a year, in their home countries they rent houses, let alone buy houses in China. "Thank you." Rossi said thank you, and started chatting with Long Chang in his half-baked, unbalanced, lame Chinese. He was sent to Shanghai by Maserati and has been working here for 5 years. "I like your Chinese culture. I travel a lot, and the Great Wall, the Terracotta Warriors, they're really amazing." Long Chang said modestly, "Your Italy is also very good. We have the Qin Shi Huangdi in China, and you have the Roman Empire." That's completely incomparable." Rossi shook his head repeatedly. He wanted to explain something, but his Chinese wasn't very good, and he couldn't express it in Chinese, so he could only stare at Long Chang in silence. It so happened that the lecherous security guard was on duty again, and he couldn't help but stare at Chen Lu. Since there was a foreigner around, he didn't dare to strike up a conversation. In an upscale community like Lake by Lake World, there is a hotel-like reception desk at the entrance, and the security guards are similar to those at a hotel. They can provide guests with luggage carrying, taxi calling, door opening, and umbrella holding services. These security guards generally worship foreigners and are more familiar with them than their own fathers. How dare they provoke a foreigner? After Long Chang and the other two had walked past, the lecherous uncle cursed again, "Little rascal, you're something, it turns out you're a female real estate agent." Long Chang had good hearing and knew he was cursing at him. This was strange. "You like to watch Chen Lu, I didn't stop you from watching, why the hell are you cursing at me?" Long Chang led the two men into the house. It was a 220 square meter 4-bedroom apartment on the 3rd floor. Chen Lu showed the house to Luoshi, accompanying him and explaining things, while Long Chang stayed by Chen Lu's side. Luoshi looked around, frowned at the traffic outside the window, and said that the house was not bad, but it was too noisy. Chen Lu hurriedly explained to him that the houses in the city center were all more or less the same. Luoshi shook his head and added that he didn't like high-rise buildings, as there were too many people and it was like a beehive. Chen Lu looked troubled and a little disappointed. She had been having a good chat with a customer, but now he was asking such questions. This is the city center, and Lakeville is already far away from the main road. You're complaining about the noise, and you're rich, so go buy a villa in the suburbs. Can you afford it, you rich foreigner? You don't like high-rises, so go buy an old foreign-style house, can you afford it? Don't pretend to be a big shot. Chen Lu understood his financial situation and knew that he couldn't afford a villa or a foreign-style house. Long Chang looked at Chen Lu's expression and probably knew what she was thinking. He smiled and said to Luoshi, "Luoshi, you say that China is good, but there are so many Chinese people. If the houses aren't built this way, there won't be enough to live in for so many people.
Have you thought about that? No. China is so big, how is there no place to build houses? Luoshi is just as stubborn as most foreigners. Damn you, there's a lot of space, and you want to use it all to build houses? Long Chang looked at him and really wanted to slap him twice. Chapter 23, I'll make it up to you. Long Chang finally held back and asked Chen Lu, where is he living now? Oh, I rented the house he is living in now for him too. It's on Huading Road, an old house in a lane. It's not really a Western-style house, and it's not really a public housing unit either. It's kind of like a townhouse. Long Chang laughed and said, then let's find him a house like that, shall we? Chen Lu shook her head helplessly. I said I would find him a similar house, but he didn't want it. He said that kind of house was too old and would need constant maintenance, which would be a hassle. Let me think. Long Chang thought for a moment and came up with a place. There is a duplex on the first floor with a garden on Shangsha-Lizi. The total floor area is not high, only 6 floors. I think it's very suitable for him. The only drawback is that it's too big and the total price is a bit high. 330 square meters, 18.6 million, does he have that budget? Long Chang looked at Chen Lu, who looked at Luoshi and was thinking. Before she could speak, Luoshi said, the community you're talking about is pretty good. I have a friend who lives there, but are there really any houses for sale there? Chen Lu blurted out, I'm going. He actually understands. Luoshi laughed, I'm going. I've been in China for 5 years, and you actually thought I couldn't understand. Ha 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 ha. The three of them laughed. It turned out that this guy had a Chinese girlfriend last year, and his Chinese proficiency had improved by leaps and bounds in the past 2 years. This was something Chen Lu had never expected. Rossi patted Long Chang on the shoulder and said, brother, you're not lying to me, are you? Let me tell you, I've also seen properties with other agents, and they're all liars. Chen Lu heard this and, with a stern face, said to Long Chang, I haven't seen you for a few years, and I never thought you'd become a slick operator. After we show him the property, will he go to another agent? She knew that Luoshi could understand her, so she deliberately said it to him. She had no confidence in this guy anymore, so she was just trying to do something to help. Old pro? I'm not an old pro. Luoshi immediately spread his hands in defense when he heard this, it's them who are the old pros, I'm really scared. Long Chang and Chen Lu smiled at each other, patted Luoshi on the shoulder, and said, I'm telling you, buddy, you better keep your word, or else. Rossi immediately raised his right hand and swore to God that if I didn't find you after I finished viewing the room, I would die a horrible death. Long Chang quickly pressed his hand and laughed, saying, okay, we believe you. Rossi extended his hand and shook Long Chang's hand, saying, okay, good brother. Long Chang quickly contacted the landlord of the Champ Elysees and made an appointment to view the room in the evening. The viewing time was 7 p.m. Rossi wanted to go back and come back in the evening. After he left, Long Chang asked Chen Lu, Lulu, let's go eat. What would you like to eat? How about Western food? Chen Lu said, if you like Western food, then let's eat Western food. No, I was thinking that you deal with foreigners all the time, so you should like Western food. Oh, so you're quite considerate. I don't like Western food, and I only eat it when I have to when I'm eating with foreigners. But more often than not, they still prefer Chinese food. The two of them then found a Chinese restaurant to eat at and chatted while they ate. Chen Lu asked Long Chang, what do you think of this guy, Rossi? Does he really want to buy a house? Long Chang shrugged and said, you've met a lot of foreigners, you should know them better than I do. Not really. The foreigners who rent are okay, but I really don't know what the foreigners who want to buy a house are thinking. In the past 2 years, I've met a few foreigners who wanted to buy a house, but none of them have succeeded. Long Chang then understood her attitude towards Rosie just now. It turned out that she had already lost confidence. So he encouraged her. I don't know about other foreigners, but from my feeling, Rosie should be okay. Really? Chen Lu was very happy to hear him say this. If he really buys it, how about putting this deal with your company? Long Chang was not surprised by this kind of thing, and was not surprised. Great. This way you can get a lot more money. Chen Lu looked at Long Chang and said, Chang, I only work with your company because I trust you, so don't tell anyone else. I know, if you didn't trust me, you wouldn't have let me get so close to Luoshi. Although it is a cooperative relationship, there is also a risk of poaching each other's customers, so generally, no one will let their customers get too close to each other. Long Chang could tell that Chen Lu trusted him very much.
Chen Lu stared at him with a smile on her face, and she knew that it was good. Her eyes seemed to speak, but Long Chang couldn't read what they were saying. He just felt an overwhelming sense of closeness, like the affection between lovers, but also like something else. Since she trusted him so much, he might as well help her fight for a little more profit. After all, he didn't like Wang Gu. Lulu, I'll go talk to our manager and split it 30-70 with her. 30 for our company, 70 for you. That's nothing. I just want to get back at our manager Wang Gu. Long Chang said this in a carefree manner, as if it were nothing. After all, he had a system bonus, and as long as he was pleasing Chen Lu, the emotional value gains he received from her would be much more than his commission. But Chen Lu didn't know that. She only knew that Long Chang would lose 2/5 of his commission. She thought about it for a moment and said to Long Chang, "That's fine. I can compensate for your losses and guarantee that you will get more than you originally did." Ha ha. Long Chang said with a smile, "With our relationship, talking about money would hurt feelings, wouldn't it?" Chen Lu heard the meaning in his words, and she didn't dare to make eye contact with him. She quickly averted her gaze and lowered her head. She thought to herself, "What is this guy thinking?" Then, it seemed like she had thought of something too, and her face flushed slightly. She quickly lowered her head to prevent Long Chang from seeing the change in her expression. After a moment of silence, she mustered her courage and said, "So, how do you want me to compensate you?" Long Chang looked at her bowing her head, still a little shy, and was overjoyed. Smiling at her, he said, "I want you to invite me to dinner, not just once, but many times." Chen Lu, blushing, laughed and said, "You're so calculating, I'm afraid in the end I'll be the one who loses out." "I'll have to think about it." Long Chang laughed again and said, "Why? We help each other, isn't that a win-win situation?" Chen Lu laughed to herself, didn't respond, and changed the subject, saying, "Have you finished eating? Let's go after you've finished." "I'm done eating." "You haven't eaten much, have you finished?" Chen Lu stood up. "I'm on a diet, and I've already eaten a lot today." Long Chang looked at her plump body, his eyes full of admiration. Of course, to someone who doesn't like her, this look is lust. If neither party rejects it, it's admiration. Obviously, Chen Lu didn't reject him, which made him even more emboldened. Chen Lu is 1.64 meters tall and weighs 59 kilograms. In the eyes of men, she is neither fat nor thin, but in the eyes of women, she is already considered fat. "You are neither fat nor thin, just right, why lose weight?" Chen Lu turned around and said, "You see, I'm not fat, am I?" However, she immediately realized that this action seemed indecent, and someone was already looking at her. Her face immediately turned red, and she stuck out her tongue at Long Chang and made a face. Chapter 24, If You Like Me, I Like You. It was already past 6 when the two of them finished eating. The time for the house viewing was set for 7. Long Chang took Chen Lu back to the company first, and they were going to ride their bikes there. When they arrived at the store, except for Tang Lin and Chen Hao on duty, all the other colleagues had already gone home. Tang Lin was standing at the door playing with her phone when she saw Long Chang and Chen Lu come back. She smiled and nodded to Chen Lu in greeting. They had met before, but they had never spoken. Chen Lu was taller and prettier than her. Tang Lin looked at her with a hint of envy. Seeing her with Long Chang, she felt a little jealous. Although she had a boyfriend, she could not like Long Chang. Then, he looked at Long Chang again and couldn't help shouting, "Long Chang!" After shouting, she didn't know what to say, so she just asked, "Are you going to look at a house?" Long Chang smiled at her. "Yes, we're going to see the Champs-Élysées. Are you coming?" He was teasing Tang Lin on purpose. Tang Lin had already said that they should keep their distance from each other that day, and he was betting that Tang Lin would not go. If Tang Lin really wanted to go, he didn't know what to do with the two women together. Tang Lin looked at Long Chang's electric car and laughed, "If I go, will your car fit?" By this time, Long Chang had already gotten into the electric car and pointed in front of him, "You can sit in my arms." "Humph. Who would want to ride in your crappy car?" Tang Lin said this and walked into the store. Chen Lu laughed and said, "I think you two make a good match." Long Chang quickly denied, "Like hell we do. She has a boyfriend, a big guy at 1.8 meters tall, much handsomer than me, where would she look at me?" Chen Lu got on the back seat of his electric car and patted him on the shoulder and said, "Sorry to tell you, but my husband is also a big guy at 1.8 meters tall." "Ah, I can't stand it, you're rubbing salt in the wound and hurting my self-esteem." Long Chang, in a panic, patted her thigh.
She was wearing black stockings, which were fleshy and slippery. Chen Lu giggled and said, "Hurry up, we'll be late." Long Chang handed her a helmet, and after Chen Lu put it on, he told her, "Sit properly, I drive really fast." Chen Lu put her hands on his waist, squeezed them a little, and laughed, "How fierce is it?" Long Chang said seriously, "It's fierce anyway, you'll see for yourself." Chen Lu was speechless in the back. Long Chang started the electric car and drove off. Chen Lu was taller and more imposing than Tang Lin, and Long Chang felt something different with her. He felt something rubbing and bumping against his back, close but not quite, and it made him feel a little distracted. If he leaned back, they would get even closer, almost touching. But he was not that kind of person, and he would never do anything like that. Unfortunately, a doddering old man crossed the road halfway through, and he had to brake. Chen Lu leaned forward, half of her body pressed against his back. His back took a heavy blow, but it didn't hurt, quite the contrary, it was actually quite pleasant. In the past, he would have scolded the old man, but this time he didn't. He turned his head and said to Chen Lu, "I really didn't mean to do it. I almost hit the old man." "I saw it all," Chen Lu said. After hearing him say that, Chen Lu didn't feel right about leaving his back right away, so she waited a while before doing so, making everything seem natural. The Champs-Élysées was finally reached. Although Long Chang had been riding slowly, they still arrived. The two waited outside the community for a while, and the landlord called Long Chang and said that he had already sent someone to put the house keys at the front desk. The two went to the front desk to get the keys and went inside the house to wait for Rossi. The Champs-Élysées is far from the main road, surrounded by parks and memorials, as well as the former residences of some celebrities, so it seems quiet and pleasant. The house they wanted to see was located in one of the small high-rises, in the center of the community, with a total height of 6 floors. This house is a first floor with a garden, duplex, with a private garden of more than 10 square meters. Although there is already a staircase, there is also a small elevator between the upper and lower floors. The living room with a high ceiling looks very grand. After a while, Rossi arrived, accompanied by his girlfriend. Long Chang saw the information on her head through the system. Name, Wu Qian. Age, 34 years old. Height, 155 centimeters. Weight, 45 kilograms. Face value, average. Favorable impression, 0. Long Chang couldn't help but chuckle to himself when he saw this information. Foreigners have a different aesthetic sense. This is simply a smaller version of a certain international supermodel. Her eyes are small and look like they're never awake. This is not the kind of beauty that Chinese people can appreciate, at least not the vast majority of them. Of course, there is nothing wrong with being short, and it's not strange for her to have small eyes. The point is that Luoshi told Long Chang and the others in the afternoon that his girlfriend was very beautiful. If you think about it from a Chinese perspective, with Luoshi's qualifications, he would never find someone like this. Chen Lu greeted Wu Qian with a smile, then said to Rossi, "Wow, your girlfriend is really pretty." Long Chang tried hard to hold back his laughter, and politely nodded to Wu Qian in greeting. Wu Qian started chatting with Chen Lu in Shanghainese. Although Chen Lu is a foreigner, she not only knows a foreign language or two, but also speaks Shanghainese, which Long Chang does not. After a brief greeting, Chen Lu and Long Chang showed them the house. After looking around for a while, Luoshi asked his girlfriend Wu Qian, "Honey, what do you think of this house?" Wu Qian leaned on his shoulder, looked at him lovingly, and said, "If you like it, I like it." Well, that's a very affectionate answer. Long Chang was a little envious. Luoshi was almost 1.8 meters tall, while Wu Qian was only 1.55 meters tall, and she really looked like a little bird in his arms. Luoshi tapped her forehead, smiled at each other, and their affection was so great that all they needed was a kiss. Chen Lu and Long Chang both looked away. Luoshi took Wu Qian's hand and walked towards the garden, turning back to Chen Lu and Long Chang and saying, "Let's discuss this some more." Hearing this, Chen Lu and Long Chang did not follow them, but watched them from afar, not disturbing them. After a while, the two of them walked back into the living room. Wu Qian came over and said, "This house is not bad, but it's too expensive. We don't have that much in our budget." "Oh, you're telling me you can't afford it after wasting half a day?" However, in most cases, this is just an excuse, a prelude to bargaining. Chen Lu and Long Chang both understood this truth. So the two of them sang in unison. Chen Lu said to Long Chang, "Why don't you talk to the landlord and see if you can get a better deal?" Long Chang looked serious and waved his hand, saying, "This house was originally sold for 20 million.
Later, someone wanted to buy it, so we went to the landlord to negotiate the price, and we only negotiated it down to 18.6 million.
This is already the lowest price. Wu Qian looked helpless and turned to look at Luo Shi. Luo Shi came over and patted Long Chang on the shoulder, saying, "Brother, how do you know it's the lowest price? Maybe the owner of this house has been selling it for a while, but he hasn't sold it, and he's willing to lower the price? Hey, this foreigner seems to know what he's doing."
Long Chang and Shen Lu smiled at each other and said to Rossi, "I said, brother, I can go and talk to him, but what if you don't buy it after the negotiation?" He already understood Rossi's character.
The more polite you are with him, the more he'll think you're trying to trick him.
Rossi said, "No, as long as the price is right, I'll really buy it." In the end, with the joint efforts of Chen Lu and Long Chang, they found out the bottom price that Rossi would accept, which was about 17.5 million. After seeing Rossi and his entourage off, the two returned to the house.
Chen Lu asked Long Chang, "Can we negotiate a price of 17.5 million? Long Chang lay down on the sofa and laughed, "I think so. The 20 million I mentioned earlier was a lie."
Ah. That means the chances of a deal are pretty good. Chen Lu leaned back on the sofa in delight.
Yes. Long Chang looked at Chen Lu with a smile, "So should we celebrate early?" Chen Lu turned her head and smiled, asking, "How should we celebrate?" Chapter 25, Celebrating Early. Long Chang didn't say anything.
He looked at her with deep affection in his eyes, a hint of a smile in his eyes.
Chen Lu's phone rang.
She picked up her phone, looked at it, and hurriedly walked out, standing in the garden and talking on the phone.
"Why are you calling? Didn't I tell you, I'm showing a client a house?"
"Where, by Lake World, a client buying a house?" "You don't need to pick up, the client hasn't arrived yet, and I don't know when they'll be here."
"Okay, that's it, I'm hanging up." Long Chang stood in the doorway of the living room, listening to her words clearly and couldn't help but laugh.
Since she said that, there's a chance.
He quickly ran to the wall and turned off all the lights in the house. "What? Why are you turning off the lights?" Chen Lu shouted and ran in. "Shoo! Be quiet, don't move."
Long Chang called out to her, stood a few steps away, and quietly admired. Moonlight and starlight shone through the window, gently illuminating her graceful figure. Long Chang's gaze followed the faint light, sweeping over every curve of her body. It was an appreciation that didn't need words, a deep experience of feminine beauty. Curly hair, long legs, high heels, a figure with curves, rising and falling slightly with her breathing. In the light of the outside world and the moonlight, it added a touch of mystery and allure, like a perfect work of art. Long Chang's gaze was tender and burning, as if he could touch the softness of her soul. In this quiet space, time seemed to have slowed down, and every moment was filled with an inextricable intensity, quietly drawing the two closer together. Long Chang slowly walked up to her, put his arms around her, and turned her towards the window. "Listen, how peaceful the night is, with the sound of insects and birds mingling together, as if we have escaped the hustle and bustle of the world and stepped into a secret realm hidden outside the bustling city. I can't bear to let the dazzling modern lights disturb this moment of harmony, so I gently turn off the lights, letting darkness and the stars guard this purity and beauty together." Chen Lu turns her head to look at him. "You're quite literary, it's a pity you're not in the arts."
"Where do I get that talent from? I'm just an ordinary person."
"I can appreciate art, but there's a perfect work of art right in front of me, and I have to appreciate it."
Chen Lu smiled wryly, looking at him with affectionate eyes. Where is the work of art you're talking about?"
Long Chang grabbed her hand, lifted her sleeve, and gently stroked the tattoo on her arm, smiling. "Isn't this a work of art? But there's still one place you haven't let me appreciate properly."
"Huh? What are you talking about?" Chen Lu shyly lowered her head. Long Chang laughed and said, "I mean the tattoo on your thigh, you haven't shown it to me yet." Then he reached over and tried to open it up and take a look.
Chen Lu leaned in towards him, pressed up against him, and wrapped her arms around him.
"Did you close the door?" "Yes, I locked it." "What if someone uses the key to open the door? What should we do?" "If someone breaks in, we'll hide in the basement." "Good, it seems you have a plan." "You know I have a plan, and you still risked it alone?" "I'm stupid, I'm walking into a tiger's mouth."
"Ha, you're not a sheep, you're clearly a fierce tiger, a she-tiger, I'm the sheep."
"Ha, you bad guy, right, how can you appreciate art without the lights on?" "Do you like the lights on?" "Yes."
"Not lighting the lights is like walking in brocade clothes at night.
No matter how beautiful the clothes are, you won't be able to see their beauty." "But are we wearing clothes right now?" Ha ha ha. Let me use another metaphor. Not lighting the lights is like enjoying a meal in the dark. No matter how delicious the food is, you won't be able to taste it. Okay, I'll turn on the lights. After half an hour or so, the two of them started cleaning. First, they took care of personal hygiene. Then they got a mop and mopped the floor, and used a rag to wipe the sofa. After all that was done, Chen-Lu tidied her hair, and I had to go. Wait, your clothes are dirty. Long Chang pulled her and patted the dust off her suit. Chen-Lu covered her mouth and giggled, twisting her waist and saying, "Take a look at the back for me, is it dirty?" Long Chang ran his hand along her back and said, "No, it's quite clean." Chen-Lu opened his hand and said coquettishly, "It's not dirty, but you're still touching it?" The two tidied up, checked the room one last time, turned off the lights and left. Long Chang rode his bike to the subway station to drop her off. After getting off the bike, Chen-Lu looked up and down at him and said, "You seem pretty honest, but why are you so bad?" Long Chang winked at her and laughed, "To some people, I may be very bad, like your husband, but in your eyes, I may just be a nice guy who likes to help others." Chen-Lu heard the word husband and her body trembled slightly. She gritted her teeth and said, "You call that helping people? Then I should thank you?" Long Chang grinned evilly and said, "Yes, it's best to offer your body." "You? So I just thanked you, didn't I? But didn't you say you still had to compensate me?" Okay, I can't argue with you, I'll stop talking nonsense. Don't forget to go talk to the landlord about the price. Don't worry, your business is my business. After it's done, just thank me properly." Chen-Lu shook her head slightly, made a face at him, and walked off. As he watched her beautiful back gradually disappear into the entrance of the subway, Long Chang's heart could not calm down for a long time. The moonlight filled the earth and illuminated every corner of the city. He realized today that this city is so beautiful. He had never been able to see the moonlight, but today he had a share of it, albeit stolen and long-aged, but it was still quite something. It was already past 10 o'clock in the evening, so he hurried home on his bicycle. There were almost no pedestrians on the street, so he rode quickly. That was the way it was in Shanghai. By 9 or 10 o'clock at night, there were very few pedestrians on the street, as everyone had gone to those places with bright lights. At the entrance to an alleyway next to Changelfang, a car suddenly swerved to enter the alley. Long Chang braked sharply to avoid a collision. The car leaned to one side and almost fell to the ground, which scared the sweat out of him. "Damn, don't you turn without turning signals?" The car also braked to a stop, and a head poked out of the window. "Holy shit, Zhang Yao." As he was stunned, the car started up and drove into the alley. Oh. So that's where her car was parked, and it was a Maserati. Long Chang was waiting for her at the entrance, and when she came out, he followed her with the trolley. The woman was wearing a white suit and trousers, with a small handbag slung over her arm. She walked with a swagger, like a model on the Avenue of Stars. "Hey, I'm hurt, aren't you going to help me?" Zhong Yao turned her head and gave him a cold look, saying coldly, "You're hurt and you can still walk?" I have internal injuries, my heart is in shock, it hurts a lot." "Just bear with the pain, you won't die anyway." "You woman, how can you have no compassion at all, it makes me very sad." "If you're sad, just cry, it'll make you feel better." "I can't cry, can I borrow your shoulder?" "I don't lend my shoulder to others, you'd better go home and cry under the quilt." The two of them exchanged words, and entered the Changelfang. Long Chang followed her to the door. Zhang Yao glared back at him. "I'm telling you, stay away from me. Every time I run into you, I have bad luck. I ran into you that night and had nightmares all night." Long Chang couldn't help but laugh. "Is it possible that my handsome face lingers in your mind and keeps you up all night? How can you be so shameless? How many years has it been since you last looked in the mirror?" Zhang Yao finished speaking and went inside, slamming the door behind her, leaving Long Chang in the wind. Chapter 26, Climbing the Mountain of Courage. Long Chang stood in front of Zhang Yao's door, lit a cigarette, and refused to leave for a long time. He really wanted to knock on the door, but he was afraid of ruining his good image in Zhang Yao's mind. Although he didn't give Zhang Yao a very good impression, he didn't want to get any worse. After thinking about it, he obediently went upstairs. He suddenly remembered the system and hurriedly went to check it. Sentimental value gain from Chen-Lu, plus 8, total points, 43. Since Chen-Lu's appearance level is high, and she got 8 times the points, she immediately gained 8 points. Seeing 43 points, he felt like he was looking at 430,000 cash in front of him.
But after much consideration, he decided to increase his height first. Everyone else's boyfriend is 1.8 meters tall, but he is only 1.7 meters tall, which seriously affected his self-confidence. He spent 20 points to increase his height first. This time, the pain was even more intense than the last time, and all his bones creaked and groaned. The pain was so severe that he rolled around on the bed. After a while, he was too weak to move. He quickly got up to measure his height, and it had increased by another 2 centimeters, to 1.72 m. He wanted to use all the remaining 23 points, but he couldn't bear the pain anymore, so he decided to save it for next time. Besides, if he grew too tall all of a sudden, people would see right away and might suspect that he was an evil spirit. It was a beautiful night. So beautiful that he didn't want to go to sleep, but for the sake of a better tomorrow, he had to take this beauty into his dreams. The next day. The sun was still shining, and it was another beautiful day. He was now full of confidence every day. When he walked into the office, everyone cast strange looks at him. Something seemed wrong with this person? But they couldn't tell what it was, and they always felt that he was even more handsome than before. Good morning. Good morning. Good morning. He greeted his colleagues with a smile. When Wang Ge walked into the store, he waved hello to, "Good morning, manager." He is now earning quite a lot of money, and the little commission Wang Ge and Luo Yang split is now forgotten, too insignificant. Wang Ge said good morning reluctantly, looking at him with strange eyes. Is this kid drunk on honey in the morning? Why is his mouth so sweet? She had just put down her bag when Long Chang walked over. Manager, you came for a moment, I have something to tell you. Wang Ge was a little dazed, and with a stern face she followed him to the meeting room and asked coldly, what is it? Long Chang glanced at her, and he didn't have time to guess whether she had come to visit relatives, or whether she was unhappy about being alone in her room last night, or whether the man had failed her at a critical moment last night. He said directly, the apartment on the first floor of the Champ Elysees with a garden, I showed it to a client last night. As soon as Wang Ge heard this, a little smile appeared on her face, and she stared at Long Chang and said, you mean the client liked it? Long Chang's expression was wooden, without any hint of joy, and he nodded slightly. This made Wang Ge confused, and he hurriedly asked, then why aren't you happy? Have you encountered any problems? Long Chang said, although the client liked it, that client is not mine. Wang Ge asked again, it's the client of that foreign-related agency, right? Aren't you in a cooperative relationship? Long Chang nodded and said, yes, but her company also has this house. Sigh. Wang Ge sighed, patted the table and said, in other words, you've been busy for nothing? Then why did you tell me to come? I was called here early in the morning, thinking that there was something good, but it turned out to be like this. Are you deliberately trying to upset me? Long Chang then said, however, I can get her to work for our company. Just now, he deliberately lowered Wang Ji's expectations, and when her expectations dropped to freezing point, he suddenly gave her a big surprise, which made the negotiations that followed easier. Upon hearing this, Wang Ge really perked up, a smile appeared on her face, and she leaned closer to Long Chang. This is great news, you little rascal. However, she immediately sensed that something was wrong. You said that the foreign-related agency is her client, and her company also has listings, so she can at least get 50% of the commission. Why would she want to come to our company to work? According to the rules of second-hand housing transactions in Yihucheng, the buyer and seller each pay 1% of the house price as a commission to the real estate agency. If the house is sold for 17.5 million yuan, in theory, the real estate agency will charge a commission of 350,000 yuan, and the individual agent will get 100 to 200,000 yuan. If two real estate agencies cooperate, each party will charge half. Long Chang said with a smile, it's very simple. She's not stupid, of course she wants to get more money. Wang Ge nodded, well, that makes sense. So how does she want to cooperate? Long Chang didn't waste any time, 30/70ths, we get 30%, she gets 70%. Wang Ge exclaimed, we only get so little? Sister, it's not little. 30% is more than 100,000 yuan. Wang Ge nodded, crossed her legs, and leaned back on the sofa to think. She was wearing a gray suit and trousers today, with a pair of red high heels on her legs. As she sat there, looking focused, she really did have a bit of a leader's air about her. Long Chang sat opposite her, admiring the woman in front of him. Unlike Tang Lin and Chen Lu, she had short hair, was smart and capable, and unruly, like a tomboy. She didn't have Tang Lin's size, nor Chen Lu's plumpness, but she was tall and slender, 1.67 meters tall and less than 50 kilograms.
She pondered for a moment, her mouth curling up slightly, her gaze burning as she looked at Long Chang. Long Chang, let me ask you, does their company really have this house? Or did you? She suspected that Long Chang had interfered and privately gave the listing to Chen Lu, but after all, there was no evidence, so she didn't make it clear. Sigh. Long Chang was prepared for her suspicions and had already made his mind up. He sighed and said calmly, that's what she said. I don't know. You have a lot of contacts, so why don't you ask someone to find out? Last night, after his relationship with Chen Lu had grown closer, he had actually given Chen Lu the landlord's phone number. That's why he's acting so calm. Wang Ge stared at him for a while, sighed, and said, I'm not going to ask around. The landlord hasn't exclusively entrusted her to our company. She can get the landlord's contact information just by going outside. Well, you're right to think that way. Long Chang let out a sigh of relief and smiled. Sister, we've picked up such a good deal, and we'll get 100,000 yuan in commission. Wang Ge thought about it for a moment, then smiled contentedly and leaned down to pat his hand. You're good, you've got another deal. Add the 100,000 from the last one, and you've got 200,000 in sales. That means our store has already made over 600,000 in sales. If we all work hard, we can break 1,000,000 and come in first in the company. Great, I'll try to get another deal or two. Long Chang was so happy that he pulled his hand out of hers and placed it on hers. Wang Ge didn't care, and with her other hand, she pressed her hand on Long Chang's and said with great pride, Comrade Long Chang, thank you for your outstanding contribution to our store. Please continue to work hard and create greater glories. Long Chang looked her over from top to bottom, and when his gaze rested on her breasts, he smiled and said, don't worry, sister. I will forge ahead and climb to the top forever. Wang Ge frowned, pushed his hand away, and said seriously, ha. Although she said this, her tone was much softer than before, and she still had a smile on her face. Chapter 27, This woman is very strong. Although their store is located in a luxury housing area, their business has not been good in the past few months. And those stores in the suburbs, although the total price of the house is low, and it may take several sales to match the sales of this store, but the turnover is high. Wang Ge has been the manager of this store for almost a year, but she has never produced good results. In the company's rankings, she has only been in the top 5 once, and she has been outside the top 10 at other times. This has put a lot of pressure on her, and she is worried that she will be replaced. With Long Chang's 200,000 yuan in sales this time, the store's total sales have reached more than 600,000 yuan. With a bit more effort, there is a good chance that they will break into the top 3, or even the top 1. Although a leader also needs people who flatter and know how to get things done, they also need capable hands-on workers. It is already very impressive for a newcomer like Long Chang, who has only been in the store for less than a month, to be able to achieve sales of 200,000 yuan at once. Therefore, her attitude towards Long Chang immediately changed a lot. Sister, we've agreed on the cooperation, so can you help me negotiate the price? Everyone calls her brother, but Long Chang insists on being different and calling her sister. He took advantage of Wang Ji's good mood and quickly passed the difficult task on to her. Wang Ge asked, how much do you want to negotiate? This landlord has a lot of houses, and they have already closed several deals with their company. She has also talked to the landlord and is familiar with the situation. She has an advantage over the new salesperson. Long Chang immediately said, the current listing price is 18.6 million. You only need to negotiate below 17.5 million to close the deal. Wang Ge gave him a blank stare. Brother, this is nearly 1 million yuan. You look like you're taking it all in your stride. Long Chang laughed. It's difficult for me, but you're the manager, you're well-informed, experienced, capable, good-looking, and have a nice voice. Wang Ge burst out laughing. She looked up and said, that's it? Long Chang looked confused. What's it? Wang Ge glanced at him and said, I mean your flattery is too vulgar and low-level. Can you come up with something more high-class? Long Chang grinned and said, this is the first time I've praised someone, so I'm inexperienced. I'll probably do better next time. I hope you can forgive me. Ha ha. Wang Ge was amused and laughed heartily. She waved her hand and said, that's enough. Leave now. My sister wants to call the landlord. Damn it, she really thinks of herself as a queen. However, Long Chang liked her just the way she was. Don't look at her now, sitting high and mighty on the sofa, but one day she will let her head drop below the sofa and beg for mercy. The feeling of conquest is indescribably good. Let her gloat for a few days.
To enhance their friendship, Long Chang poured her a cup of coffee before going out and respectfully handed it to her. In a short while, Wang Gu came out of the meeting room. Long Chang hurriedly asked, "Manager, how did it go?" Wang Gu laughed and said, "You confused me just now. It's too early, the landlord probably hasn't woken up yet, so let me call back later." "Too early? It's almost 10 o'clock, it's not too early. It's good to be rich, you can sleep until you naturally wake up." Long Chang could only wait anxiously. He couldn't rest easy until this matter was settled. It wasn't just a matter of tens of thousands of dollars in commission, but also related to the relationship between him and Chen Lu. If he helped Chen Lu close this deal, she would be so happy that she would compensate him many times over, which would be worth much more than a few tens of thousands of dollars in commissions. It was almost noon when Wang Gu ran over to call Long Chang. "Go, pack up, and follow me." "Where are we going?" Long Chang was a little overwhelmed. "We're meeting the landlord, Xiang Xieli Shi, to discuss the deal." Long Chang quickly packed up his things, grabbed his bag, and followed her out the door. Wang Gu had a Volkswagen, and the two drove to Champs-Élysées. In the house they had looked at yesterday, a fashionable woman was sitting on the sofa, in the same position they had been in last night. Long Chang felt like laughing when he saw her, but he dared not let out a sound. Name, Lin Jiasen. Age, 42. Height, 166 centimeters. Weight, 54 kilograms. Face value, high. Likability, 0. Wow. This woman is already 42, but she looks like she's in her 30s. She really looks young. Long Chang was quickly attracted to her. She was wearing a halter dress, white slacks, and a pair of exquisite casual cloth shoes. She had delicate facial features, a slim but curvy figure, and was well maintained, with skin that was as smooth as a baby's bottom. She had a typical image of a noblewoman. According to the information, she is a Hong Kong native who has a company in Shanghai and owns dozens of properties under her name. They are all luxury properties in the heart of the city center, bought years ago, and the prices have basically doubled or even more now. Alas! This is a matter of vision and insight. Of course, you also need capital and strength. This may be the reason why the rich get richer. After exchanging pleasantries, Lin Jiasen invited Wang Gu and Long Chang to sit down on the sofa next to them. Wang Gu started to negotiate the price with her. When Lin Jiasen learned that they were only offering 17 million yuan, she tilted her head and smiled, saying, "I don't know about you, but this house, this location, and this environment are hard to find in Shanghai. But I'm a man of my word, and since I listed the price at 18.6 million yuan through your agency, I can't say anything else. But now you are asking me to lower the price, which is impossible. 18.6 million is the lowest price, and if it goes any lower, I don't want to sell it anymore, I'll keep it for myself. This place is really nice, I really want to move in." Long Chang and Wang Gu looked at each other, dumbfounded. Wang Gu smiled and said, "Ms. Lin, don't you still have 2 other units in this community? If you sell this one, you will still have 2 units, and you can choose one of them to live in." Lin Jiasen was a little upset. "I do have 2 other properties, but this is the only one with a garden on the ground floor. I like this one, and besides, both of the other properties are rented out. And even if I want to sell, I'll set the price, not the buyer. I call the shots here, you understand? Damn, this woman is really strong. There's nothing I can do, she's got a lot of confidence." Long Chang was about to say something, but seeing the situation, he gave up. Wang Gu was also embarrassed by her, but she was an old hand with a thick skin, and after thinking for a moment, she continued. "Ms. Wang, although the market is currently going up, who knows what will happen in the future? You have so many properties in your hands, and if anything changes, it will be too late for you to sell them. You might as well sell some of them slowly." "Humph." Lin Jiasen tilted her head and snorted twice, looking at Wang Gu and saying, "I know, you have been a real estate agent for a long time and think you know a lot about the real estate industry. Although I am not in this industry, I know just as much as you do. Otherwise, I would not have bought these houses a few years ago, don't you think so?" Long Chang heard that and realized that she was already being very polite. Her words translated as, "Don't think that just because you have been an agent for a few days that you know a lot about real estate. Don't think that just because I don't do this that I don't know anything. I don't need you to educate me." After all, she is still a person of quality, and she cannot put things too bluntly, otherwise she will be no different from a street-fighting old woman. Wang Ji's face turned from green to white as she spoke. Long Chang lamented in his heart, "It's over, I won't be able to get this house." Chapter 28, Making Money While Standing. Lin Jiasin is very strong. Even Wang Gu, a veteran of the battlefield, was defeated after a battle with her. However, for the sake of performance and a promising career, she still shamelessly made a last-ditch effort. Lin Jiasin may have been moved by her persistence, and said, "Alas! I asked you over to negotiate the price, but it seems unreasonable for me to refuse to budge. How about this, I'll give in a bit, 18 million, and we won't talk about it if it's lower than that." Upon hearing this, Wang Gu hurriedly looked at Long Chang. Long Chang shook his head slightly, meaning that this price was unacceptable to the client. Wang Gu was a little helpless, gritted his teeth, and wanted to make a last-ditch effort. Lin Jiasin would not give her the chance, and got up from the sofa. "That's it, you go back and discuss it with the client, and if it doesn't work out, forget it." It was obvious that she was giving the order to leave. It would be rude for the two of them to stay if they didn't want to go, so they stood up as well. Just as they were about to say goodbye and leave, Lin Jiasin suddenly asked, "By the way, who cleans my house? Is this how it was when you came to view the house yesterday?" Long Chang couldn't help but smile, while his mind quickly raced around, and he said, "Oh, yesterday I arranged for a client to view the house, and I arrived a little early. I saw that the house was a bit dirty, and I was afraid it would affect the client's impression, so I was going to clean it up. But just as I got halfway through, the guests arrived, so I haven't had time to clean upstairs yet, except for the living room on the first floor. It's true that her house is dirty, not to mention anything else. There is a thick layer of dust on the floor, and there are footprints everywhere, so it's probably been uninhabited for a long time." Lin Jiasin shook her head and said with some embarrassment, "I'm sorry to make you laugh, but Su Jiaming, you should all know him, the agent. I handed the house over to him to take care of. I didn't expect him to manage it like this." "Hey, he takes leave every other day." "No, he's taking leave again, otherwise I wouldn't have come here in person." Wang Gu and Long Chang just nodded and listened, not really knowing what to say. Because Lin Jiasin's house is fully managed by Su Jiaming, and he is someone Lin Jiasin trusts, so she dares not offend him easily. After complaining a bit, Lin Jiasin looked up at Long Chang and took out 300 yuan from her bag and handed it to him. "You've worked hard, here, take it." Long Chang hurriedly declined, No, this is a trivial matter, how can I accept your money?" Lin Jiasin insisted on stuffing it into his hands. "My house hasn't been cleaned in a long time, it's really dirty, I have to pay someone to clean it, so just take it." Long Chang quickly fled. Lin Jiasin gave the money to Wang Gu, who resolutely refused to accept it, saying, "How about this, we're not busy right now, let's help you clean the upstairs too." No, don't bother." Lin Jiasin waved her hands and said, "You still have your own work to do. I'll just call someone from the housekeeping company to clean up. It's fine." Wang Gu said and ran to the balcony to get a bucket, mop and rag. He handed the mop to Long Chang and said, "Come on, let's clean the house." Long Chang had no choice but to carry the bucket and mop to the bathroom. Lin Jiasin was even more helpless. Although she kept trying to stop them, they already had the cleaning tools in their hands, so she couldn't just go over and take them away from them. She definitely didn't want to clean with them, but she couldn't keep an eye on them while they cleaned either, so she went outside to the garden to make a phone call. Long Chang watched Wang Gu as he wiped the furniture, and wanted to say something but couldn't. Wang Gu glared at him. "What, are you offended? Didn't you clean up yesterday too?" Sigh. Long Chang sighed and thought to himself, "I was removing evidence from the scene yesterday, and you are actively fawning today." But there was nothing he could do, so he continued mopping the floor. Wang Gu took her cleaning duties very seriously, scrubbing the tables and chairs until they were spotless. When it came time to clean the coffee table, she even knelt down because it was so low. Is this still the same manager Wang who used to be so full of herself? Why does she become so docile in front of rich people? Long Chang couldn't hold back any longer. "I said, sister, we're here to sell a house, not to clean, right? Can you stop acting so cheap?" "Cheap? What do you mean by cheap?" Wang Gu flew into a rage at the mere mention of it. "Let me tell you, when you can't earn any money and people look down on you, that's called being cheap. When you go home for the new year and everyone else is carrying bags of goodies, but you're empty-handed, that's called being cheap. When your family members are sick and you have no money for treatment, and you grovel and beg everywhere but can't borrow a single penny, that's called being lowly." Long Chang didn't expect his words to provoke a burst of anger from Wang Gu. But she did have a point, and he didn't want to argue with her.
But Wang Ge didn't seem to be satisfied, and continued. When everyone around you buys a house and a car, and you're still renting a shabby apartment and riding a broken electric bicycle, that's called being lowly. Damn it! Isn't that talking about me? Long Chang knew that he was being referred to, but he wasn't angry. If it came to buying a car, he could already afford it. If it came to buying a house, it was only a matter of time. Why get worked up over this little woman? But when he looked at Wang Ge, who was on her knees, he really couldn't stand it. I'll say, sister, you're right. Although we want to close the deal and make money, can we make the money while standing? You want to make money while standing? Wang Ge repeated, shaking his head with a bitter smile. Ha, you want to make money while standing? Then you shouldn't be in this business. Ha, we're all here to serve the people. There's no such thing as high or low, no division into classes. It's just a different division of labor in society. What's the point of doing anything that isn't work? Long Chang didn't know that he would have such a saying in his head and blurted it out. Wang Ge looked at him disdainfully. Sai, I think you're still too young. The world is still divided into classes. If you had a rich father like Wang Xikong, you wouldn't have to stand, you'd have endless money even if you just lay there. And whoever you tell to lie down will obediently do so, and you tell her to kneel and she'll never dare to stand. Ha ha ha. Oh, damn it. This woman, how does she know everything? Long Chang looked at her kneeling on the ground, the beautiful curves of her body on display, and not only was he thinking, since you like kneeling so much, I'll make you kneel in front of me one day, humph. Well, no, who else is laughing? After Wang Ge and Long Chang had finished laughing, they heard another voice laughing, and they both turned their heads to look. Lin Jiasen was standing in the doorway, leaning against the window and looking at them and laughing. I'm sorry, what you said was really funny, I couldn't help it. Damn it! She heard everything just now, didn't she? Well, if she heard it, she didn't say anything bad about her anyway. Long Chang smiled awkwardly at her, and she nodded at him and asked, handsome boy, what's your name? Oh, Long Chang. Well, that's quite a domineering name. How long have you been a real estate agent? I've only been doing it for less than a month. Lin Jiasen said, walking in from outside and chatting with Long Chang. Wang Ge saw that she was only chatting with Long Chang and that she herself was being neglected, so she felt a little awkward. She silently got up and went upstairs to clean up. After a while, she ran down the stairs from upstairs and said to Long Chang, Xiaolong, there's a leak in the bathroom upstairs, go take a look. Humph, Xiaolong? It was obvious that she was showing off her higher status in front of an outsider. Long Chang had no choice but to go upstairs and take a look. Lin Jiasen followed him upstairs. It turned out that there was water seeping from the connection between the hot and cold water pipes of the shower. Lin Jiasen said, don't worry about it, I'll call a plumber to fix it some other day. Wang Ge said, it's a small problem, no need to go to that trouble. Xiaolong will fix it, he's done it before, right, Xiaolong? Long Chang was furious, and with his hands spread out, he said, but I don't have any tools, how can I fix it by hand? Yes, there are tools. Wang Ge said and ran out, and from somewhere he found a toolbox. He opened it and saw that it was quite well equipped. Long Chang thought that the pipe might have lost its seal after being used for a long time, and that it would be easy to fix, so he got a bit itchy. He found a wrench and a roll of duct tape in the toolbox, turned off the water valve, and unscrewed the nut. Maybe he wound the duct tape too much, or maybe the oxide on the thread wasn't cleaned properly, because it didn't unscrew smoothly. He gave it a hard twist, and with a click, the pipe broke. The three of them were dumbfounded. Lin Jiasen laughed and said, it's okay, I'll call the property management company to come take a look. Soon, the property management company came, and after looking at the situation, they said they couldn't fix it, so they called a plumber for her. The plumber came with a large pile of tools. Since the water pipe was too close to the wall, they had to chisel open the wall and replace the joint. The harsh sound of the electric drill started, and the bricks and stones in the wall fell to the ground, making a mess of the bathroom. Long Chang looked at Wang Ge, who looked stunned. Come here, you. Long Chang dragged her over. Didn't you want to show off? Well, now you've done it. No deal on the house, and I'm afraid you'll have to pay compensation. Wang Ge lowered her head, like a child who had made a mistake. Chapter 29, Thank you, Ms. Lin. Lin Jiasen stood behind them, smiling as she watched them. After a while, the pipe was fixed and the wall repaired. The plumber really had the nerve to ask for 600 yuan. Wang Ge quickly offered to pay, Ms. Lin, we broke it, I'll pay. Lin Jiasen could not let her pay. After paying, she took out a few hundred more to give to Wang Gu. You've had a hard day, and I've kept you waiting so long. Here, take this for dinner. Wang Gu thought about the mistake she had just made, and she refused to take her money. She also offered Long Chang some, but he definitely wouldn't take it either. In the end, she said, "Look, it's already noon, let me take you out to dinner." Wang Gu and Long Chang politely refused. Lin Jiasen insisted on treating them, and after some polite refusal, the two followed her down to the underground garage. It doesn't matter if it's a meal or not, the point is to have more contact with the landlord, which is a rare opportunity. A Maybach was parked in the underground garage, and the driver was dozing in the car. When he saw his master come down, he quickly got out of the car to open the door. After getting in the car, Lin Jiasen asked for the opinions of the two. "What do you like to eat?" Both said casually. Lin Jiasen thought for a moment and said, "Then I'll take you to eat Cantonese food. I think you should be used to it, right?" The car drove to Nanyang Road in Jing'an District and entered a Zinrongji restaurant. Lin Jiasen ordered a lot of dishes, and Long Chang glanced at the menu. This meal should cost several $1,000s. During the meal, Wang Gu flattered Lin Jiasen a lot, and Lin Jiasen, happy, talked a lot about her. Her grandfather was from Shanghai, and her family went to Hong Kong during the war. They started a small business and, through the efforts of 2 generations, accumulated a certain amount of wealth. After studying abroad, she returned to Shanghai and started her own business, opening an investment company with someone else. With her knowledge of the foreign real estate market, she took advantage of the real estate market downturn a few years ago, when there were no restrictions on buying property, and bought a lot of real estate. Long Chang listened to this while sending a message back to Chen Lu, and didn't have time to interrupt. Chen Lu sent a message back asking how the house negotiations were going, and Long Chang told her about the series of things that happened this morning while cleaning, which made Chen Lu laugh out loud. The meal was over. Before leaving, Lin Jiasen said to the two of them, "Go back and ask the client what they think about 18 million. The two of them looked at each other and understood what she meant. Since she had said that, there should still be room for negotiation. Long Chang got into Wang Ji's car and headed back home. In the car, Wang Gu lectured Long Chang again. "Little Chang, brother, I hope you weren't inconvenienced by coming out with your sister today. Let me tell you, there are 7 words to remember when it comes to sales: bold, meticulous, and thick-skinned. If you're in sales, what do you need face for? To these rich people, what are we? We're their servants, their lackeys. The more polite and subservient you are to them, the more persistent you are, the more they can't let go of their pride. If there is even the slightest chance, you must seize it and create opportunities to get in touch with them. You have to show them your efforts and perseverance. People are all made of flesh and blood, and they will be moved at some point. Besides, for someone like Lin Jiasen, does she really care about a few $1,000,000? It all depends on her decision." Long Chang nodded repeatedly. "My sister is right. After listening to your words, I have been enlightened. It seems that I still have a lot to learn from you. I hope you will continue to give me advice in the future. To thank you for your teachings, I will treat you to dinner tonight." Although he said this, Wang Gu disagreed with many of her views. In order to please her, he did not refute her. Wang Gu put on her leader's airs again and frowned. "The list has not even been negotiated yet, so what dinner? Hurry back and contact the customer." Long Chang put on a serious face and said, "Yes, sister is right. Then I will treat you to dinner to celebrate when this deal is closed." Wang Gu gave him a blank stare and didn't say anything else. Back at the store, Long Chang quickly poured her a cup of coffee. "Sister, you've worked hard today, saying so much." Wang Gu glanced at him, took the cup, and didn't say thank you. Likeability plus 10. Well, not bad. They have become closer. Long Chang is very happy and quickly runs outside to call Chen Lu. After learning the situation, Chen Lu immediately contacts Luo Shi. Luo Shi's meaning is very clear: 18 million is too high, he wants to close the deal at 17 million. A worker like him can't compare to Lin Jiasen, and hundreds of thousands of dollars is not a small amount for him. He is not in the habit of saving money, and it is estimated that for the down payment, her girlfriend in Shanghai will have to pay a lot. Long Chang learned about Luo Shi's situation and told Wang Gu. But they didn't contact Lin Jiasen right away. The fact that they contacted her so soon after they had parted ways showed that they had not tried hard to get a better price from the client. It was almost time to go home for the day when Wang Gu called Lin Jiasen, asking her to lower the price a bit more, and he would try to negotiate with the client on her behalf.
However, Lin Jiasen did not budge. After several rounds of back and forth between the landlord and the buyer, there was still no progress. Wang Gu was a little discouraged. Long Chang didn't mind, he wasn't counting on the commission of a few tens of thousands of dollars. What was important was to get along with Chen Lu and Wang Gu. Right, now there is an extra Lin Jiasen, if he can get close to her, that would be great. Everything is up to fate, Rome wasn't built in a day. He packed up and prepared to go off work. In the afternoon, Lu Tao called and asked if he was free in the evening, asking him to go and tutor Lu Xiyu. Thinking about the excitement of that night, he was full of anticipation. After a hasty dinner, he rushed to Lu Tao's house. As he walked along the road, his phone rang. It was Lin Jiasen calling. He quickly pulled over to the curb to answer the call. Lin Jiasen said she was near their store and asked where Long Chang was, wanting to meet him. Long Chang ignored Lu Tao and hurried to meet her. The two made an appointment at a cafe in Xintiandi. After meeting, Lin Jiasen smiled and said, "I was just wandering around and it just so happened that I thought your company was nearby. I usually see you guys working late, so I just called to ask casually. I hope I didn't interrupt your work." Long Chang hurriedly said, No, meeting you is part of my job." Ha ha ha. Lin Jiasen laughed happily, "You're quite humorous. I just think you're a pretty good person, relatively honest, and not as suspicious as your manager, that's why I asked you to come over." She was wearing a black strapless dress that evening, a very loose one, and her hair was casually tied back. Although she was in her early 40s, she looked like a young girl in her early 20s, fresh and natural. Long Chang was rarely praised like this and felt a little embarrassed. "Oh, I've only been in this industry for a month, I don't know anything, I'm not as experienced as our manager, I'm sorry to have made you laugh." He didn't say anything bad about Wang Gu, but instead he made fun of himself like this. "Well, that's the way it should be." Lin Jiasen waved her hand and said, "Just stay true to yourself, and don't follow your manager's bad example." The two talked a lot, but they didn't talk about the house. Lin Jiasen was the main speaker, and Long Chang was the listener. Of course, Long Chang also praised her once in a while to show his appreciation. "Lin, listening to you today, I really feel like I've gained 10 years of knowledge just from listening to you." Lin Jiasen frowned and laughed. "Look, I was just praising you, and you're flattering your manager again." No, I'm telling the truth. Lin, you've been abroad and are well-traveled, and now your investments have been so successful. A successful person like you can't be learned from books." Long Chang said this and added, "I really want to hear more of Lin's teachings, but you're such a busy person." Lin Jiasen interrupted him, "No, I'm not very busy. I let my subordinates do a lot of things, so I'm very free. If you're free, we can chat more." Long Chang was very happy to hear this. "If I'm free, I'll come and bother you, but don't mind me." Lin Jiasen laughed, "No, you're welcome to bother me." When they finally had to part ways, she still told Long Chang, "My house is 17.5 million yuan. You go talk to the customer again." Long Chang nodded and said yes. Lin Jiasen laughed and said, "I didn't give your manager face, but I gave it to you. Why don't you thank me?" "Ha, I got excited and forgot." "Thank you, Lin Jia." Chapter 30, Where am I going to sleep? Long Chang arrived at Shengshi Jiannan and knocked on Lu Tao's door. After he and Lin Jiasen parted ways in Xintiandi, he rushed over directly. The door opened and a familiar figure appeared at the doorway. At the same time, a fragrant breeze blew towards him. Lu Tao had long curly hair that hung down her shoulders, and she was wearing a pink nightgown that was so soft it hung down her body like willow branches, accentuating her proud bosom and revealing her smooth, shapely legs. "What took you so long?" She hurriedly ushered Long Chang in, poked her head out into the hallway to look left and right, and quickly closed the door. Long Chang laughed wickedly, "I'm here for tutoring, what are you afraid of people seeing?" Lu Tao bit her lip, pushed him away and ran into the living room. Long Chang walked into the living room, didn't see Lu Xiyu, and the study wasn't lit up, so he asked, "Where's Lu Xiyu?" "Oh, it's Saturday today, she doesn't have to go to school tomorrow, her grandmother missed her and picked her up." Lu Tao said this and poured him a glass of water. "Ha, interesting." Long Chang's mouth curled up, looking at Lu Tao's somewhat shy face, and he pretended to be dumb and asked, "She's here, so why did you ask me to come tutor her?" Lu Tao turned her head away. "I didn't forget, did I?" "Forgot? First you called to ask me to come, then you sent 2 reminders, and you're saying you forgot? Isn't the intent obvious?" Long Chang remembered the unfulfilled desire that night, and stood behind her, reaching out to hug her. "You invited me to come look at the stars, didn't you?" Lu Tao nodded slightly, wanting to reach out and grab his hand, but still a little embarrassed, which made her look very cute. Long Chang quickly ran to turn off the lights and ran over to hug her again. Lu Tao pushed his hand away and whispered, "You go take a shower first."
Okay.
Long Chang gave her nose a little nudge and was about to go to the bathroom. Lu Tao stopped him, saying that the bathroom was too small and that they should go here. Saying this, she pulled him into the master bedroom. The room was not brightly lit, only the bedside lamp and the wall lamp at the end of the bed were on, radiating a faint orange light that filled the room with warmth. It seems that she has prepared everything.
Long Chang walked into the master bedroom bathroom, and Lu Tao handed him a new towel and a man's robe.
After he entered, Lu Tao quickly retreated, turning her head away, embarrassed to look at him. When he took off his clothes and walked into the bathroom, she peeked through the door. Through the frosted glass, she could vaguely make out a figure moving about, the body of a man. She was thrilled. It had been a long time since a man had been here. The sound of water splashing on the floor made her heart thump. The sound of water stopped. Excited and flustered, she didn't know what to do, and wandered back and forth in the room twice before jumping onto the bed and covering herself with the quilt. When the man came out wrapped in a dressing gown, she didn't know what to say, so she blurted out, "You've had a long day at work, go to sleep."
"Oh, then I'll go back,"
Long Chang said with a serious face. The more embarrassed she was, the more he wanted to tease her. Lu Tao was at a loss for words, and turned over to look at him.
My house is so big, can't I sleep with you?"
"Oh, that's right, I'll sleep on the sofa."
You are a guest, how can I let you sleep on the sofa?"
"Then sleep in the guest room." The guest room is not cleaned, you can't sleep there."
At this time, Lu Tao was a little angry, thinking to herself, "Are you pretending to be stupid with me?" Long Chang laughed innocently and said, "So you mean I sleep here and you go sleep on the sofa?"
"Humph." Lu Tao rolled over, turned her back to him and waved her hand, "Then you'd better go back and sleep, scram."
Ha.
Long Chang laughed, jumped onto the bed, covered himself with the quilt, and slowly moved closer to her, reaching under the quilt to feel for her. The girl was still embarrassed to face him head-on, so she turned her back to him and endured. Finally, she couldn't stand it anymore and rolled over, throwing herself into his arms. Her sudden move caught Long Chang off guard. After the storm, everything returned to calm. He lay on his side, looking at the beauty in his arms. Her flushed face had become serene, and the fire in her eyes had disappeared.
Lu Tao blinked her big eyes, smiling at him. Do you have a girlfriend?"
Long Chang shook his head gently. "No, if I did, she would have called me just now."
Ha.
Lu Tao reminisced about what had just happened, covering her mouth and laughing, then said seriously, "So why don't you get a girlfriend?"
"Can't find one?" Lu Tao looked at him with admiration, thinking about something in her heart. "Your name is Long Chang, so you must be strong, so how can you not find one?" Long Chang laughed. "It's not like just because your name has the word strong in it that you must be strong." Ha.
Lu Tao laughed, and tickled him with her hand. The two of them had a big fight.
After another passionate moment, Lu Tao said seriously, "If you find a girlfriend, you don't have to come to my place anymore, okay?" Long Chang looked at her incredulously. You're tired of me already?" Lu Tao gave him a little tap.
"No, I'm a married woman, and I'm getting on in years."
"I don't want to hold you back."
Long Chang took her in his arms.
You're so sweet."
"But I still have to tutor you. If you go, I'll just find someone else."
Long Chang grinned. "Find someone else? That's how you see me? Do I look like the kind of person who'd do that?"
Lu Tao was furious, and slapped him hard. "I'll tell you, I also sometimes see how good you are to her, and I don't know how."
"Maybe we have a connection, and I can't help it." "Great, so you had a plot in mind when you asked me to be the tutor?" "So what if I did?"
Lu Tao smiled with a smug look on her face, and didn't deny it.
Sigh.
Long Chang let out a long sigh, and laughed. "It seems that in the future, I have to be careful when I'm out and about, or else I'll become someone else's prey." Lu Tao was amused and giggled, reaching out to pinch him. "I hired you as a tutor, and those neighbors always look at me strangely.
They're probably gossiping about me behind my back."
"If you have a girlfriend and won't come anymore, I won't find a man, I'll find a little girl."
Long Chang stared into her eyes and laughed. "I never thought you had such a hobby."
Lu Tao was stunned for a while before she understood what he meant, and she punched him in the face. "I'll teach you to talk nonsense." After a while of fighting, she said seriously, "Okay, that's enough for today, you should go back quickly." When Long Chang was packing up to leave, Lu Tao was a little reluctant to let him go. She walked him to the door, hugged him, and looked at him with big, watery eyes full of tenderness. "Thank you for today." Long Chang grinned evilly. "You paid 100 yuan an hour, why are you thanking me?" Lu Tao froze for a moment, pursed her lips and said, "You jerk, that's the money for tutoring, okay?" Long Chang grinned and said, "So it wasn't tutoring today?" Lu Tao glared at him, biting her lip, like hell it wasn't. "Get out." "Okay, then I'll just consider it helping someone out." Long Chang quickly fled out the door after saying that, because the woman had already raised the nearby feather duster. Chapter 31, This Kid Needs a Beating. That afternoon, a Maybach pulled up outside Long Chang's shop, immediately attracting the attention of everyone around. A few colleagues smoking outside the shop started chatting. Chen Hao was on duty today and thought that a big client had arrived, so he kept a close eye on the car. As soon as the door opened, he was ready to welcome the client. Luo Yang glanced at the license plate number and said, "Oh, it's her." "Who? Your client?" Chen Hao was a little disappointed. It turned out to be someone else's client after all. Luo Yang put on an air of knowing and said triumphantly, "You don't know her? She's the landlord who's rumored to own dozens of apartments." "Oh, her, Lin." "Lin, what's her name?" "Hey, it seems you're not very skilled in your work, Lin Jiasen." "Oh, right. While they were talking, the driver got out of the car and opened the passenger door. A woman slowly got out of the car, with a jade complexion, a frosty expression, wearing a long black dress, her hair pulled back high, a string of white gold necklaces around her slender white neck, carrying an exquisite Chanel bag over her shoulder, a jade bracelet on her left wrist, and a string of Buddhist beads wrapped around her right wrist. What a delicate and refined noble woman. Luo Yang quickly walked up to her, bowing and scraping, and flashing his trademark smile. "Hello, Ms. Lin." Lin Jiasen smiled and nodded at her. Luo Yang stooped and said, "Ms. Luo, do you have another house to sell?" Lin Jiasen ignored him and looked left and right. "Huh? Where is he?" Then she smiled wryly and knocked on the rear window of the car. The door opened and a man rubbed his eyes and jumped out of the car. "Oh shit. Isn't this Long Chang? Damn it, he fell asleep in someone else's car." Luo Yang and Chen Hao and the others were amazed and wanted to go up and kick him. Long Chang just smiled apologetically at Lin Jiasen, embarrassed, saying, "I'm sorry, it was so comfortable in your car that I fell asleep." Lin Jiasen covered her mouth and laughed lightly, taking the lead. "Let's go see if your guests have arrived." Long Chang smiled awkwardly at a few of his colleagues and ushered Lin Jiasen into the store. Wang Gu hurried over to say hello. After 2 days of hard work, the buyer and seller finally reached an agreement and the deal was closed at 17.5 million. Long Chang arranged for Lin Jiasen to be seated in the meeting room, accompanied by Wang Gu, and quickly came out to call Chen Lu. "Lulu, have you guys come over yet? I just picked them up from the subway station." "Come over, I'm not going to your company." "Why?" "Let's talk when you get here." The subway station was only a few hundred meters from their shop. Long Chang hurriedly walked over, and on the way there, he met Chen Lu, Luo Shi, and Wu Qian. Chen Lu said to Luo Shi, "My father-in-law is sick and in the hospital. I have to go to the hospital to take care of him. You go to the company with him." She pointed at Long Chang and said, "He is my good friend, and you know him well too." Long Chang greeted Luo Shi and asked with concern, "Is your father-in-law's illness serious?" Chen Lu wanted to laugh but dared not, and winked at him. When she saw that he didn't understand, she took out her phone and sent a message. Long Chang read the message and understood. Because she had secretly done this business outside her company, and Long Chang's colleagues all knew her, she was not in a position to step forward, so Long Chang took care of it directly. Chen Lu watched the three of them leave and turned to go to Xintiandi. Long Chang took Rosie and the other person to the store. Lin Jiasen saw that the customer was a foreigner and spoke to Rosie in English. After a while, the person from the bank also arrived. Wang Gu and Long Chang prepared the contract, then arranged for Rosie to pay the deposit, sign the contract, and consult about applying for a loan. After all this was done, it was already past 6 p.m. after work. They saw off Lin Jiasen and Rossi and the others. Wang Gu finally let out a sigh of relief, leaned back in his chair, and lazily said to Long Chang, "Chang, didn't you say you were going to treat me to dinner?" Long Chang smiled and said, "I still have some things to do tonight, so maybe some other time?" Wang Gu rolled his eyes at him, stingy.
Long Chang walked up to her and put his hand on her shoulder. You've had a hard day, let me give you a massage. Wang Gu opened his hand. Che, you want to take advantage of me, don't you? You're so kind, but forget it, I'll buy you dinner instead. Long Chang thought for a moment. Chen Lu already knew him well, so it was fine for her to wait a little longer. It was more important to take this opportunity to get closer to Wang Gu. Wang Gu turned his head and asked, Aren't you going on a date? Long Chang leaned over and stared into her eyes, smiling. What kind of date is there that can be more important than eating dinner with my sister? Wang Gu felt something wrong in his eyes, so she quickly avoided his gaze. Her face flushed slightly, as if she had thought of something. She immediately adjusted her emotions and said disdainfully, You're so smooth talking. I'm too tired today, so I'll just eat something on the side of the road. The two of them left the company and found a noodle shop next to it, where they ordered 2 bowls of noodles with pork. Wang Gu looked beautiful eating the noodles, and she ate quickly. Even after she finished eating, the man on the other side still looked at her and smiled. What are you smirking at? Hurry up and eat your noodles, I don't have time to keep you company. Nothing? Long Chang snapped back to reality and quickly finished his bowl of noodles. After seeing off Wang Gu, he gave Chen Lu a call. Then he drove to the intersection of Xinti Andi. After waiting for a while, Chen Lu walked out from inside, looked around, and then got on Long Chang's electric bike. Long Chang knew she was afraid of being seen, so he quickly handed her a helmet. Watching her sneak around like a thief, he felt very comfortable. This was a scene he had often seen in movies and TV dramas in the past, and he never thought it would happen in his life one day. Chen Lu eagerly asked him about the signing of the contract with Luo Shi. After knowing that everything went well, she finally felt relieved and was in an extremely happy mood. She reached around Long Chang's waist, leaned her head on his shoulder, and whispered, You have done a great job today. I will reward you well, okay? Cut it out. Long Chang pretended to be unimpressed, saying, Where's the reward? You're clearly trying to extract my surplus value. Chen Lu gave him a sharp pinch on the waist and said, If you're not going to extract me, then take me home. Long Chang didn't say anything and just drove off. Chen Lu was worried that he really would take her home, so she asked, Where are you going? Long Chang said, To my place. Chen Lu was overjoyed and asked sweetly, What are you going to do at your place? Long Chang said seriously, Oh, I want to learn a foreign language. I couldn't understand what Rosie and the others were saying today, so I want to learn a foreign language from you. Chen Lu giggled, You're quite hardworking, working during the day and overtime at night. Long Chang laughed, It's not hard work when you're helping people. Chen Lu snuggled up to him, her hands a little restless, urging him to speed up. After a while, Chen Lu patted his shoulder and said, Slow down, I just remembered something. Long Chang slowed down a little worried. You've got me all worked up, you're not going to tell me you can't go, are you? Chapter 32, The movie was wonderful. Chen Lu seemed to have remembered something happy, and she gave a little laugh. She leaned in Long Chang's ear and said mysteriously, My best friend told me that there is a new kind of private cinema. Do you want to go and have a look? Oh, I see. I thought you were going to change your mind. Long Chang had been reborn, so of course he had heard of private cinemas. However, he had heard that the hygiene was not good, so he had not been there. However, this thing is just emerging now, and the competition is not fierce yet. In order to build a brand, they should still pay attention to hygiene. He also wants to go and experience it. Really? Tell me, what is it for? He pretended that he had never heard of it, so as not to give her the impression that he was well informed. Chen Lu laughed and told him, as the name suggests, a private cinema is a room for 2 people, where they can watch a movie without being disturbed. Oh, that's nothing special. It's just watching a movie, and you can watch it anywhere. Long Chang continued to play dumb. Chen Lu slapped him and said, You idiot, of course there's a bed in the room, and there's a bathroom for taking a shower. You can watch it sitting, lying down, however you like. Long Chang pretended to be surprised and said, Wow, that's great, I like watching it while doing it. Chen Lu was stunned for a moment before she realized what he meant, and she kept on slapping him. Driving to the address Chen Lu gave him, Long Chang arrived at a place where, looking up, he saw an office building. Just as he was wondering what was going on, Chen Lu jumped out of the car, took off her helmet and threw it to Long Chang. Let's go, it's inside the office building. Long Chang found a place to park the car and took the elevator with Chen Lu to the floor above. On the 9th floor, a sign for a cinema called Shiyu Theater appeared before them, almost like the front of a company.
The two were welcomed in, paid 300 yuan, and opened a room. No ID cards or registrations are required here, no wonder Chen Lu wanted to come here. A young girl led the two to a room. The room was very small, about the size of the master bedroom in an ordinary house. After setting up a large bed, there was not much space left. A large curtain was hung on the wall opposite the bed, and the inner room was a small bathroom. Although the room was small, the soundproofing was very good. After the younger sister turned on the projector and explained how to use it, she retreated. Chen Lu quickly closed and locked the door. Long Chang went up and embraced her from behind. She was wearing a very form-fitting white t-shirt today, which hugged her plump body tightly, and a pair of tight jeans that also encased her bottom, round and full, and her long, slender legs were exquisite. Long Chang had been watching her all the way here, his adrenaline surging, and he had finally held back until this moment. Chen Lu smiled and grabbed his hand. "What's your hurry? We're here to watch a movie, let's watch one first." "What kind of movie do you like?" Long Chang pulled her to the bed and started selecting movies using the remote control. Chen Lu nodded and smiled. "Don't you want to learn a foreign language? Let's watch a Japanese or Korean movie." Long Chang understood immediately. "Wow, you know so much, do you girls watch that kind of movie too?" Chen Lu pushed his head away from her chest. "You're silly, we're all adults, who doesn't know? You guys can watch it, but women can't." "Ha, that's true." Long Chang got excited at the thought of watching this kind of movie with a woman, and started looking through the Japanese movies. Chen Lu seemed to have remembered something and said, "I heard there's a video of something in the Korean entertainment industry, I wonder if there's any here?" "Ah, you really know a lot." Long Chang laughed and went back to looking through the Korean movies. "Shit, there really is." Chen Lu was surprised. "Huh, it's even divided into episodes, is it a TV series?" Long Chang asked with a smile. "You haven't seen it?" "No, I've only heard about it, I heard it's very good." "Oh, I've heard about it too, I heard episode 19 is the best, let's watch that one." The movie started playing. The people in the movie were beautiful, and the images were even more beautiful, so beautiful it took your breath away. The two sat on the bed, snuggled together, and watched intently. Chen Lu saw that the heroine in the movie had gone to take a bath. So she nudged Long Chang and said, "Let's go take a bath too." Long Chang pulled her over, saying, "No, I like you in this outfit." Chen Lu gave a little smile and deliberately twisted her body to seduce him, saying, "You like the outfit, so I'll take it off for you." Long Chang pulled her over again, saying, "This is such a beautiful package, I'll open it myself." Although he said he wanted to open the package, he dawdled, admiring the exquisite packaging with his hands and eyes. It wasn't until he saw the moving scenes from the movie that he slowly opened the package. In the past, he had watched movies alone. Now, the two of them enjoyed it together. What he didn't expect was that one day the scenes from the movie would shine into reality and become synchronized with it. They imitated the performances from the movie. But then the movie dragged on. Long Chang pressed the fast-forward button and fast-forwarded to the most exciting part. The movie was over, and the two of them collapsed exhausted on the bed. They had never imagined that watching a movie could be so tiring. They looked at each other, smiles on their faces, affectionate and full of love, with appreciation and even more admiration in their eyes. They were both very satisfied with each other's performances, which were even more wonderful than those in the movie. The movie was over, and it was time for them to go. Chen Lu looked at the time, it was almost 10 o'clock, so she hurriedly took a shower and went downstairs with Long Chang. When Long Chang got home, he remembered about the system points. Now that he had scolded the system, it had become obedient and wouldn't interrupt at critical times. He was also familiar with the system and didn't need it to remind him all the time. It was like playing a new game. At first you need to play the tutorial and the game assistant needs to remind you how to operate, but after you get used to it, you don't need it anymore. Oh, crap. 77 points. He was shocked when he opened the system and took a look. But he has been working hard recently, and the points mainly came from Lu Tao and Chen Lu, both of whom are beautiful women with high appearance values, and each time they may earn an 8x emotional value gain. 77 points, converted to cash is 770,000. How should he use these points? Increase height? No need for now, he is currently 1.72 meters tall, and can get by with it. Appearance? Ability? Well, his looks could be improved slightly. He is most dissatisfied with the fact that his nose is not straight enough.
He first uses 2 points to improve his looks, finds the nose option among the facial features, and the system pops up a prompt message, "Are you sure?" The system is quite user-friendly, fearing misoperation. He clicks OK, and suddenly feels a little itch in the tip of his nose, which becomes hot and then painful after a while, and the pain gets worse and worse, so much so that he lies down on the bed. After about a quarter of an hour, the pain disappears, and he gets up to look in the mirror. Well, the height had increased slightly, but not significantly. He used another 5 points, and this time it hurt more. After the pain had gone, he looked in the mirror again, and this time it was obvious that the effect was even better than those that had undergone plastic surgery. With a straight nose, the whole face looked much more handsome. Due to the race, most Chinese people's noses are not straight enough. Some people's appearance cannot be seen to have any problems, but their noses are just a little bit off. Long Chang is one of these people. After using 7 points, he still had 70 points left. After thinking about it, he decided to buy a house. Of course, he couldn't even think about the city center, and could only afford a small apartment in the remote suburbs of Huqing. He'll take out a loan and buy 2 of them. Chapter 33, Buying a House Through an Agent. The next day was a rest day for Long Chang. He got up early, opened the map, studied the housing prices in the suburbs of Shanghai, and finally set his sights on Baoshan District. Baoshan District is not very remote from the city center, and many people who work in the city center rent accommodation in Baoshan District. The subway is well developed, and commuting is convenient. With housing prices rising continuously, many white-collar workers who could previously afford to buy a home in the city are now gradually being swept up into the suburbs. After breakfast, he got on his small electric bicycle and headed straight for Baoshan. When he arrived at a Baoshan subway station, he felt that the surrounding environment was good, so he started to explore the area. After half a day of wandering, he decided to call an agency. His company also had a branch nearby, but he didn't want people to know that he was buying a house, so he bypassed it and found a Ziyuan real estate agency nearby. He parked his bicycle nearby and looked at the listings in the windows. Soon, several agents gathered around him enthusiastically, asking him all sorts of questions. Unlike the real estate agents in the city who sell luxury properties, the clients of suburban real estate agents are relatively low-end, and it is not uncommon for someone like him to come by bicycle to buy a house. At this time, a female agent came out of the store. When she saw Long Chang, her eyes twinkled, as if she sensed something was wrong. She patted the shoulder of the agent who was talking to Long Chang, gave him a wink, and called them over to one side. "I'm telling you, this is an agent from Dai Real Estate, ignore him." "Ha? You know him?" "Humph, you've forgotten, I just came from Dai Real Estate. Last month at the monthly meeting, he was the newcomer representative and was pushed onto the stage to speak, but he stuttered and couldn't get a word out, and he blushed so much that I remember him." "Oh. So he's trying to get our listings? Who knows? Maybe there are some listings that their company doesn't have?" Long Chang pretended to be looking at the shop windows, but his ears were listening to what they were saying. When he heard what they said, he couldn't help but grin. The woman added, "See? He's been found out, he's laughing himself. Ignore him. Damn it, I almost fell for it." After a few people finished smoking, they went into the shop, leaving Long Chang alone outside looking at the shop windows. Long Chang didn't care, as the listings should also be on his company's system. If he liked one, he could call back to the office and ask Chen how to get the landlord's phone number and contact the landlord directly. After a while, a female agent returned from outside. She was holding a folder in her hand, having just finished viewing a property. She saw a person standing in front of the shop window and quickly walked up to him. "Hello, sir. Are you buying or renting a home?" Long Chang heard this sweet voice and turned around, unable to take his eyes off her. Name, Zhu Zhu. Age, 20. Height, 168 centimeters. Weight, 56 kilograms. Looks, excellent. Likability, 20. Small face, delicate features, 2 cute dimples, and a smile that is as sweet as honey, just like her voice. Her long hair is tied back, and she is wearing a gray suit, a short skirt, stockings, and high heels. She has a slender figure, not outstanding but perfectly proportioned, and her whole body exudes the youthful aura. Long Chang returned with a slight smile. "Oh, I'm buying a house." Zhu Zhu's clear eyes revealed a hint of joy when she heard about buying a house, and she immediately asked about his needs, then enthusiastically introduced him to several houses in the window. Like the real estate agents in their suburb, the commission for renting a house is too low, and you can't get much money even if you run around. Sometimes the tenant and the landlord have to negotiate a discount on the commission with you. So she was naturally happy to receive a client who was buying a house. Long Chang liked a small two-bedroom apartment of 60 square meters, priced at 900,000 yuan, which was a small high-rise building on the 6th floor. The only drawback was that the apartment was too old, an old-fashioned townhouse built in the last century, usually called something like new village or garden, with few supporting facilities such as greenery in the community. Little sister, when was this community built? When was it built? Zhu looked at him and smiled, with two dimples that looked very nice. She felt a little embarrassed and touched her head. Wait a minute, I'll go check for you. After saying this, she grinned at Long Chang and ran into the shop. It seemed that she was also a newcomer who had just started in this line of work and was not very professional. Long Chang could have simply called back to the shop and asked Chen Hao without going through this agency. However, he didn't mind the few thousand yuan in agency fees, and it was quite pleasant to be treated like a customer. In addition, this young girl's smile was really charming, and if he could provide her with emotional value, he could also make a lot of money from her. Of course, he would not miss this opportunity. After the young girl ran in, she didn't come out for a long time. Long Chang looked through the glass and saw that a few of her colleagues were talking around her. Although they were separated by the glass, Long Chang still heard the general content clearly. They were still saying that he was an agent and to ignore him. At this time, a middle-aged man in the back row spoke, presumably their manager. Ju, don't listen to them. Who says an agent can't buy a house? I'm an agent too, I've bought 2 houses. Whether he buys or not, just treat him as a customer in practice, you don't have many customers anyway. Okay. Zhu was originally hesitant, but after hearing the manager's words, she had no more worries. She looked at the computer for a while and ran out of the store. Brother Long, this house was built in 1995, which is quite new compared to the other surrounding communities. She called Long Chang Brother Long, which made him very uncomfortable. Long Chang nodded and smiled. Do I look very big? You'd better call me Mr. Long. Shu felt a little embarrassed and covered her mouth with a smile, saying, You're not big, but you should be older than me. I was born in 1994. Afterwards, she looked at Long Chang with a smile on her face, wanting to know how old he was. Long Chang said, I'm 4 years older than you. Does that make me look mature? I told you were older than me, so I'll call you Brother Chang, okay? She sized up Long Chang's every move and word, and when she saw him nod, she added, You look very young. Oh no, you were always young, you're just a little more mature than your peers. Maybe that's why you earn more money than others, and you were able to buy a house in Shanghai at such a young age. She wasn't sure if Long Chang really wanted to buy a house, so she first shot back with a rainbow fart. Long Chang also found it very pleasing to hear. Of course, it's also because she's pretty. If Su Qingyi had flattered him like that, the effect would have been different. You can do it too. You girls have more advantages, and you're so pretty. Where am I pretty? Zhu was a little embarrassed when she heard the praise, her face flushed slightly, and then her eyebrows furrowed slightly as she asked. You said that girls have more advantages, why is that? She didn't know what Long Chang meant, but she still wanted to hear what he had to say. Long Chang didn't expect her to ask, and stuttered, This. Does it need to be said? Being pretty is a form of capital. Someone like you can at least save 10 years of hard work. Where? Zhu was very happy to hear such a compliment, and she smiled with a bright smile. At least Long Chang's expression was neutral, and even positive. She was very satisfied. If it were another person, he might say something like this, A beautiful woman can marry a rich man, and even if she can't get married, she won't have to worry about food and drink in the next life. The implication is that a beautiful woman can find a rich man, and even if she can't marry him, she can be a mistress and be supported. She hates it when people say things like that. She doesn't want to be a mistress or be supported. Because she likes handsome guys and doesn't like old men, she is still hoping for a beautiful love. She talked with Long Chang for a while longer, and then she went to get the keys to show him the apartment. Long Chang was of course happy, not having to work hard to find an apartment, and having a beautiful woman to keep him company. Chapter 34, Do you have a girlfriend? On the way, Long Chang asked, From your accent, I think you're from the 3 southwestern provinces, right? Yes, you've noticed. Are you from there too? I'm from Yunnan. What about you? Zhu looked at Long Chang expectantly, hoping that he was too. If they met a fellow native in a foreign land, wouldn't that take their relationship to the next level? Wouldn't things be a lot easier? When she heard that Long Chang was from Chongqing, a little disappointment showed on her face. However, she paused for a moment, and then immediately said in Yunnan dialect, "The three provinces in the southwest are all one family, and we speak similar dialects." Yunnan dialect is similar to the dialect spoken in Sichuan and Chongqing, and it has a natural sense of intimacy. Long Chang also spoke to her in his native dialect. Strictly speaking, it should now be called the four provinces and cities in the southwest. "I am from Chongqing." Xu Zhu interrupted before he could finish. "Isn't Chongqing in Sichuan?" Long Chang corrected, "It used to be, but not anymore. Chongqing is now a municipality directly under the central government, on the same level as Sichuan province." Xu Zhu's mouth fell open in surprise. "No way. Aren't municipalities directly under the central government Beijing and Shanghai? Are you saying that Chongqing is the same as them?" It seems that she has only been concerned with making money and hasn't paid much attention to other things. Long Chang didn't argue with her and patiently explained to her. If it were anyone else, he would have lost his patience long ago. But she was so beautiful that she made up for any shortcomings. While they were talking, they had arrived at a house. Xu Zhu showed him around and gave him a brief introduction. She was new to the business and not very experienced, so after the introduction she didn't have much to say. Long Chang asked her a few questions about the house, but she didn't have much to say either. He asked her, "How long have you been in the business?" Xu Zhu's face was slightly flushed after the previous embarrassment. She was afraid that he would think she was ignorant, so she said carefully, "I graduated from high school and came out right away. The reason was that I worked in a factory, which didn't pay much and required night shifts. Later, I heard from a fellow villager that you could sell houses, so I came here to sell houses." Long Chang looked at her and regretted correcting her about Yuqing being a municipality. He praised her. "Well, you are very motivated. And you are good at seizing opportunities. This industry is really good at the moment, but not everyone can make money. But you are so smart and pretty, and you are hardworking, I believe you can do it." "Really? Thank you for your encouragement." Xu Zhu was very happy after hearing this, and lightly clapped her hands together, and said, "Brother Chang, you are so amazing, you can even buy a house. We are kind of half countrymen, and I will have to ask you for advice a lot in the future, is that okay?" Her words were very clear, saying that Long Chang was in the same industry. Long Chang pretended to be dumb and said, "What do you want to ask me for?" Xu Zhu covered her mouth and laughed, "I heard from my colleagues that you are also an agent, and I don't believe it." She was afraid that Long Chang would be upset, so she asked very carefully. Long Chang nodded and said, "Yes. If I am an agent, why are you still showing me the house? Aren't you afraid that I will jump ship?" "Wow, that's true." After Xu Zhu got confirmation, she looked at him admiringly. "I think you are a nice person, and you won't bully a little girl like me, right?" The young girl is slightly inexperienced when it comes to introducing properties and sharing her experiences, but she is quite good at playing the pitiful and likable card. With a line like that, she thinks no male client will be able to resist her. Long Chang doesn't care about the few $1,000s in commission, so of course he won't jump her. He smiles wickedly and says, "That's not necessarily the case. You'd better watch out." "Ha ha ha." Xu Zhu smiles sweetly and says, "I'm sure you won't." Long Chang didn't say anything, still not giving a direct answer, and laughed, "Since you've brought me to see the house, be confident and trust your own judgment." Xu Zhu nodded obediently, I trust you." The two looked at one set and then went to look at another. When they got to the second house, Xu Zhu simply didn't introduce it and asked Long Chang directly, "Brother Chang, what do you think are the advantages and disadvantages of this house?" In fact, Long Chang was also new to the industry, but if he said he had only been doing it for a month, the little girl would definitely doubt him. Moreover, the little girl admired him so much, and he didn't want to disappoint her, so he put on the airs of an experienced person and gave her a long lecture. To be honest, although Long Chang had only been doing this for a month, he often went out with older employees such as Tang Lin to look at properties and listen to their teachings, so he could be considered a semi-veteran. Xu Zhu listened to his high-sounding speech and nodded repeatedly. After looking at this one, the two went to another neighborhood to look at the third one. In the process, Xu Zhu said to Long Chang again, "The houses in your luxury housing area cost hundreds of millions, even billions, so selling one would be equivalent to several or even dozens of our houses. Wow, just thinking about it is so exciting." Long Chang saw that she was longing for it, so he poured a bucket of cold water over her. "That's what you say, but have you seen the times when we couldn't sell a single house for months?
Especially those $100 million houses, we can't sell even a few of them a year. Hundreds or thousands of agents are competing for the same business, and whoever gets it will definitely be a lucky one. After hearing this, Zhu Zhu tilted her little head, blinked her eyes, and nodded. You're right. In a shop like ours, the worst salesperson can still sell one house a month. If we don't make a sale for a few months, it's really pretty bad. Long Chang smiled and immediately gave her a sweet date. But there is a saying, if you don't make a sale for 6 months, you can eat for 6 months, and that's us. Ha ha ha. Zhu Zhu laughed, looked at Long Chang, and whispered, I want to go to your place too, but I'm afraid. Long Chang said seriously, don't be afraid. You can practice here first, and save up for half a year. In that case, if you don't make a sale for 6 months, at least you won't starve to death. Ha ha ha. Zhu Zhu laughed again at his joke, then said seriously, you're right, that's it, I'll come find you then. Oh, come on. You'll come find me? Long Chang was a little flattered. Zhu Zhu immediately said, I'll come find you to help me find a good company. She originally wanted to say, let's just go to your company, but hesitated and changed her mind. The two came out after looking at the third apartment. Zhu Zhu asked Long Chang, Brother Chang, did you like any of them? Long Chang said, this is the first time I've seen a flat today, I still want to look at other communities and compare them. Well, yes, if I were buying a flat, I would also want to look at a few more, so I'll find you a few more. When would you like to come back and look? After they left the community, Zhu Zhu looked at her phone and looked up at Long Chang, Changda, it's time to eat, let's go and eat, there's a new dry pot restaurant nearby that sells bullfrog, you should like it, I'll take you there. Long Chang didn't want to refuse, but he heard Zhu Zhu's meaning was that she wanted to invite him to dinner. How could he let a young girl spend money? No, just have a bite to eat. Hey, isn't there a buffet over there? Don't you like bullfrog? Zhu Zhu insisted a little longer, but was rejected by Long Chang, so she had to go to the buffet with him. The restaurant was very crowded and noisy. After ordering, the two couldn't find a single table and had to share a table with other people. This made it difficult for the two of them to talk. While Long Chang was eating, his phone rang. It was Chen Lu. Chang, are you free tomorrow night? In front of Zhu Zhu, he couldn't be too ambiguous, so he could only say, I think so. Why? Hearing his tone, Chen Lu guessed that he might not be able to speak freely, so she said directly, isn't tomorrow Saturday? Yang Yuan is coming to visit me, don't you want to thank her? Oh, great, I'll get in touch with you tomorrow. By the way, which school does Yang Yuan go to? Huqing University, I think it's the Baoshan campus. It's quite a long way to come, so don't stand her up. Long Chang was delighted to hear that Yang Yuan went to the Baoshan campus of Huqing University, but he didn't show it. He was now not far from Yang Yuan's school, and thought about calling her later to see if he could ask her out. Zhu Zhu asked after he had hung up the phone, is that your girlfriend? In fact, she was a little nervous and pretended to be very casual. When she heard from Long Chang that he didn't have a girlfriend, she was very excited. She was afraid that Long Chang would see her expression, so she quickly lowered her head and took a sip of soup. Chapter 35, The Foreign Girl, The School Beauty. After dinner, Long Chang and Zhu Zhu parted ways. Then, he went to a nearby agency and looked at a few more apartments. He did this just to get a more comprehensive understanding of the local market. If he really wanted to buy, even if he liked a house at another agency, he would still do the transaction through Zhu Zhu. After looking at the apartments, he rode his bike to the Baoshan campus of Shanghai City University. After looking around, it was already past 5 p.m. He guessed that Yang Yuan should have finished class, so he called her. Yang Yuan, guess who this is? Ha, it's Long. Long Chang, of course. Yang Yuan was very enthusiastic when she heard it was Long Chang. It was like they were old friends, even though they had only met once. She probably had it marked on her phone, so she didn't have to guess. Long Chang asked again, so, where do you think I am right now? I think you just got off work and are on your way home. No, you're having dinner with a friend. Yang Yuan guessed a few times but didn't get it right. Long Chang said directly, I'm standing in front of your school. Ah. Really? Yang Yuan was very surprised to hear this, and Long Chang could almost hear her jump up in excitement. This foreign girl is so outgoing and enthusiastic. Long Chang thought to himself, it's great to have a friend like this. When you're feeling down, you can go to her and her enthusiasm will make you forget your troubles. Have you eaten yet? Come out and I'll buy you dinner.
Oops, you're a few minutes late, I'm eating now. Wait a few minutes, I'll be out as soon as I'm done. Long Chang laughed, that's great, I'll save myself a meal. Humph, that meal of yours, you're buying, there's no escape. The two of them chatted like old friends. Long Chang told her to wait by the east gate after hanging up the phone. He saw a hot-bodied foreign girl walking towards him, waving at him. She was wearing a white t-shirt, the tight kind, which wrapped a pair of plump breasts tightly. She had white jeans on, with 2 holes in them, showing 2 lumps of white flesh on her thighs, proving that she was not only pale-faced, but pale all over. As she walked quickly, her curly blonde hair swayed like waves, and not only that, the parts of her body with more flesh also swayed. Her classmates, who passed her by, all turned to look at her. Before she reached Long Chang, she exclaimed, "Wow, why are you at my school today?" Long Chang didn't reply, wanting to wait until she was next to him, then stretch out his arms and give him a big hug. Then he would also reach out and embrace her openly. However, he didn't wait. Yang Yuan's hands were outstretched, but they ended up on his shoulders, giving a friendly greeting. Long Chang's outstretched hands hung awkwardly in the air for 2 seconds, and he had to lower them embarrassedly. "Oh, I'm just looking at some nearby properties." "Looking at properties?" Yang Yuan frowned and said, "I thought you were buying a luxury apartment in the city center. Why are you looking at properties here?" Long Chang laughed and said, "I want to buy a house, and I'm looking at properties nearby." "Wow!" Yang Yuan opened her mouth wide in amazement and gave him a thumbs up. "You're so young and you can already afford to buy a house in Shanghai, you're amazing." Long Chang said modestly, "It's just a small house, and it doesn't cost that much." "Humph." Yang Yuan rolled her eyes. "It's not a small house, it must cost $1 million, right? I think you're in Versailles." Her rolling her eyes was very cute. Apart from being more enthusiastic and having a hotter body, her mannerisms are not that different from those of girls back home, and it seems that she has already been assimilated quite a bit. While the two of them stood there exchanging pleasantries for a while, they had already attracted the attention of several passing students, and the trend was increasing. Among them were male and female students. The male students' eyes were full of hatred for Long Chang, while the female students cast jealous glances at Yang Yuan. The female students didn't think that Long Chang was outstanding, but Yang Yuan's presence attracted the male students so much that they couldn't walk. Everyone was talking about it. "Oh, shit. Where did this kid come from, trying to chase after our flower?" "Flower? Shouldn't it be school flower? May I ask if there is anyone more beautiful than her in the whole school?" "Ha ha. This is our Chinese university, and of course the school flower has to be evaluated by us Chinese people. Besides, Chinese and foreign aesthetic standards are different, so some people may not like this either." "Why don't you like it? Are you afraid you won't be able to reach it?" a classmate asked slyly. "Ha ha, do you mean height or something else?" another classmate asked slyly. "Look at this kid, he's not even as tall as Yang Yuan, I don't think he'll be able to reach anything." Yang Yuan is 173 centimeters tall, and she's wearing high heels, while Long Chang is only 172 centimeters tall. Standing next to each other, they are indeed quite a bit taller than Long Chang. Another student laughed and said, "How do you know they don't match? They didn't grow at exactly the same rate." Another student corrected him, saying, "You should say most people grew at the same rate, only a few didn't." At that moment, 2 girls saw them talking and, not understanding what the boys were talking about, walked over to them. One of the girls asked, "What rate are you talking about?" "Ha ha ha ha." The boys laughed out loud when they heard this. The other girl paused for a moment, probably understanding what they meant, and whispered something to the girl who had asked the question. Then both girls blushed. One of the boys laughed at the 2 girls and said, "Why are you blushing? You're just imagining things. We were just saying that there's a height difference between them and they don't look good together." "Ha, I don't believe your nonsense. You know exactly what you mean." The 2 girls immediately started teasing the boys. "Look at Xiasa, he's shorter than him, but he's also found a big white girl. They've got married and had kids, they're leading a happy life." "Exactly, you guys aren't trying hard enough, and when you see someone else succeed, you just get jealous and put them down. You're a bunch of losers." The boys were so embarrassed they didn't know where to hide. One of the boys stood up to try to save face for his male compatriots. "You're just imagining things, Yang Yuan is like that with everyone. Yeah, that kid, he's not worthy." Speaking of which, another boy laughed and said, I'll tell you what, his electric bicycle is still parked over there, I saw it earlier. Really? He's trying to woo a girl on an electric bicycle, that's pretty funny. Hey, Faye, wait, go and let the air out of his bicycle tires. Why me? Because you have experience. Last time when you were chasing Kai Wei from the finance department, didn't you also deflate your rival's tires? The classmate Xiaofei felt a little embarrassed. The other students patted him on the shoulder and said, "Go ahead, deflate his tires, and we'll help you chase Kai Wei." Xiaofei gritted his teeth and said, "Okay, I'll do it. But you have to keep your word." At this time, Yang Yuan also noticed that many people were looking at her, and she said to Long Chang, "Let's not stand here like idiots, let's go somewhere and get something to drink." "Sure, you know the area well, you lead the way." In fact, Long Chang hadn't eaten dinner yet, but Yang Yuan had already eaten, so he had to hold back. Before leaving, Yang Yuan even winked mischievously at the boys and waved at them. What made them even more angry was that the guy next to Yang Yuan also smiled at them with a smug look on his face. Oh shit. How dare he provoke us on our own turf? We must vent our anger. Xiaofei, quickly go and deflate his tires. Chapter 36, A Car for You. There's a pedestrian street nearby, let's go have some coffee. Yang Yuan led Long Chang away from the school's east gate and across the road to the pedestrian street on the other side. Woohoo! At that moment, the roar of a motor came from not far away. A moment later, a convertible Ferrari slammed on the brakes and stopped at the intersection waiting for the traffic lights. A man in the car wore a pair of sunglasses, a black t-shirt and had a dark complexion, the healthy color favored by Europeans. He saw Yang Yuan at a glance, took off his sunglasses and looked at her. Seeing Long Chang by Yang Yuan's side, he was very unhappy. He shouted, "Sister Yuan, where are you going? Get in, I'll drive you." Yang Yuan waved her hand and said, "We're just going across the street, thanks." After that, she ignored him and walked down the street with Long Chang. The man was still staring at the two of them from behind. Long Chang asked, "Who is this guy?" Yang Yuan shook her head slightly, a little helplessly, and said, "His name is Yang Fan. We go to the same school. His family is in business. He's a rich kid. He's all over the place picking up girls. It's annoying. Damn. It's great to be rich. With this kind of equipment, what kind of woman can't be wooed?" Long Chang looked at his sports car and then thought about his electric moped, and only then did he feel the difference. He was a little worried about Yang Yuan, but still pretended to be casual and asked, "So does he harass you a lot?" "I never pay any attention to him, so there's nothing you can do." "What if he launches a money offensive and tries to give you gifts?" Yang Yuan laughed when she heard him ask. "Once he chased me to the door of our dormitory to give me a bag, which seemed to be a Louis Vuitton, but I threw it straight into the trash can. Since then, he has never dared to give me a gift again." "Oh." Long Chang nodded, thinking to himself, with such financial resources and a good-looking face, if he were to pester her, there would be few girls who could escape his clutches, right? Yang Yuan saw that he was distracted and seemed to sense his worry. She laughed and said, "There are so many girls at our school, and plenty of pretty ones among them, so there's no need for him to waste his time on me." Long Chang glanced at her and laughed, "You're right. Yang Yuan's innocent and sensible appearance is very cute. She's only 22 years old, 2 years younger than I am, and although she's been abroad, she hasn't yet entered society. It's not bad at all to have such an understanding." The two of them chatted along the way, and when Yang Yuan saw a bar, she immediately changed her mind about having coffee and instead had a drink. This bar was very small, and unlike the kind of bar where there is singing and dancing, it only sold alcohol. There were a few tables inside, and a few more under the parasols at the entrance. With some soft music playing in the background, it had a very romantic atmosphere. In Shanghai, this kind of bar is very popular with middle-aged and elderly foreigners, and there are also some trendy young Chinese people, many of whom are looking to meet foreigners or admire the foreign way of life. The two sat face-to-face at a table by the entrance, ordered 2 glasses of wine and started chatting. There were a few middle-aged foreigners sitting nearby, nodding and smiling at the two of them. Next to them was a table with 2 middle-aged men and 2 female companions, 1 foreigner and 1 Chinese woman. The 2 men cast wolfish glances at Yang Yuan, and their 2 female companions glanced at them before returning their gaze. But it was obvious that the atmosphere of their conversation had not been as lively as before. Long Chang surveyed the bar and asked, "Yang Yuan, which do you prefer, this kind of bar or the kind we went to last time?" Yang Yuan laughed and said, "They're different, aren't they?"
This kind of place is suitable for friends to get together and chat, while that kind of place is a place to release pressure. I was also in a bad mood that day, so I went there with a classmate, but then she had to leave early, so I met you guys.
Hey, Yang Yu-won, what a coincidence, running into you again.
At this time, a voice came from behind her.
Yang Yu-won turned around and saw Yang Fan.
Ignoring him, she pouted and said to Long Chang, "What a coincidence.
He's just followed me here on purpose." Ha ha. Long Chang couldn't help but laugh at the way she looked.
She looked exactly like a typical Chinese girl, except that she was tall and had a fiery temper, which was completely at odds with her demeanor.
Yang Fan walked shamelessly up to the two of them, glanced at Long Chang, and then turned to Yang Yu-won, grinning and saying, "Aren't you going to buy me a drink?"
Yang Yu-won's eyebrows and eyes narrowed slightly, and she turned her head away, saying with a smile, "I don't have any money, I can't afford to buy you a drink."
Yang Fan bent down and leaned in close to her, grinning, "Then I'll buy you a drink, okay?" It was obvious that there were only two people there, Yang Yu-won and Long Chang, but he completely ignored Long Chang and treated him like air.
Long Chang shook his head and thought to himself, "You're so shallow.
With a heart like yours, you're still trying to pick up girls? No wonder you're so annoying." Although he was angry, he couldn't order dumplings over such a trivial matter. Not quite.
Yang Yu-won glared at him and said, "There's no room, you can sit at the next table." They were in a small booth for two, and there were no extra chairs. Yang Fan wasn't angry either, so he turned to the restaurant and shouted, "Someone come out here."
A waiter came out and moved a high chair next to him.
Yang Fan sat down, ordered a glass of wine, and looked for a topic to talk about with Yang Yu-won. But Yang Yu-won just took his words as the wind and looked for a topic to talk to Long Chang. "Chen Lu asked me to go downtown and play tomorrow, why don't you go too?"
Ha? What's going on? Didn't Chen Lu ask him to treat her? Why hasn't he told Yang Yu-won yet?
Long Chang didn't want to ask either, after all, it was between two girls. He just said, "Sure." While the two were talking, Yang Fan interjected from time to time, which really affected the mood. After chatting for a while, the two got up and left. Yang Yu-won was afraid that Yang Fan would want to pay for him, but if he didn't pay for Long Chang, it would be embarrassing, so she immediately said, "We're splitting the bill, so you should do the same." After saying that, she gave Long Chang a wink, and the two of them pulled out their money at the same time. Yang Fan took out his wallet and slapped it on the table, pulling
out a few bills.
Yang Yu-won quickly took the money from Long Chang's hand and handed it to the waiter together, saying, "This is for both of us." Yang Fan was very embarrassed and, after paying, slunk away.
Before leaving, he glanced back at Long Chang with disdain in his eyes. Long Chang saw Yang Yu-won off back to school and watched her walk into the campus. Looking at her domineering, swaying back, he could not calm his heart for a long time. It was not until he could no longer see her back that he turned and left. When he arrived at the nearby parking lot, he was dumbfounded. His electric bicycle was lying on the ground in agony, with two flat tires like oversized trash bags. Shit. Who did this? Yang Fan? No way, he didn't see me ride it. Then it must have been those boys at the entrance. These are fucking college students, what kind of quality is that? He didn't know the area and there was no surveillance, so he just had to accept it. He originally wanted to push it to the repair shop, but was afraid that the person who let the air out was hiding in the shadows watching him laugh, so he simply didn't repair it. After thinking about it for a while, he called Yang Yu-won back. Ha 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 ha. Yang Yu-won burst out laughing without a care in the world, her body swaying as she laughed. "There are so many bikes here, why did they target yours?" Long Chang stared at her, unable to laugh or cry. "You tell me? It's still your fault. They saw me with you and got jealous." Yang Yu-won laughed even more happily when she heard this. Long Chang handed her the keys and said, "This car is a gift to you. Go and get it fixed when you have time, and ride it for now." Wow. A gift to me? Yang Yu-won was overjoyed. "You're the second man to give me a car." The second? Long Chang was a little confused. Yang Yu-won laughed before he could finish asking, "The first one was my father. When I was little, he gave me a bicycle. This one is even better than the one he gave me." Ha ha ha. Long Chang finally felt relieved. This was the first time he had given someone a car, but it was an electric car, and it was a broken one with no air in the tires. It was quite funny, really. The moon was bright in the sky, and the evening breeze rustled the tree branches, bringing a cool breeze. Long Chan walked to the subway station, but he had no heart to enjoy the beautiful night. He had been full of confidence, and he had been living a comfortable life. But the appearance of Yang Fan had set off ripples in his heart, making him feel a little uneasy. Men have a common problem: when a beautiful woman is there, although they like her, they dare not go after her. And when someone else goes after her, they start to worry. Will Yang Fan see him with Yang Yuan and start attacking her from then on? Hey, he is just an ordinary person, and it is only thanks to the system that he has the opportunity to meet a beautiful woman like Yang Yuan. Worrying so much is purely self-indulgent. Just go with the flow. Long Chang comforted himself like this, and his heart felt slightly better. Chapter 37, Human or Ghost? Long Chang, wait. Someone suddenly called out to him from behind. He recognized Yang Yuan's voice and turned around, asking, why are you following me? Yang Yuan was probably walking quickly just now and was a little out of breath, her chest rising and falling rapidly. She smiled at Long Chang and said, You gave me a ride, and I haven't thanked you yet. Thank you, I'll buy you dinner sometime. Long Chang waved his hand and said, Thank you is enough, forget the dinner, hurry back. Yang Yuan walked up and stood next to Long Chang. Since we're here, I'll walk you to the subway station. Long Chang was in a bad mood, but when he heard her say this, he felt warm in his heart and laughed. You're a girl, if I walk you, do you want me to walk you back to school? Yang Yuan giggled and said, Yes, you walk me back to school, and then I'll walk you to the subway station, ha. Although this foreign girl looks mature, she still has some of the nature of a young girl, and sometimes she is thoughtless. Long Chang stopped and said to Yang Yuan, Okay, you can drop me off here, I need to get back soon. Yang Yuan was about to speak when she suddenly shrank and said mysteriously, Listen, it seems like someone is crying over there, could it be a ghost? Long Chang listened attentively and indeed someone was crying very sadly. The sound of crying came from a green area by the roadside. Long Chang laughed and said, Have you ever seen a ghost? Yang Yuan shook her head. Long Chang waved his hand and said, Then I'll take you to see what a ghost looks like. How could he pass up the chance to walk along the road at night with such a beautiful woman? Yang Yuan was so shocked that her mouth opened wide, but she followed Long Chang quietly. The green space was a gentle slope that looked like a huge tomb. But Long Chang was not afraid. It turned out that someone had died in the neighboring village of his hometown, and his father had gone to help. He often went to give his father clothes, flashlights, and so on. The countryside is not like the city. At night, it is really quiet. If there is no moon or stars, it is basically pitch dark. From time to time, unknown birds chirp in the forest, their cries sad and creepy, along with the sounds of various animals moving in the grass. All of this touches the nerves of people walking at night. These were not the worst things, but what scared people were the trees and stones by the roadside, which took on all kinds of shapes against the dark background. Because they had heard many stories from the old people about roadblock ghosts and falling over ghosts, they imagined those things to be the shape of ghosts. Yang Yuan was not afraid at first, and with long legs she rushed up the hill, walking in front of Long Chang. Long Chang suppressed a wicked smile and shouted from behind, Ghost! Yang Yuan let out a whoosh and threw herself into Long Chang's arms. Suddenly, the two bodies crashed together, and Yang Yuan was hit by a huge shockwave, causing Long Chang to lose his balance. He took 2 steps back before barely standing firm. Finally, he had his first intimate encounter with her, and it felt so good. Her plump body full of youthful vitality, the sweet fragrance of her golden hair, and the light perfume smell on her, all filled Long Chang with fantasies. Just as Long Chang was lost in his thoughts, Yang Yuan had already left his body and was laughing away, as if nothing had happened. That's not right. Aren't Western girls very open-minded? Don't they always want to cuddle together? They were already hugging, so why didn't they cuddle a little? If they cuddled a little, maybe there would be a follow-up story. Damn it! Could it be that in her, even this has been assimilated by the profound Chinese culture? This is an advantage that should be retained. Alas! I should not have stood firm just now, I should have embraced her and rolled down the hill together. In the end, either he would be on top of Yang Yuan, or she would be on top of him. Either way, he would not lose out. As he thought about this, Long Chang regretted it so much that he felt sour water welling up inside him. Yang Yuan dared not walk in front anymore, and hid behind him. She pounded him twice on the back and said in a cute and angry voice, Don't scare me like that again. Then she pushed Long Chang forward. After climbing over the hill, there were some benches at the foot of the mountain on the other side. A man was sitting on one of the benches. It looked as if he was holding a bottle of wine in his hand, and he took a gulp, put down the bottle, scratched his head, and then started crying again. Yang Yuan heard the crying and was scared, backing away repeatedly. Long Chang laughed and went to pull her. Don't be afraid, it's a person, not a ghost. Oh shit. This foreign girl is really heavy. How will I be able to carry her? She doesn't look fat, but she weighs 68 kilograms, which is heavier than Long Chang. Yang Yuan climbed up the hill, hid behind Long Chang and peeked out. Seeing that it was a person, she let out a sigh of relief and said to Long Chang, "He's crying so sadly, I wonder what's happened. Let's go and take a look." She's quite kind-hearted, after all. Long Chang had originally just wanted to spend some more time with her and had no intention of getting involved, but after she said that, he had no choice but to go and take a look. The two of them walked over to the man in the chair. The man immediately stopped crying, looked up at them, then slowly stood up and walked over to them. In the light of the street lamp, it could be seen that he was wearing a work uniform, which was covered in specks of dirt, and a helmet was placed on the chair. He should be a worker from a nearby construction site. On the ground next to the chair was a bottle of beer, and another wine bottle was lying on the ground. Long Chang watched him walk towards them and quickly stepped in to stop him. The man stopped, looked the two up and down, and tried to say something, but stopped himself. He looked to be about 50 years old, with little flesh on his face, exposed blue veins, average height, a little stooped, and unpleasantly thin. Yang Yuan asked, "Brother, what's wrong? Do you need help?" Well, this foreign girl's tone was full of warmth and it was pleasant to listen to. Her way of asking questions was still in her original accent, without being assimilated. The man froze for a moment, a hint of surprise in his eyes, and he held out a hand and said, Can you lend me some money?" "Oh shit. That's a bombshell. You don't even know each other, and you're being so direct? At least you should first explain your situation, whether you can't afford to eat or you don't have a place to live, and then ask for help?" Long Chang thought that he was a rough man from the construction site and didn't take it to heart. He asked, "How much do you want to borrow?" The man looked at the two again and asked, "May I ask what you do for a living?" Long Chang became alert when he heard him ask. What did he mean? Does the menu change depending on the person? Could it be that they've encountered a scammer? He had encountered this before. A woman would either be holding a baby or leading a dirty child with her, saying that she had no money for food or no money for the bus. If you help her, you'll fall for it. Maybe at the next intersection, you'll run into her again, using the same line and asking for money. This man is different from them, but it can't be ruled out that it's an upgraded version of that scam. You can't be too careful. Yang Yuan didn't think about it that much and said, "I'm going to school," and he... Long Chang immediately interrupted her and said, "I'm his classmate and also going to school." Yang Yuan looked at Long Chang with some confusion. Why did he also say that he was going to school? Chapter 38. Can you lend me some money? The man was a little disappointed when he heard this, and after a moment of shock, he perked up and said, "Can you lend me 100,000? What, 100,000? I didn't hear you right, did I?" Yang Yuan was so shocked that her mouth opened wide, and she looked at Long Chang. Long Chang had been mentally prepared, but he was still not prepared enough, and he was also taken aback. The man looked at Yang Yuan and said, "You are a foreigner, you can come to China to study, your family must be very rich, 100,000 is not enough, 50,000 is fine, is 50,000 okay?" "Oh. Are people who study abroad definitely rich?" Long Chang understood that he was standing from the perspective of the bottom people, and according to the habitual thinking of the Chinese, those who can go abroad to study are from wealthy families. Yang Yuan quickly smiled and waved his hand. "Although I am an international student, my family is not rich. I work hard and study hard, and I go to school on a scholarship." Long Chang thought. To say that he is a liar, from his movements and expressions, it seems so real, and he looks very anxious. If it is an act, then he has the acting skills. If he goes to acting, how many young actors and actresses would he have to crush? Long Chang thought about it, and calmed the man down into the chair. He sat next to him, and Yang Yuan stood behind Long Chang, holding the chair. After asking, they learned. This person is called Yang Shang, from Anhui. His mother has liver cancer and needs a liver resection, but they don't have the money for the operation. As he talked, he began to cry again. Long Chang sized him up. Judging from his age, he should be in his 50s, and his mother must be at least 70 or older. At this age, for a family in such a poor condition, is it really necessary to save him? "Brother, your mother is very old. I've heard that the success rate of the operation is not high, and even if it succeeds, she won't live for many more years. Yang Shang wiped away his tears, grabbed the bottle of wine on the floor and took another gulp, saying, I am 39 years old, and my mother is still under 60. My father died early, and it was my mother who raised my brother and me with great difficulty. Now that things are just getting better, I was going to buy a flat in the county seat in 2 years so that she could enjoy her retirement, but I never thought she would get this disease. He started to sob again. Oh, she's only 39 years old, but she looks like someone in their 50s. My mother is also under 60, so in theory she should be saved. Alas! Long Chang sighed and said, what about your relatives and friends? Ask them for a loan. Yang Shang shook his head, looking very helpless. We are all poor relatives. We have borrowed from everyone we should have, and those who wouldn't lend us money have avoided us. Friends? What friends do I have? A few workmates who I usually hang out with, but their situation is not much better. Alas, every family has its own problems. Well, with this disease, you should have spent a lot of money in the early stages. It's hard. Long Chang asked again, what about your contractor? Humph. This month is almost over and we haven't been paid for last month's work yet. While he was talking, the phone rang. He put it on speakerphone, and it sounded like his wife was calling, asking him if he had gotten the money yet, saying that his sister had come to the house, but had only brought 10,000 yuan, which she was saving for her children's schooling. Yang Yuan was about to cry when she heard, and asked, brother, how much is the surgery going to cost? Yang Shang hurriedly turned back as soon as he heard, and a glimmer of hope flashed in his eyes again. 100,000, the doctor told us to prepare 100,000. Yan Yuan counted on her fingers as she heard this. If it costs 100,000 yuan and you have more than 30,000 yuan, that means you still need to find more than 70,000 yuan. Ha, these foreigners really don't know how to do the math. How can they still need more than 70,000 yuan? Long Chang was about to speak when Yang Yuan tapped him on the shoulder from behind and said, Hey, I have an idea. I'll borrow it from someone. Your classmates are still in school, so it's not that easy to borrow more than 60,000 yuan. Long Chang thought about it and said, No, I don't think so. You're not thinking of asking Yang Fan to lend you the money, are you? Wow, you're so smart. How did you come up with that so quickly? Yang Yuan said, unimpressed. Long Chang patted her hand and said, If you ask him to lend you the money, he'll pester you every day. What are you going to do? Yang Yuan pouted and said, If he pesters me, so what? He's the only one with that much money. Long Chang pushed her hand away and gritted his teeth, saying, Forget it, I'll lend him the money. Ah, you're so generous, aren't you going to buy a house? Buying a house is not urgent, saving a life is more important. Although Long Chang seemed to be acting with great righteousness, in fact, he asked himself in his heart, if Yang Yuan hadn't asked Yan Fan for money, would he have lent it to Yang Shang so decisively? Yang Shang had already been unable to hold back his tears when he heard that they were willing to lend him money, and he jumped up from his chair, grasping Long Chang's hand tightly. Brother, I still don't know your last name. Your kindness is... I... Long Chang knew in his heart that once the money was lent, there was no knowing when it would be repaid. But it didn't matter, as the saying goes, saving a life is better than building a 7-story pagoda. Yang Shang was about to kneel down. Long Chang quickly stopped him. Big brother, there's no need for that. Listen to me. I agree to lend you the money, but you have to agree to one condition. Yang Shang immediately became nervous when he heard this, thinking that there couldn't be any more twists and turns. He immediately asked, What condition? You tell me. Long Chang sat down in the chair and said, I agree to lend you the money. I'll lend you 100,000. But you have to take me to your co-workers. I need to ask them if your situation is true, and let them be witnesses. Yang Shang let out a long sigh of relief and a smile appeared on his face. Okay, let's go now. Yang Yuan said from behind him, It's late, your friends are probably asleep, maybe tomorrow? 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 Yang Shang muttered these words, eyeing Long Chang. Long Chang could tell what he was thinking. It was hard to find a way out, and he was a stranger. If he changed his mind tomorrow, where would he find someone? Brother, let's go now then. Yes, Yang Shang was beaming with joy, as happy as a little child. Long Chang then turned to Yang Yuan and said, It's so late, I'll take you home first. No, I want to go with you. Yang Yuan shook her body, a little coquettish.
Long Chang looked at her and felt a little like a boyfriend.
Be a good girl and go home. Everyone in the shack is asleep, and you're only wearing your underwear.
Yang Shang, after being reminded by him, also said, yes, our shack is full of men, and it stinks, so it's not convenient for a girl to go there.
Yang Yuhuan nodded, okay.
Long Chang and Yang Shang saw her off to the intersection outside and watched her cross the street. Then, the two of them walked towards the construction site not far away, where the lights were on.
Chapter 39, I'm just a clown. Long Chang came out of Yang Shang's shack and took the subway home. It was already past 11 when he arrived. He took a shower and went to bed. As soon as he lay down, the system popped up.
Friendly reminder, the system you have bound to beautiful life has been upgraded and can now provide emotional value for men.
Oh, come on. Providing emotional value for men?
That's just creepy. At this time, Xiaomei, the little assistant in the system, jumped out.
Master, you've misunderstood. Emotional value is divided into two types, ordinary and special emotions.
Helping that little girl Lu Xiyu and helping that old lady fulfill her wish to buy a house are ordinary emotional values. Other than that, all the emotional values you've previously obtained are special emotional values.
Do you understand? Oh. So that's what it's like, I understand. How do you calculate the emotional points for men?
Master, apart from special emotional value, ordinary emotional value does not distinguish between men and women, nor does it consider appearance, so you won't see basic information on men. There are 10 levels of emotional value, each with 1, 2, 4, 8, 16, 32, 64, 128, 256, and 512 points. Special emotional value is divided into only 5 levels, from low to high in terms of appearance. They are 1, 2, 4, 8, and 16 points respectively.
Do you understand?
Yes.
But why is special emotional value divided according to a woman's appearance, while ordinary emotional value does not?
Oh. This is because the higher a woman's appearance, the higher the emotional value you will get when you are in close contact with her.
This is the secret. Well, this system is quite scientific.
At that moment, the system sent a shocking message. Warm reminder, you have reached Yang Shang's level 8 emotional value and earned 128 points.
Holy cow, 128 points. Isn't that 1.28 million?
Long Chang rolled over excitedly and fell off the bed to the ground. Master, since Yang Shang is a filial son, you saved his mother, which is equivalent to saving half of his life, so he has achieved an emotional value of level 8.
If his mother's surgery is successful, he may even get more emotional points. Oh, that's great. Saving a life can get such a high score, I'm just going to save lives every day from now on. Master, it's not just about saving a life, but also about the other person being grateful to you, so that you can get the corresponding emotional value points. That's true. If you go around helping people without asking any questions, they're going to think you're a moron, and they're not going to be grateful. But when I get rich, I can start a charity to help people who can't afford medical treatment. Looking at the 128 new points in the system, plus the 60 points he had left, he had a total of 188 points. Long Chang couldn't sleep anymore. He got up from the floor, went outside, and lit a cigarette on the balcony. Looking down, he saw that Zhong Yao's room was lit up. Humph, Zhong Yao, you little bitch, don't you dare jump, I'll conquer you one day. He was now confident in his bright future, having upgraded his system. Just then, he noticed another problem. Oh shit, there are 2 guys standing in front of her door. What's going on? Long Chang put out his cigarette and hurried downstairs. When he got closer, he saw that they were 2 men in suits, one wearing glasses and the other carrying a briefcase. Long Chang was a little confused, lit a cigarette and stared at the 2 men. At that moment, the door to 101 opened. A pot-bellied old man came out, being pushed out. Zhong Yao was pushing him from behind, saying, "Go, don't come find me again." Oh, this is so annoying. The old man shook his head, straightened his clothes, and walked outside, followed immediately by the 2 people at the door, one on each side. Long Chang watched them walk out of the alley and saw them get into a car in front of the door, which looked like a Rolls-Royce. Damn! They're not small potatoes. He quickly turned back to look at Zhong Yao, only to see her long hair draped over her shoulders, wearing a nightgown, a pair of slippers on her feet, her face full of anger, and a cute little appearance. What's wrong? Did he bully you? Zhong Yao glanced at Long Chang, and her brows immediately furrowed. None of your business.
She finished, turned around, and slammed the door. Long Chang stood there alone and realized that he looked like a clown. A very ridiculous clown. It was a waste that he had regarded her as a goddess, as the bright moon, when she was just someone's kept woman. Hateful. Infuriating. Pity. Long Chang went upstairs with no energy and collapsed on the bed. Forget it, there are plenty of fish in the sea. Thinking that he still had 188 points, his mood improved slightly. After some thought, he opened the system and used another 30 points to increase his height. After a painful struggle, his height reached 1.748 meters, just barely reaching 1.75 meters. He wanted to increase his height some more, but the system gave a prompt. Based on your genetic makeup and acquired physical development, your height growth has reached its limit. Damn it! This is the limit. Never mind, 1.75 meters is enough. He was only 1.68 meters before, and now he is 1.75 meters. This is something he never dared to dream of before. Standing in front of the mirror, looking at the tall and straight figure in front of him, he definitely couldn't sleep. It seems that he needs to take tomorrow off. He picked up his phone and called Wang Gu. It was already past 1 a.m. Wang Gu was sleepy and shouted angrily, "Long Chang, what the hell are you doing calling in the middle of the night?" Long Chang said with a smirk, "Sister, I can't sleep and I miss you." After saying that, he was mentally prepared to be scolded, thinking that Wang Gu would definitely say, "Miss you my ass, you're out of your mind." But Wang Gu said gently, "Little Chang Xiang, I miss you too. Come over here and sleep with me." Damn it! This is too mushy, even more direct than me. Long Chang replied excitedly, "Tell me your address and I'll come right over." Wang Gu laughed on the phone, "Okay, just wait, I'll send you the address as soon as I hang up." Then she hung up. Long Chang looked at the phone stupidly. After waiting for a long time with no movement, he realized he had been tricked and immediately called her back. "Sorry. The number you have dialed has been switched off. Please try again later." Alas! The older is wiser, and I am still a bit young. Long Chang had no choice but to send her a message, asking for half a day off. That night, he slept very late. The next morning, at a little after 10, while he was still asleep, Chen Hao called. "Brother Chang, I heard you took the day off. Are you coming to the office today?" "I only took half a day off. I'll be at the office in the afternoon." "What's wrong, Brother Hao?" "Oh, nothing. Nothing. Let's talk when you get to the office." "I have to go." Chen Hao hesitated, then hung up. In this company, he only has Chen Hao as a good friend. He values Chen Hao's character, and Chen Hao also respects him very much. He calls the newcomer Brother Chang, and the two men admire each other. From the tone of Chen Hao's voice, he must have encountered something. Long Chang also stopped sleeping and quickly got up to go to the company. Chapter 40. I'll lend it to you. "Brother Hao, is there something wrong?" When Long Chang arrived at the company, Chen Hao was sitting there, with his hands cupped over his face, in a daze. When Chen Hao saw Long Chang, a ray of hope flashed in his eyes. "Brother Chang, you're here. Just say what you need to say, don't be so slow." Chen Hao was introverted and slow-witted. He looked around at his colleagues in the store, hesitant to speak. "Let's go outside and talk." Long Chang dragged him out of the store, handed him a cigarette, and lit one for himself. Chen Hao took a drag and said slowly, "It's like this, I've got a girlfriend." "Oh no, I should say I'm courting a girl." "Oh shit. You're something, courting a girlfriend." Long Chang interrupted him immediately and asked, "What, are you running into resistance now?" "No. Her father had a car accident and is in the hospital." Long Chang finally understood what was going on after listening to him for a long time. The girl Chen Hao was courting had a father who was a truck driver. Last night, he had a car accident and is now lying in the ICU of the hospital. His life is unknown. Since he was overloaded, the insurance company does not care and he is solely responsible. Fortunately, he was driving someone else's car and the other car had a minor problem, and the person is fine. After Chen Hao finished speaking, he looked at Long Chang and asked, "Brother Chang, she's not my girlfriend yet, do you think I should get involved?" Long Chang laughed, "Is the girl pretty?" Chen Hao nodded, "Not bad." "What do you mean, not bad? Have you two done it yet?" "No, we haven't gotten that far." Long Chang asked again, "So you really like her?" Chen Hao thought for a moment and said, "Since I was little, I've never liked a girl this much."
Then there's nothing more to say, let's go. Which hospital is she in?
Long Chang said, and pulled Chen Hao up and started walking. Chen Hao said with a sad face, "But I don't have much money on me, she's going to ask me for a loan."
Long Chang said cheerfully, "It's okay, I have it."
He now had the system in his body, and his favorite people were those who had no money for medical treatment and surgery. Not to mention that Chen Hao was his brother, even if he didn't know the person, he was willing to help. The two took a taxi to Ruijin Hospital. Outside the ICU ward on the third floor, they saw the girl. She and a woman were snuggled on a bench in the corridor. They looked up when they heard Chen Hao call her.
"Oh, damn.
This girl is pretty."
Chen Hao is not good looking, but he has good taste.
Long Chang immediately saw the information above her head.
Name, He Qingqing.
Age, 23.
Height, 166 centimeters. Weight, 51 kilograms. Face value, high. Favor, 10.
He Qingqing's mother also had information on her head, but Long Chang didn't pay much attention to it, except that her appearance rating was outstanding. He Qingqing was young and pretty, and even Long Chang felt a little excited when he saw her, let alone Chen Hao. However, he was here to rescue someone, and this was still his brother's girlfriend, so he didn't have any evil intentions. Just now, on the way here, Chen Hao said that He Qingqing's parents said that he was too short and honest, and they didn't agree for them to be together. At first, Long Chang didn't think much of it, but now that he saw He Qingqing and looked at Chen Hao again, he kind of agreed with her parents' point of view. Chen Hao was only just over 1.6 meters tall, not even as tall as He Qingqing, and although he was the same age as Long Chang, only 24 years old, he looked like someone in their 30s, and his appearance was extremely ordinary. However, he also had his good points. The most important one was that he had a good character. In addition, he is from Shanghai, while He Qingqing is from Jiangsu. Many outsiders are scrambling to get in, which is a major advantage for him.
"Brother Hao, you're here."
He Qingqing stood up from her chair and walked over to them, a hint of surprise in her eyes.
Her mother, Lu Yun, also cast a gentle glance.
Her husband is about to die, waiting for money to save his life.
Now that there is one more friend, there is one more way out. Where is she in the mood to consider her daughter's affairs?
He Qingqing held Chen Hao and cried for a while. Chen Hao went over to meet her mother and called her auntie.
Lu Yun looked Chen Hao up and down, and then twitched the corners of her mouth and said, "Chen Hao, now that you know Qingqing's father, look, can you lend some money?" Chen Hao nodded and took out a bank card from his body. "I have more than 10,000 yuan in this card."
As soon as Lu Yun heard this, her eyelids immediately dropped and she shook her head gently.
"More than 10,000 yuan? How is that enough?"
"The doctor said we need to prepare 80,000 yuan, and that's just for the surgery." He Qingqing took the bank card from Chen Hao and said to her mother, "Mom, just take whatever you can."
"We're still borrowing money, aren't we?" "Humph. Borrowing from who?"
"Your eldest uncle gave you 10,000 yuan, your second aunt 5,000, and we have more than 10,000 yuan ourselves."
"We're still far from enough."
Lu Yun rubbed her face with both hands and walked up to Chen Hao.
"Aren't you from Shanghai? Didn't you say your house was going to be demolished? Is this all the money you have?"
Chen Hao stammered, "Auntie, it hasn't been demolished yet. We don't have any money, and we can't even speak firmly." Long Chang couldn't bear to watch any longer, walked up to Chen Hao and patted him on the shoulder, and said to Lu Yun,
"Auntie, how much is still missing?"
Lu Yun heard his question, and a ray of hope shone in her eyes again. She looked him up and down and counted on her fingers. Long Chang felt bad watching her, and without waiting for her to finish counting, he said directly, "In that case, I'll lend you 100,000 yuan."
"You'll lend us 100,000 yuan?" Lu Yun and He Qingqing couldn't believe their ears, and they didn't believe it until Long Chang repeated it.
They pulled Long Chang and thanked him profusely. Long Chang stepped back and pushed Chen Hao forward, and said to the two of them, "I'm Chen Hao's good friend, and I'm only lending you this money because of his face."
"If you want to thank someone, thank him." "Ah, thank you, thank Chen Hao."
Although Lu Yun thanked the two of them, you could see from her eyes that she still looked down on Chen Hao, but instead, she looked up to Long Chang and liked him more and more the more she looked at him. This kid is taller and better looking than Chen Hao, and he immediately offered 100,000 yuan.
He's much better than that kid.
If her husband wasn't still lying in the ICU, she would probably be trying to set her daughter up with Long Chang by now.
After leaving the hospital, Chen Hao asked Long Chang, "Brother Chang, didn't the commission come down for that house of yours that hasn't been transferred yet?" "It hasn't come down yet. This is money I saved up before." "Oh shit. I don't know them well, and you're lending them so much money. What if they don't pay you back?" "Don't worry, they will. If it means I can get this girl, I don't care if they don't pay me back." "Damn, man, I'm so touched." While the two were talking, the system popped up two messages. Earned 6 emotional value points from He Qingqing, 32 points. Earned 8 emotional value points from Lu Yun, 128 points. Long Chang was overjoyed, but he couldn't show it in front of Chen Hao, so he could only secretly be happy in his heart. "It's just that this He Qingqing is too stingy, with only a level 6 emotional value. It seems like she doesn't appreciate me very much. Her mother is quite generous." 160 points in hand, plus the original 188 points, a total of 348 points. "I should celebrate properly tonight." Thinking about the date with Chen Lu and Yang Yuan in the evening, Long Chang was overjoyed. Chapter 41, A Gift for You. In the evening, Long Chang met Chen Lu and Yang Yuan in the Oriental Paris. They were going to have dinner, but the two girls thought it was still early and wanted to go shopping. Yang Yuan was wearing a short t-shirt and denim shorts, which showed off her already hot body to the fullest. Chen Lu was still wearing a blue shirt and a professional skirt, which wrapped her plump body in a very sexy way. When these two beauties walk together, it can be described as a combination of the East and the West, each with their own merits, and they attract a lot of attention. Long Chang naturally becomes the object of envy and hatred of his male compatriots when he walks with the two of them, and suffers an unprecedented barrage of stares. The two women just look around and browse, without buying anything. Long Chang really can't stand it anymore, and interjects from the side, "Just buy it if you like it." Yang Yuan gives him a dirty look, and says, "You're going to give it to me?" Long Chang had been waiting for her to say that, and he said cheerfully, "Sure, you can have whichever one you like." He was now a man with a net worth of over 3 million yuan, and it was too trivial to give Yang Yuan a gift, but he was afraid that she wouldn't accept it. Yang Yuan laughed and said, "Forget it, you already gave me a car yesterday, how could I accept another gift from you?" "Ha? What's going on?" Chen Lu was shocked when she heard this, and her mouth fell open. She immediately glared at the two of them. "Great. You two have hooked up behind my back?" Yang Yuan then realized that she had said the wrong thing and caused Chen Lu to misunderstand, and she covered her mouth and laughed. "Sister Lulu, it's not what you think, it's a broken electric car." Then she told Chen Lu what had happened last night. After hearing this, Chen Lu's heart felt a little better, but she also gained a new understanding of Long Chang. After a while, Yang Yuan had a stomachache and went to the bathroom. Chen Lu seized the opportunity to give Long Chang a piece of her mind. "Little Long Chang, you fickle heartthrob, went to see Yang Yuan yesterday, trying to woo her, didn't you?" Long Chang hurriedly explained. "No, I went over there to look at a flat and happened to run into." Chen Lu wasn't about to let him off the hook and continued. "Right, I didn't know you were quite rich, running off to buy a flat at someone else's school. This woman, who seemed gentle and refined before, has become so aggressive?" Perhaps it was because the two had not been close before, and they were polite to each other. Since they had become close, although they were not in a relationship, they had some sort of relationship, and when they saw each other being close to others, jealousy immediately arose. Long Chang also gained a new understanding of Chen Lu and women. He saw Chen Lu looking at a Gucci bag for a long time and laughed. "Okay, stop it. I'll give you this bag." "Really?" Chen Lu was overjoyed at the news and pointed to the price tag next to it, smiling at him. 8,800 yuan? Are you sure?" Long Chang didn't say a word, just took the bag from her hand and handed it to the salesperson. Chen Lu became anxious at the sight and pulled Long Chang back. "Hey, I was just joking with you. Do you think I'd really accept a gift from you?" "Ha, I'm willing to give it to you, why wouldn't you want to take it?" "I don't want it, if my husband sees it, how can I explain to him?" "Just say you bought it with your own money." While the two were talking, Su Qingyi, who was not far away, saw them. "Ah! Isn't that Long Chang?" Her exclamation immediately attracted the attention of another person. Next to her was also Luo Yang. The two of them were shopping together, and Luo Yang was carrying her bag in his hands. I wonder when the two of them got together. Luo Yang turned his head and looked, dumbfounded. Is this woman Chen Lu, the foreign affairs intermediary? Because of Chen Lu, he and Long Chang had a big fight. Chen Lu had asked him to go to a bar with her last time, and he was even beaten up, and still doesn't understand what happened. Now seeing Long Chang so intimately with Chen Lu, hatred immediately welled up in his heart. Not just him, Su Qingyi felt the same way. It's just that she hates Long Chang. She likes Long Chang, and she wanted to be good with him. That night, she asked him to go to the movies with her and then walked him home. Then he said he couldn't. If he couldn't, why was he hanging out with a bunch of girls? She's been watching him for a while now, and she's long suspected that Long Chang was cheating on her. Luo Yang and Su Qingyi exchanged glances and started talking. Damn it! This kid, he's only been here a few days, and he's already hitting on girls everywhere. Why, are you jealous of seeing your family with a beautiful woman? No, Qingqing, what kind of person do you take me for? He is not only getting along well with Tang Lin at the company, but also with Wang Gu. I just can't stand him. If Wang Gu sides with him and helps him achieve good results, do you think you will ever get ahead in the company? Su Qingyi hadn't thought of this at first, but after Luo Yang's provocation, she really felt that this was the case. She and Wang Gu were in the same group of employees who joined the company at the same time. Later, Wang Gu became a manager, but she didn't, and she has always been resentful. Now, Long Chang has just joined the company and has already closed 2 deals. If this continues, she will never get ahead. Ha, so what if I can't stand it? Can you beat him up? You never know, I'll find a chance to fix him one day. Clean up? Just a minute. Su Qingyi was reminded by him and remembered something. With a twinkle in her eye, she said to Luo Yang, I have an idea. Luo Yang hurriedly asked, what is it? While the two were talking, Long Chang and Chen Lu had already bought their bags. Long Chang said to Chen Lu, this Yang Yuan hasn't come out for a long time, let's go to the restaurant and wait for her? Okay, I'll give her a call and tell her to go straight there. Chen Lu finished speaking and took out her phone to call Yang Yuan. Su Qingyi pulled Luo Yang along behind them. This Chen Lu's husband is an old classmate of mine, I met him at a class reunion, I'll have my classmate catch them in the act. Ha ha ha, that's a good idea. Luo Yang excitedly clapped his hands and said to Su Qingyi, then hurry up and call your classmate. Su Qingyi nudged him and said, what's your hurry? Let's follow them, it's best to have solid evidence. Long Chang and Chen Lu walked out of the mall, chatting the whole way. Chen Lu looked at Long Chang and said, hurry up and eat, we have things to do after we eat. Long Chang winked at her and said, what good things are we doing after we eat? Chen Lu pinched his arm and said, what do you think? You gave me a bag, I have to thank you properly, don't I? Luo Yang and Su Qingyi followed the two quietly, only a few steps apart, and basically heard their conversation. Long Chang and Chen Lu crossed the street and entered a fish restaurant. Luo Yang and Su Qingyi stood outside the window, quietly observing. Luo Yang said to Su Qingyi, hurry up and call your classmate, before they finish eating and leave. Su Qingyi nodded, found his classmate's phone number in her phone, and called. Chapter 42, Catching an Adulterer. Hello, Chow. Su Qingyi, old classmate, why did you call me? Oh, nothing much. Is Chen Lu there? Oh, she's not back yet. She said she's been busy with a business deal lately. Do you need to talk to her? No, I don't need to talk to her, I need to talk to you. Oh, you want to talk to me, where are you now? How about? Ah, Chow, don't get me wrong. I called you to tell you about Chen Lu. Lu? What about her? Don't worry, it's not a big deal. She's having dinner with a colleague of mine, a man. Su Qingyi deliberately emphasized that it was a male colleague. Chen Lu's husband immediately became alerted. Tell me, what is their relationship? Su Qingyi saw that he was already on the line, and said slowly, it's actually nothing, Chen Lu is just working with a male colleague from our company. Over time, the two have become very close, and often go shopping, watch movies, eat together, and so on. I just wanted to give you a heads up. Oh shit, this is outrageous. As soon as Lu Chao heard this, he asked, where are they now? I'll rush over there right away. This grilled fish restaurant is at the intersection of Nanchang Road and Shenyang Road. You can come over. After hanging up the phone, Su Qingyi and Luo Yang smiled at each other and just waited for the show to begin. In the grilled fish restaurant, Long Chang and Chen Lu had been sitting down for a while when Yang Yuan also entered. The three of them ordered fish and some side dishes and started chatting. Yang Yuan saw Chen Lu's Gucci bag on the chair and her eyes lit up. She looked over and said, "Wow, Lulu, you're really rich, you bought this bag." The two of them had been looking at it for a long time when they were shopping in the mall and really liked it, but they couldn't bring themselves to buy it. After all, it cost more than 8,000 yuan. Chenlu looked at the bag and then at Yang Yuan and pondered. If she took this bag home, it would definitely attract her husband's attention and he would inevitably ask a lot of questions. He and Long Chang only need each other, they are not lovers, and it seems inappropriate to accept such an expensive gift from him. After much deliberation, she decided to let Long Chang and Yang Yuan have their way. So, she smiled and said to Yang Yuan, "Yuan, you've made a mistake, I didn't buy this, Long Chang did." "Oh, I thought you bought it." Yang Yuan played with the bag and looked at Long Chang. "You bought it for your girlfriend, didn't you?" Long Chang was taken aback. Just now, Chen Lu had clearly accepted the bag, so why was she refusing it now? Before he could say anything, Chen Lu smiled again and said to Yang Yuan, "You don't know yet, but he bought it for you. He was afraid that you would be embarrassed, so he bought it while you were away." "Ah." Upon hearing this, Yang Yuan's mouth fell open in surprise. She covered her face with her hands, looked at Long Chang with emotion and shyness, and was unable to speak for a long time. Long Chang looked at Yang Yuan with a smile and asked, "Do you still like it?" Having come this far, he could only go with the flow. He was inwardly grateful to Chen Lu. This woman is really nice, not greedy for money, and also willing to help him. Yang Yuan's eyes sparkled, and she nodded repeatedly, "Yes, I like it." She blushed a little when she saw Chen Lu looking at her, and said to Chen Lu, "Sister Lulu, you're lying to me, why would he give me such an expensive gift?" Chen Lu patted her on the shoulder and said, "Have you forgotten that last time you helped him beat that pervert Luo Yang?" At this moment, a car pulled up to the curb. A tall man got out of the car and looked around, and saw Su Qingyi. Su Qingyi also saw him, waved him over, and pulled him to the window to look inside. "Hey Chow, look, they're eating inside." Lu Chao rushed over, sweating profusely. He wiped the sweat from his face, clenched his fists, and was very excited. When he saw the situation in the restaurant, he was slightly relieved. Weren't there 3 of them?" Su Qingyi explained, "There were only 2 of them. The other foreign girl came in later, probably by chance." Luo Yang added, "We were following them, and we heard them say they were going to check into a hotel after dinner." "No way." Lu Chao clenched his fists again at this news, and stared at Luo Yang. "Are you serious?" Luo Yang was scared by his fierce look and took a step back. "Really, just ask Qingyi." Su Qingyi patted Lu Chao on the shoulder and comforted him. "Things have come to this, so you'd better get ready mentally. We'll know if it's true or not in a moment, and look, they're almost done eating." Alas! This woman! I never thought. Lu Chao sighed, leaned against the wall with no energy, closed his eyes and pondered. Luo Yang fanned the flames again, saying, "Do you see the bag on the chair? 8,800 yuan, it's the guy who gave it to your wife." Lu Chao listened and opened his eyes wide again as he looked around the room. His Adam's apple kept bobbing up and down, as if he wanted to devour the 2 people in the window alive. Finally, Long Chang and the others finished eating and stood up from the chairs. Su Qingyi and the other 2 quickly hid in an alley nearby and peeked out from the entrance to watch. Long Chang and the other 2 walked out front and back. Yang Yuan was carrying the 8,800 yuan bag in her hand and walking shoulder to shoulder with Long Chang. Chen Lu walked in front of them, and when they reached the door, she waved to the 2 of them and turned to go alone. Long Chang and Yang Yuan walked towards the other side, chatting and laughing. Su Qingyi and Luo Yang were dumbfounded when they saw this scene. Oh my god! How could this be? Wasn't the bag meant for Chen Lu? Why is it in the hands of that foreign girl? And didn't they just say they wanted to eat quickly and then go do something else? Only Lu Chao was happy. He had just heard Su Qingyi and Luo Yang's words and was desperate. He was thinking about what to do with his relationship with Chen Lu. If they got divorced, they would still have a son a few years old. Now it's fine, things are not as he imagined. He smiled and looked at Su Qingyi and Luo Yang, looking a little embarrassed. Before he could speak, Su Qingyi explained. "Chow, don't look at me like that, what I just said is true." "Humph. So what I'm seeing now is fake." Lu Chao snorted, dropped these words, and walked away. He left Su Qingyi and Luo Yang there, looking at each other. Chen Lu wiped the sweat from her forehead after leaving the restaurant a long way away, and looked back. Her heart, which had been hanging in the balance, finally let down. That was a close call. Just now, when she was talking to Yang Yuan about Luo Yang, it was a strange coincidence that she accidentally caught a glimpse of Luo Yang outside the window. At first she didn't care, but then she noticed that there was also a Su Qingyi next to her, and the two of them were peeking at them, so she became alert. Later, when he saw her husband Lu Chao, she immediately realized the seriousness of the situation. But she didn't show it, and as if nothing had happened, she picked up her phone and sent a message to Long Chang, telling him everything. So the two of them cancelled their original plan and put on a show for Lu Chao and the others in front of the hotel. Luo Yang stood there for a long time, his mind filled with the beautiful figure of Yang Yuhuan, and he always felt that something was wrong. Ah! That foreign girl who hit me that night, wasn't she her? Shit! So she and Long Chang knew each other for a long time. In that case, was it a trap set by them that day? Luo Yang was extremely angry, but he couldn't tell Su Qingyi about it, so he could only hold it in, feeling extremely uncomfortable. Son of a bitch, just you wait, I'll show you. Chapter 43, Go Drink. With me. After Chen Lu left the restaurant, she knew her husband was watching her from behind, so she could only walk forward with her head down, not daring to look back. Suddenly, her phone rang, and it was Lu Chao calling. She calmed down a little, picked up the phone, and impatiently said as usual, "What are you calling for?" "Lulu, are you back yet?" Lu Chao's voice was different from usual, very gentle. After the scare she had just experienced, Chen Lu told the truth. "I just finished eating with a friend and am now heading to the subway station." "Oh, where are you?" "I just finished some business downtown, I'll come pick you up." "I'm near Nanchang Road, I'll be at the subway entrance soon." "Okay, wait for me at the subway station, I'll be right there." Chen Lu waited at the subway station for a while, and Lu Chao's car arrived. He got out of the car and smiled at Chen Lu, just like when they first met. Chen Lu felt a little uncomfortable. It had been years since he had smiled at her like that, and he had never driven to pick her up before. The last time she rode in his car, it was with her son on a family outing. Lu Chao walked over, patted her on the arm, and said softly, "Let's go, get in the car." Chen Lu got in the car with him and was about to sit in the back seat. Lu Chao held her back and said, "Sit in the front, there's something in the back." Chen Lu sat in the passenger seat and looked back. She saw 2 durians in the back seat and complained. "That's such an expensive thing, and you don't even like the smell of it. Why did you buy it?" Lu Chao was quite pleased with himself and laughed along. "Aren't you the one who likes it the most?" "I haven't seen you buy it for a long time, so I bought 2 when I saw them just now." Chen Lu glanced at Lu Chao and her eyes welled up with tears. She really likes durians, but her husband and son don't eat them, so she basically stopped buying them. Unexpectedly, Lu Chao still thought of buying it for her today. At this moment, her emotions were very complex. The complaints and dissatisfaction she had towards him in the past had dissipated a lot at this moment. Instead, she felt guilty and self-blame. She rubbed her eyes, stared at the man driving, and whispered, "Thank you." Lu Chao grinned, as if they were an old married couple, and acted like an outsider. Tianzifang. Long Chang was leading Yang Yuhuan through the alleys. The nearby alleys are full of shops selling calligraphy and paintings, art, pottery, all kinds of ornaments and decorations. Yang Yuhuan stops and goes, stopping to look at each shop for a long time. Before she finishes exploring one alley, she already has 2 or 3 knickknacks in her hands, playing with them as she walks. Although this girl is tall, mature and sexy, she still has the nature of a little girl. Unlike many girls in China, for whom money and material things are everything, she really likes these things and she likes Chinese culture. Long Chang felt no pressure being with her. "Yuhuan, you like China so much, why don't you stay here after graduation?" Yan Yuhuan frowned when she heard this. "I'd love to stay in China, but I signed an agreement with a Chinese school. They're sponsoring my studies here, and I'll be teaching there after graduation." "Oh, I see." Long Chang had heard that her family was not well off, but he hadn't realized she was a sponsored student. After thinking about it, he laughed and said, "If you don't go back, just pay the school some money." Yang Yuhuan gave him a look and said, "Cut it out. You make it sound so easy, but where would I get that kind of money? You still have a year to go before you graduate, right? By the time you graduate, I should have some money saved up, so I'll pay for you." Although Long Chang didn't know how much she would have to pay, he was willing to do it for her. He could afford to pay now, without waiting until she graduated. He had already been pretty tactful in what he said. Yang Yuhuan was very surprised to hear this. "Really? You're so nice." But she immediately lowered her eyelids and asked with a pout, "But why are you paying for me?" Long Chang said casually, I just want you to stay in China, so I'll have one more friend. Yan Yuhuan glanced at him secretly. Thank you. I haven't thought about it yet, we'll see about that. After thinking for a while, she shook the bag in her hands. Thank you for the bag you gave me too. I suddenly carry such an expensive bag, people will think I'm being supported by someone. After saying that, she giggled. From her series of actions, Long Chang could already tell that this girl was very clever. She was beating around the bush, hinting at Long Chang, wanting to know if he wanted to support her. What did she mean? Did she want to be supported? Or? Ha ha ha. To avoid embarrassment, Long Chang laughed and said, You know about being supported? Yang Yuhuan tilted her head and said, Of course. Then she told Long Chang about a female classmate at her school who was being supported. From her words, it could be heard that she looked down on being supported. Long Chang was a little excited, but after hearing her say that, he had to dismiss that evil thought. If not being supported, then let's just be friends properly. After strolling for a while, Long Chang said to Yan Yuhuan, You don't have class tomorrow, so don't go home tonight. Stay in the city and let's hang out again tomorrow? Yang Yuhuan glanced at Long Chang and shook her head repeatedly. Although I don't have class, you still have to work tomorrow. Long Chang immediately said, I can take a leave of absence. Yang Yuhuan nudged his arm and said, Don't take a leave of absence, just work hard and earn more money. You still need to buy a house. Long Chang saw that she was refusing again and again, so he didn't want to insist. After a little more window shopping, he walked her to the subway station, and she took the subway back to school. Yan Yuhuan skipped merrily into the subway entrance, took a few steps, and then came back. She walked over to Long Chang, put her hands on his shoulders, and gave him a kiss on the lips. Then she ran away immediately, turned around, and waved at Long Chang. Long Chang immediately froze in place. What did this girl mean? Is this considered a date? Long Chang, what are you standing here for? At that moment, someone called to him. Long Chang looked up and saw Wang Ge walking towards the subway station, still in a professional suit, carrying a bag in her hand. Long Chang immediately smiled at her and said, I've been waiting for you, why are you only just here? Humph. Waiting for me? Wang Ge walked up to him, gave him a tap on the shoulder, looked at him with a scrutinizing gaze, and confessed, Which little girl are you waiting for? Long Chang tilted his head and looked at her lecherously. I really was waiting for a girl, and that girl has now arrived. He was now familiar with Wang Ge and spoke casually. Wang Ge pretended to look around and asked, Where is that girl? Long Chang grabbed her arm and said, Isn't that girl right in front of you? Wang Ji's face flushed, and she turned her face to the side. However, she immediately regained her composure, patted Long Chang's arm and said, What are you still standing there for? Let's go. Oh shit. Is she serious? Long Chang was caught off guard and had to follow her plan and go down to the subway station with her. As they walked, he asked, Sister, where are we going? Wang Ge shook her head slightly and said, I'm in a bad mood today, so go drink with me. Where are we going to drink? Let's go downstairs to my place. That barbecue place is good. Chapter 44 Little Comrade, what is your relationship? Long Chang and Wang Ge took the subway to Zhujiaoui. Wang Ge took him to a nearby barbecue restaurant. This barbecue restaurant is located next to a green belt at the junction of two small roads. There is sparse traffic and a quiet environment. The surrounding area is also full of the smell of night snacks sold by small vendors. It is a great place to meet. The two sat down at a small outdoor table next to the green belt and ordered some skewers and beer. While waiting for the barbecue, Long Chang opened a bottle of beer and poured 2 glasses. Wang Ge couldn't wait for the barbecue to arrive and lifted up a glass of beer and drank it. Long Chang clinked glasses with her and asked, Sister, what's wrong? Why are you so downcast? Sigh. Wang Ge sighed. You know, our store's performance isn't doing well. And now we've encountered another problem. It's about that Lin Jiasen calling the head office and saying that someone from our company had a private deal with her agent Su Jiaming. A private deal? Long Chang frowned, he had just started in the business and didn't quite understand. Wang Ge lifted his glass and bumped it against Long Chang's, explaining. It's when a client likes a house but the price is far off, the agent will ask Su Jiaming out and offer him a certain advantage to get him to go and talk to Lin Jiasen to bring the price down. Oh, damn, it can be done like that. Long Chang had learned something. Wang Ge leaned back in his chair and laughed, I wish I were the agent. I heard that Su Jiaming has made at least 2 or 3 million in the past few years. Seeing Wang Ji's envious expression, Long Chang also felt a little yearning. Oh, damn. This agent is really good. Wang Ge clapped his hands, getting more and more excited the more he thought about it. Who says it isn't? After all, Lin Jiasen is rich, and it's not like she needs the money. Long Chang thought about it and shook his head. No. Su Jiaming made 2 or 3 million, so Lin Jiasen may lose 20 or 30 million. That's a big loss. Wang Ge laughed and said, who cares about her? Su Jiaming got the money anyway. Long Chang asked, can't Lin Jiasen sue him? Wang Ge knocked on the table and said, how? She can't get any evidence, unless she finds an intermediary to testify. But the intermediary is stupid. Isn't he going to get into trouble if he testifies? Besides, Su Jiaming is still her relative. I don't think this matter will ever be resolved. Long Chang looked at her breasts rising and falling, her face flushed, very smart and strong-willed. Sister, then what are you worried about? Aren't you the agent? Sigh. Wang Ge sighed. Lin Jiasen can't do anything about Su Jiaming, but she's taking it out on us. She heard that someone in our company is having an affair with Su Jiaming, and in the future, they won't list their properties with us. Long Chang asked, so this doesn't have much to do with you, right? Could it be you? Wang Ge shook his head and said, it's not me. I'm trying to figure out who it is too. But no matter who it is, the head office will blame me. Do you think I'm unlucky? At this time, the barbecue they ordered was also served. Long Chang comforted her while persuading her to eat the barbecue and drink. In no time, Wang Ge was drunk and slurring her words. She patted Long Chang's hand and said, little Chang, you've had enough. It's about time. Let's go. Long Chang paid the bill, put his arm around her waist, helped her up from the chair, and said, let's go. I'll take you home. Wang Ge waved her hand and said, no, no, no. I'll take you home. Where do you live? This was the first time Long Chang had seen a woman drunk talking nonsense, so he wanted to tease her. I live on Changle Road, let's go, to my place. Changle Road? That's so far away. Wang Ge said, looking around, isn't this near my home? Let's go, to my place. Well, that's right. We've come this far, where are you going to run? As soon as Long Chang let go, Wang Ge staggered and had to reach out and hold onto her tightly. The men drinking next to them stared at Wang Ge, looked her up and down, and then turned their attention to Long Chang, their eyes full of hatred. One man even stood up, walked over to them, patted Long Chang on the arm, and asked with concern. Brother, I have a car, can I give you a ride? Long Chang shook off his hand and said with a smile, she lives upstairs. I'll take her up first. After I come down in a while, you can take me home. Cut it out. The man spat angrily and turned back in a huff, attracting a burst of laughter from the people around him. Long Chang glanced at the group and said to the shop owner, Boss, it looks like you'll be able to sell a few more cases of beer tonight. The shop owner was a skinny old man and didn't understand what Long Chang meant. Long Chang laughed and said, can't you see? Someone just had too much vinegar and needs beer to neutralize it. Fuck. Are you talking about us? If not us, then who else? The men next to them immediately became agitated and immediately surrounded Long Chang. Who the fuck is jealous of you? You, say it more clearly. Long Chang glared at them and didn't say a word. He was well versed in the morality of ruthless people not saying much, which was a deterrent to them. He had been prepared for this, as he had just dared to flirt with them. He saw that they had already drunk quite a bit and simply didn't care. He had been involved in many fights since childhood, and although he had fought less recently, his health had suffered as a result. Because he had been in poor health in his previous life, he had deliberately strengthened his exercise after rebirth. Although his body was not as strong as that of an ox, it was comparable to that of a donkey. The two sides were on the verge of a major fight. At this moment, the skinny shopkeeper walked up and stood behind the several men, smiling and saying, I said, little brothers, is it worth it just for these few words? Then he put his hands on the shoulders of the two men. As soon as his laughter stopped, the two men let out a cry of pain and immediately crouched down. The remaining few people looked back and seemed to understand what was going on. Long Chang also realized that the old man had kung fu in his hands, and it was not shallow. He might even be a hidden master. He hurriedly asked, Sir, what is your last name? Do you set up your stall here every day? The old man looked at Long Chang kindly. My surname is Wang. They all call me Wang Laojiao. As long as it doesn't rain, I'm usually here every day. That's good. I'll come back tomorrow to do business with you. Long Chang smiled at him, waved his hand, and helped Wang Gu walk away. Wang Laojiao only hired one employee, but seeing that he was busy, he quickly went over to help as well. Long Chang followed Wang Gu into the residential area and entered the elevator according to the building number she had mentioned. He asked Wang Gu, sister, which floor? There was also an elderly couple in the elevator. The old woman interrupted, no need to ask, she lives on the 19th floor. Long Chang then realized that they had also pressed 19th floor, and they should be neighbors living on the same floor as Wang Gu. The old man looked at Long Chang and his companion, crossed his arms, and asked like an old cadre, young comrade, what is your relationship with her? Long Chang grinned and said, sister, she is my sister. Didn't you hear me call her sister just now? Humph. Sister? The old man snorted and said in a questioning tone, she is your sister, don't you know what floor she lives on? Long Chang knew that this person was not to be trifled with, so he held his temper and laughed. I'm her distant cousin, I just arrived today, and I got a little drunk out of joy, I haven't had a chance to ask her room number yet. The old lady stared at Long Chang for a while, and then, probably seeing that he was amiable, she smiled at him. Then she reached out and nudged the old man, whispering, you old thing, mind your own business. Chapter 45, Young Comrade, Don't Make Mistakes. The elevator finally arrived on the 19th floor. Long Chang was finally able to get away from the surveillance of this elderly couple. Upholding the virtues of respecting the elderly and loving the young, he let the couple get out of the elevator first. However, the couple walked slowly in front of them, occasionally looking back at Long Chang and the others, which was very annoying. Finally, they stopped in front of a door, but did not immediately open the door and enter the house, turning their heads to look at Long Chang. Long Chang found the place according to the door number Wang Gu said. Shit, it turned out to be next door to this couple. Long Chang rummaged through Wang Ji's bag and found the key. After entering the house, he slammed the door shut, which startled the old couple. Wang Ji's living room was not big, it should be a one-bedroom apartment, clean and cozy, with all kinds of furniture. Wang Gu didn't know if she had been awakened by the sound of the door slamming, or if she had planned it from the start. Once she entered the room, she pressed Long Chang against the wall. Leaning against Long Chang, she bent her legs and knees, and rubbed her knees against Long Chang's thighs. Oh, damn. This woman is quite experienced. Long Chang was caught off guard. Where should he put his mouth? Where should he put his hands? Where should he lean his body? Wait, he wasn't prepared for any of it. But he is quite resourceful and quickly got used to the routine. Wang Gu usually seems strong and tomboyish, but after all she is a woman, and women are like water, and her body is still very supple. Usually wrapped up in a professional suit, she doesn't show her true colors, but inside there is a whole world. Wang Ji's cheeks turned red, her breathing quickened, and she pressed her mouth against Long Chang's face. It was hot. Tender. Lubricious. The only thing that spoilt the moment was the unpleasant smell of alcohol, which Long Chang could not stand. Long Chang picked her up and put her on the sofa, preparing to pour her a cup of tea to freshen her breath and make her feel better. After searching for a long time, he found coffee all around the coffee table, but no tea. He had just returned from making a cup of coffee. There was a knock at the door. Who is it? Her friend? Or a relative? Looking through the peephole, he saw a large, dry head stuck to the door. Damn, it's that old guy from earlier. Long Chang slammed the door open, and the old man fell into Long Chang's arms, his cap falling to the ground. Long Chang pushed his head away. The old man swayed a bit before standing up straight, picked up his cap from the ground, and glared at Long Chang. Young comrade, what do you want? Humph. I'm asking you. What do you want, barging in on someone in the middle of the night? The old man patted the hat on his hand and looked around the room. Little comrade, it's not good for you to be alone with a woman in the same room, is it? Long Chang snapped, what do you mean alone? Didn't I just tell you? We're relatives, got it? Humph. The old man laughed softly. Let me tell you, if you are related, it is even more inappropriate. Then isn't that incest? Long Chang became more and more angry as he listened. He stepped forward angrily and said, what incest? She is drunk. Shouldn't I take care of her? Do you think everyone is as despicable as you? The old man took a step back and pointed at Long Chang's face and said, "Look at you, you have lipstick on your face. How can you say you haven't messed around? I just helped her upstairs, and she leaned on me, and it accidentally rubbed against me, okay? Okay, I still have to take care of her, so please help yourself." Long Chang didn't want to deal with him anymore, and after he finished speaking, he slammed the door shut. When he returned inside, he saw that the cup of coffee on the coffee table had already been finished. Wang Gu was lying horizontally on the sofa, her legs crossed, in an indecent position. Although her posture was indecent, her figure was extremely good, and it did not affect Long Chang's appreciation of elegance. This woman usually acts full of herself in the office, with the posture of a strong woman, so strong that it is unbearable. At this moment, she is still as delicate as a kitten, quietly leaning there, making people feel distressed and wanting to retaliate against her usual condescending and overbearing attitude. Long Chang took out 2 paper towels and wiped the sweat beads on her forehead for her. Then he helped her up, pulled off her jacket, leaving behind a shirt, to release her plump body and let it breathe. Then he sat down next to her, lifted her long legs and put them on his knees, removing the high heels from her feet. Her legs were slender and long, with a beautiful shape, and the brown stockings were very moist and cold. After doing all this, he went to get a damp towel and wiped her face, neck, and chest below the neck. Her body trembled slightly. "Well, that's more like it. Is there anywhere else I should wipe?" Long Chang stared at his masterpiece in front of him, very satisfied. And at that moment, the knock on the door sounded again. Without having to think twice, it was the damned old man again. After opening the door, the old man stuck his head in again and looked around the room, seeing the portrait of the king in the living room. His eyes were wide open and he couldn't close them for a long time. Long Chang pushed him away and said, "What do you want now?" The old man straightened up, put his hands behind his back, and said slowly, "Young comrade, I've just gone back and thought about it, and I have to advise you not to make a mistake. You know, there are so many cases of people suing others for rape on TV and the internet these days, so you must be careful." What a dirty old man. "I think you're just jealous because you can't have the grapes." Long Chang couldn't hold back his anger and said angrily, "If I were a bad person, I would have done it already. Look, she's fine now, isn't she? Have I hurt her in any way?" Hearing this, the old man peeked into the room again. Long Chang grabbed him by the sleeve and pulled him directly into the room. "Come, I'll show you. Look in the trash can, it's all the vomit she just threw up. She's so drunk, if I don't take care of her, and something happens, who's responsible?" As he said this, he kicked the trash can in front of the old man, and a stench hit him in the face. In fact, the contents of the trash can were not vomit from Wang Gu, it could be the chicken bones she ate yesterday. She forgot to take out the trash when she left the house in the morning, and it fermented in the heat all day, so of course it stinks. The old man coughed twice, reached out to cover his mouth, and kept backing up. Long Chang forced his way in and said, "Don't go, aren't you afraid I'll molest him? Then I'll go, you take care of her, okay?" After he said that, he walked towards the door. The old man hurriedly stopped him. No, don't go." At that moment, his wife, the old lady, also walked into the room, looked at Wang Gu on the sofa, and then at the old man's distracted expression, and walked up and grabbed the old man's ear. "You old thing, I can see you're not as old as you feel. What are you pretending? It's none of your business what young people do. Ouch. Easy, madam." After the old man was dragged out, the world finally returned to peace. Lung Kung was afraid that the old man would come back, so he sat next to Wang Gu for a while, but there was no movement. However, at this moment, his heart could not calm down. He picked Wang Gu up and walked towards the bedroom. Wang Gu had just had a cup of coffee and was now awake. She opened her eyes and, seeing Long Chang, looked a little surprised and asked, "Long Chang, why haven't you gone home?" Long Chang smiled at her and said, "I have gone home, but who will help you upstairs and look after you?" Wang Gu looked at Long Chang with a smile on her face, a little embarrassed. "Then you." Long Chang ran his finger across her rosy little face. "What, me? You want to get rid of me?" Wang Gu frowned and smiled, put her arms around Long Chang's neck, and squeezed her whole body against him. Once they entered the bedroom, as soon as Long Chang put her down on the bed, she wrapped her arms around him and pulled him over, then rolled over and pinned him underneath her. Chapter 46, Getting in the Car. In the morning, Long Chang was awakened from his sleep by the system. 3 emotional value points from Wang Ji's level 3, plus 4. 3 emotional value points from Wang Ji's level 3, plus 4. 3 emotional value. Points from Wang Ji's level 3, plus 4. Because Wang Ji's appearance rating is outstanding, he only has a level 3 emotional value. Long Chang was a little disappointed that he had worked hard for most of the night and only got 12 points. But then he thought, this is 120,000 yuan, which is not a small amount. Now that he has more than 3 million yuan, it's time to buy a car. Something low-key, a car that costs 100,000 to 200,000 yuan would be fine. Next to him, Wang Gu was glowing with health, her eyes smiling, and she was sound asleep. Long Chang pinched her cheek. Sis, wake up. Wang Gu lazily opened his hand. What's the noise? Aren't you tired? Long Chang couldn't help laughing at Wang Ji's hoarse voice. You say I was yelling? Last night you were no quieter than me. After a while, the alarm clock by the bed went off. Hearing it, Wang Gu reflexively jumped out of the covers. After jumping out, he noticed that he was cold, and then remembered that Long Chang was still lying next to him. He quickly reached out to protect his private parts. Long Chang pulled her hand away with a wicked smile. What are you embarrassed about? We've already seen it. Wang Gu shyly lowered her head, and regardless, she got up from the bed, went to the bathroom to wash up, came back, got dressed, and was ready to go to work. When she looked back, Long Chang was still lying in bed. Hey, Xiaoqian, aren't you going to work? Long Chang lazily said, I can't get up. Can I ask the manager for a leave? Wang Gu then remembered that she was his manager. She smiled and said, whatever, you can come back tonight and clean up. Long Chang felt very comfortable. He never thought that one day he would be able to lie in the bed of this arrogant woman and ask for leave from her face to face. After Wang Gu left, Long Chang slept a nap. After waking up, he called Chen Hao and asked him to help him show a property to a client. After arranging the work, he went out. He went to a nearby car shop and got a Volkswagen, spending nearly 200,000 yuan. He had been trying to get his driver's license for 2 years, but he had never driven much, so he was not very skilled. He drove to a remote area of town with houses and practiced driving on the side streets. After practicing for half a day, he felt that he had made some progress and drove out onto the main road to get a feel for it. But he still didn't feel good about it, so after lunch he went back to practicing. As the sun set, the weather gradually cooled down. Residents of the old houses came out in small groups to jog and take a walk, filling the air with the smell of smoke. Ahead, a woman walking her dog caught his attention. He drove up and sure enough, he recognized her as Karina Lam. Long Chang rolled down the window and waved, saying, Hi, Sister Lam, walking the dog? Long Chang. What a coincidence, I can meet you here too. Karina Lam was very happy to see him and, after taking a look at his car, asked, Did you just buy it? Ah, this is the only car I can afford right now. Thinking about the huge gap in status between him and Lin Jiasen, Long Chang still wasn't confident enough. Lin Jiasen nodded approvingly, You're still so young, it's not bad that you can afford a car like this. Long Chang pulled over to the side of the road and got out of the car to accompany Lin Jiasen on a walk. After chatting for a while, Long Chang asked, Lin Jia, I heard that you didn't sell your house to our company? Lin Jiasen shook her head inside. It's not definite. I was just saying that casually. If anyone is to blame, it's my agent. I trusted him so much, and he did this to me. I've already fired him and sent him back to Hong Kong. Long Chang comforted her for a while, and then said, So now that no one is helping you manage those houses, you'll be very busy in the future, won't you? Alas! What can you do? After Lin Jiasen said this, her eyes lit up, and she took a long look at Long Chang. She wanted to say something, but suddenly she held back. Then she asked Long Chang casually, Are houses selling well these days? Long Chang shook his head helplessly. It's hard to say whether they're selling well or not. Our industry is different from other industries. You don't necessarily get results from hard work. A lot of the time, it depends on luck. Although some people have made a lot of money, there are only a handful of them in the vast agency community in Shanghai. Lin Jiasen nodded repeatedly, and after he finished speaking, she asked, So what are your plans for the future? I'm a lazy person with no big dreams. I don't seek wealth or riches, just a stable life. Well. I never thought you'd be so level-headed at such a young age. Ha ha ha, Lin Jia, are you praising me or are you implying that I'm not motivated? After understanding Long Chang's thoughts, Lin Jiasen finally said what she wanted to say. Long Chang, if you don't mind the trouble, what do you think about helping me manage those houses? Ah! Lung Kung froze instantly.
Yesterday, Lung Kung had talked to Wang Gu about Su Jiaming, and Wang Gu hated her for not being the agent. Unexpectedly, the next day, the position of the agent was about to fall on his head, and she had even come to him herself. Although he was somewhat prepared, the happiness came so suddenly that it still took him by surprise. Lin Jiasen saw that he was silent, and asked, "What? You don't want to? Then I'll have to find someone else?" Long Chang came back to his senses and waved his hands, saying, No, I'm willing." Lin Jiasen turned her head and snickered, "You're willing to what? I feel like you're answering the pastor's question." Long Chang also realized that he was answering questions like he was at a wedding. Like? The two then burst out laughing. After laughing, Long Chang asked, "Lin Jia, aren't you afraid that I'll be like Su Jiaming?" Lin Jiasen stopped laughing and looked at Long Chang seriously and said, "Judging from your face, I don't think so. You don't know, my grandfather is a master of physiognomy. When I was little, I saw a lot of different kinds of people come to the house to see his face. After they left, my grandfather would tell me the real result of their face reading, so I believe my judgment will never be wrong." Long Chang nodded as he listened, and couldn't help but laugh to himself. "You're so good, so how could you have missed Su Jiaming?" "Of course, you can't say things like that. If you do, you'll be throwing your own job away, right?" At the end, Lin Jiasen said to Long Chang, "Then get ready to hand over your work to your company, come over in a few days, and I'll give you the keys." Long Chang nodded in agreement, overjoyed. As soon as he turned around, Lin Jiasen called out to him again, "Long Chang, wait." Long Chang was shocked. "No way, has she changed her mind so quickly?" Lin Jiasen walked up to him and said, "I'm going to be away for a few days, you come home with me, I'll give you the key right now." Long Chang followed her for a while, entering a courtyard. This is an old-fashioned Western-style house with a large garden. The garden in front and behind the house adds up to more than 1,000 square meters, with towering ancient trees and a full sense of history. Entering the house, there is a large, open-ceiling living room with screens, a fireplace, original wooden floors, wooden lattice windows, and antique furniture. It's as if you've traveled back in time to the grand mansion of a wealthy family in old Shanghai. An auntie runs over and takes the leash from Lin Jiasen's hands. Lin Jiasen asked Long Chang to sit on the sofa, told the maid to pour him some water, and then went into the back room. After a while, Lin Jiasen came back with a bunch of keys and handed them to Long Chang. Just to be on the safe side, she also signed a simple agreement with Long Chang. Long Chang was in a great mood as he left Lin Jiasen's house with the keys in hand. Suddenly, he felt that the world was much bigger. Although the job did not pay much, Lin Jiasen still paid him 30,000 yuan a month, the same as what she had paid Su Jiaming. But the most valuable thing was that he had Lin Jiasen's connections, and Lin Jiasen trusted him so much. If he could ride on Lin Jiasen's coattails, he could do anything in the future. Chapter 47, You, come with me for a moment. It was already past 7 p.m. when Long Chang left Lin Jiasen's house. He drove to Wang Ji's building, but the old man who sold barbecue there had not yet set up his stall. He drove around for a while, then decided to go back to the company and have a look. As soon as he walked into the store, Tang Lin cast him a strange look, took him in from top to bottom, and started chatting with the people next to her. This made him a little confused. "What's wrong? Is there something on my face?" At this time, Tang Lin ran over with a smile on her face and stopped in front of him. "What's up with Lin Lin? Didn't we agree not to see each other anymore? Did she break up with her boyfriend? Is this okay in front of everyone?" Long Chang stretched his arms wide and laughed. "What, you missed me after 2 days? Want to give me a hug?" Tang Lin opened his hand, put it on her head, and then moved it sideways, resting it on Long Chang's neck. "Wow! You really grew taller. You're almost as tall as my boyfriend." Hearing Tang Lin's exclamation, Long Chang finally understood what was going on. The night before, he had suddenly grown to 1.75 meters. This was the first time he had come to the store after growing taller. It turned out that he was only 1.68 m tall, and then grew to 1.7 m. His colleagues didn't notice, and they didn't notice when he was 1.72 m. Now that he is 1.75 m, it is obvious. No way. How is that possible? Is he wearing growth shoes? Where did he wear them? Didn't you see that he has also grown stronger? That's true. Wow, how did you do it? In no time, his colleagues had gathered around. Only Luo Yang and Su Qingyi stood by, watching with cold eyes, looking at Long Chang like a monster, and the more they looked, the more uncomfortable they felt. Long Chang didn't know how to explain to them, so after a moment's thought, he started making up a story.
You haven't seen me for the past 2 days, have you? Do you know where I've been?
It's like this: yesterday, I went to Longfa Temple to burn incense. On the way there, I met an old man with completely white hair and beard, a refined and unworldly air, wearing a long green robe.
Humph.
Just as he was getting carried away, Wang Gu in the back row coughed twice and banged on the table, yelling, "Everyone, is this how you work?
Is this a food market?"
The group then returned to their seats. Long Chang smiled, winked at Wang Gu, and sat down in his seat.
"Little brat, you think you're so smart, but I'll fix you tonight," he said. Wang Ji's stern face immediately relaxed, and a trace of shyness crossed her face.
After last night, she had lost her authority as a manager in Long Chang's presence. But she was also very curious: why had this kid suddenly grown taller? After thinking about it, she stood up, walked to Long Chang's table with a stern face, and knocked on the table, saying, "Long Chang, come with me for a moment." Long Chang obediently followed her into the meeting room as usual. After he had gone in, Wang Gu closed the door to the reception room and, as if she had suddenly changed, she looked at him like a flower girl, holding him and looking at him left and right. "Xiao Chang Xiang, they didn't say it, but I haven't noticed it yet. How come you've suddenly grown so tall?"
Long Chang scratched his head and pretended to be stupid, saying, "I don't know. Maybe, yes, last night, didn't we practice the double cultivation method? Didn't you read in the novels that the double cultivation method can enhance the power of both sides? Maybe ours is a bit more special."
"It doesn't increase your power, but it can increase your body.
Go ahead and measure yourself, see if you've grown taller."
Wang Gu listened to what he said and really took a good look at herself, then she was very disappointed. She hadn't grown taller. Her skirt used to reach this position on her thigh, and now it still reaches this position, as does the dress.
"Really? Let me see."
Long Chang looked at her serious expression and smiled, reaching over to touch her.
Wang Gu quickly reached out to stop him. "You keep your voice down, everyone can hear you outside." Long Chang looked at her with a sinister smile and said very seriously, "Sister, is it possible that you have the function of increasing height? Can you increase your height by practicing with you?"
"Go to hell, you're the one with the height increasing function."
"I'm telling the truth, think about it again, is there such a possibility?"
Wang Gu listened to what he said, sat down in a chair, and really rested her chin as she thought about it. Long Chang tried hard to hold back his laughter and guided her, "Think carefully.
When was the first time? Did he grow taller afterwards?" Wang Gu started talking to herself. "The first time? That was junior high school, so he definitely grew taller." Long Chang continued to prompt her, "And the second time?"
Wang Gu recited, "The second and third times were both high school, and you boys should still grow taller in high school."
Long Chang couldn't hold back any longer and laughed. "So, what about the rest?" Wang Gu finally reacted at this point, exclaimed, "Ah! I've fallen for it."
Her eyelids fluttered, she stood up, and cracklingly she struck Long Chang on the head.
Long Chang laughed loudly, quickly covering her mouth. "Hey, keep your voice down, people will hear you outside."
Wang Gu was so embarrassed that she blushed, and she sat in the waiting room for a long time before she dared to go out. Long Chang came out of the waiting room, and Chen Hao immediately went over to find him.
"Hey, Hao, what happened to your face?"
Long Chang had not stopped working since he returned to the shop, and only then did he notice a bloodstain on Chen Hao's forehead.
Huan Hao pulled him outside the shop and said, "Didn't you ask me to help you show a property to a client?"
When I showed him the property, I happened to meet Luo Yang, who insisted on going up to talk to your client. After the viewing, I saw the client off, and Luo Yang followed him secretly, asking for the client's contact information and wanting to show him other properties.
Long Chang seemed to understand, and asked, "So you confronted Luo Yang, and he hit you?" Chen Hao shook his head. "It wasn't really a hit.
We just tussled a bit, and he pushed me, and I hit my head on the wall."
"You call that a hit? You're too honest."
"I'll go settle this with him," Long Chang said and rushed towards the store. Chen Hao pulled him but couldn't hold him back. He thought about the past days of grievances with Luo Yang.
The more you tolerate, the more he wants to climb over you and shit on you. You can't hold back anymore. Long Chang walked up to Luo Yang, knocked on the table and gave him a finger signal. "You, come out." Luo Yang had just seen him and Chen Hao go out together.
Knowing that Chen Hao had gone to him to complain, he curled his lips up in disdain and followed him out of the store. As soon as he stepped out of the shop, Long Chang grabbed him by the collar and pressed him against the wall next to him.
"Luo Yang, I heard that you tried to steal my client, is that right? Luo Yang was just over 1.6 meters tall. Although he was small, he showed no weakness and said stubbornly, I didn't know it was your client. Long Chang pressed against his chest. What the hell do you mean? You mean that you can steal Chen Hao's clients? Luo Yang still refused to admit it and tried to argue his way out of it. At this point, Chen Hao and two colleagues who were smoking at the door were afraid that they would fight, so they came over to stop them. Long Chang looked at the situation and said to Luo Yang, okay, I won't argue with you. Just pay Chen Hao's medical expenses and let's call it quits. Luo Yang laughed and said, it's just a scratch, and you want to pay for medical expenses? Long Chang elbowed him without letting go and said coldly, if you don't want to pay, I'll give you a scratch like this, and we'll call it even. In the end, Luo Yang obediently took out 100 yuan and gave it to Chen Hao. Before entering the store, he turned around and glared fiercely at Long Chang, mumbling something. Chen Hao pulled Long Chang aside and shook his head, saying, Brother Chang, Luo Yang has been investigated by the company and may be fired. He is in a temper, so why are you provoking him? Humph, he deserves it. He used to be a thug, but he can do anything. Chapter 48, You're Insulting Me. At 6 p.m., the end of the workday arrived. Colleagues left one after the other, leaving only a few people in the store. Apart from Chen Hao and Su Qingyi, who were on duty, the store manager Wang Gu also stayed behind. She was waiting for Long Chang, wanting to wait for him to leave together. The joy of yesterday left her wanting more, wanting to find Long Chang to continue their affair. After sitting in the store for a while, she saw that Long Chang hadn't moved for a long time. She got up, walked over to him, tapped the table, and asked softly, What are you doing? Long Chang understood what she meant and winked at her. The manager is leaving soon, I still have some things to do, I'll go in a while, he said. Wang Gu was helpless, gave him a fierce glare, and left in a huff. Long Chang was organizing the clients in his hands while thinking about something. He was now the agent for Lin Jiasen, but he had not yet told Wang Gu about it, and he had not yet decided whether or not to quit his job. Looking at the clients he had worked so hard to establish relationships with, he was reluctant to leave. He was not making money by acting as an agent and selling houses. However, working in this industry allowed him to meet all kinds of people and broaden his network, which would be beneficial for his future development. For example, if he had not worked in this industry, how would he have had the opportunity to meet the landlady Lin Jiasen? Next to him, Su Qingyi kept glancing at Long Chang from time to time. After experiencing a series of things, the way she looked at him was no longer the initial fondness, but was filled with a deep hatred. When Long Chang first joined the company, Su Qingyi liked him no matter how she looked at him. At that time, this young man was young and handsome, and he seemed very honest. She really liked him, and even if her parents did not approve of her finding someone from outside the area, she did not care and wanted to fight for it. But at this time, Chen Hao said hello and left, saying that he wanted to show a house to a tenant. Su Qingyi saw that she and Long Chang were the only ones in the store, so she stood up and walked over, patted the table and shouted, Long Chang, you son of a bitch, you lied to me, you insulted me. Long Chang was shocked and hurriedly moved his chair back, a little confused. I said, Sister Su, what have I done to offend you? Humph. Su Qingyi snorted, pulled a chair over and sat down, banging on the table and saying, Have you forgotten what you did yourself? You told me you were no good, that you were fucking useless, and that you were fucking around with women? You think I don't know that you were definitely having an affair with that little slut Tang Lin, and now you're fucking Chen Lu? Long Chang also flew into a rage when he heard this, slapping the table and saying, Su Qingyi, I respect you because I remember you helping me. But you've gone too far, talking about Tang Lin and Chen Lu. If you keep talking nonsense, I won't let you get away with it. Ha 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 ha. Su Qingyi laughed manically and scolded. You mean I'm slandering you? Let me tell you, I know everything about you. You went shopping with Chen Lu that day, didn't you? You even bought her a bag that cost over 8,000 yuan and made plans to go to a hotel that night. That day, when she and Luo Yang caught her cheating, Chen Lu found out and told Long Chang. Long Chang knew that this was the only thing she could use against him, so he wasn't afraid of her. Since we've already broken up, let's just get it all out in the open. Long Chang banged on the table and said, Listen, big sister, even if it is as you say, what's it got to do with you? You just said I insulted you, but did I ever touch a single one of your fingers? Ha ha ha. Su Qingyi didn't expect him to say that, and she shook her head helplessly, covering her face with her hands and laughing strangely. It looked like she was laughing, but it also looked like she was crying. She was laughing at herself and crying for herself. After a while, she took her hands away and glared at Long Chang. Am I that ugly? I'm lying in your arms, and you don't even have a reaction? Aren't you insulting me? Long Chang knew what she was talking about. She was talking about the night they went to the movies together. Su Qingyi walked him home, and the two of them were in the car. Sigh. This woman is quite pitiful. Su Qingyi continued, you told me you couldn't do it, you just couldn't do it with me, and then you went with someone else. Do you know that you deeply hurt me? I also have self-respect, okay? If you don't like me, you can just refuse. Why the fuck are you pretending with me? Long Chang felt that what he had done at the time was inappropriate when he heard her say this, and it was a bit insulting. Sister Su, I'm sorry. I didn't know it would hurt you. I now solemnly apologize to you, I'm sorry. Humph. Sorry? Does an apology work? So what do you want? I don't know, I haven't thought about it yet, but I will never forgive you. Su Qing wiped away her tears, gave him a fierce glare, stood up and returned to her seat. Some people say that when a woman stops crying, it is not because she is not sad, but because she has turned her tears into strength and determination. This is often a sign of an approaching storm. Oh shit, this woman is terrifying. More terrifying than Luo Yang. Long Chang couldn't help but shiver. In a moment, Luo Yang arrived, followed by two people. One of the two was a thin, tall man of about 1.8 meters, while the other was less than 1.7 meters tall, but stocky, weighing at least 150 to 60 kilograms. Luo Yang walked in front with a smile on his face, while the two men followed behind, shaking their heads. As soon as the three entered the store, Su Qingyi stood up, exchanged glances with Luo Yang, and immediately walked out of the store. Long Chang sensed something was wrong and quickly stood up and walked to the aisle, looking for an opportunity to slip away. Luo Yang walked over to him with a smile on his face. Ha, Chang, you're working so hard, even working overtime? Long Chang asked directly, Luo Yang, what do you want? At this point, no matter what, we can't lose our momentum. Luo Yang walked up to him, reached out and placed a hand on his shoulder, and laughed, don't be nervous, I just came to chat with you. Long Chang said, what do you want to talk about? Luo Yang tilted his head and snorted coldly, there's a lot to talk about, so listen carefully. With that, he pushed Long Chang down in his chair and said with a stern face. Last time at the bar, I was beaten up, and you and Chen Lu arranged it, didn't you? You two are a pair of dogs and women, and you think I don't know about your little affair? And, you know Karen Lam pretty well, right? Did you tell her about me in front of her, saying that I colluded with her agent Su Jiaming to screw her over? Was it you? Oh yeah, and just now, you fucking humiliated me in front of so many people. When have I ever been humiliated like that before? Humph. Long Chang shook his head and laughed, I don't even know what you're talking about. Apart from the fact that I just made you pay Chen Hao $100, I don't know anything about anything else. How can you blame it on me? Luo Yang and the other two were fighting against just one person, and he was definitely going to lose. He tried his best not to provoke Luo Yang, and just waited for the best time to strike. Damn it, just do as I say. Luo Yang's face changed drastically, his ferocious expression revealed, and he raised one hand, ready to slap Long Chang. In the aisle next to them, the thin tall guy and the short fat guy folded their arms, shaking their bodies, and smiling at Long Chang. Chapter 49, Seeking a Master 1. It looked as if Luo Yang's hand was about to land on Long Chang's face. Long Chang grabbed his wrist, stood up abruptly, and pushed him back onto the table with a backhand. Then he grabbed the computer monitor next to him and smashed it over his head. He had to fight back against three people. He wasn't afraid of breaking the computer, as he could afford to replace it. Luo Yang's face was covered in cuts and blood, and he was screaming in pain. The skinny tall guy and the short fat guy in the aisle were dumbfounded. They probably didn't expect the kid to strike first and were completely unprepared. They only rushed up when they saw Luo Yang being beaten. Long Chang smashed Luo Yang twice. When he saw the two men approaching, he immediately threw the monitor in his hands away, put his hands on the table on both sides, jumped up and kicked over, knocking the skinny tall guy back 2 steps. Then, he immediately jumped onto the table and ran towards the door while stepping on the table. As soon as he reached the door, the short and fat man chased after him and kicked Long Chang from behind. Long Chang stumbled and hit the doorknob of the glass door, getting a cut on his forehead. A dizziness in his head told him subconsciously that he had to escape,
or else he might be in trouble. He pushed the door, but it wouldn't budge. He glanced over his shoulder and saw Su Qingyi standing outside the door, her hands pressed against the glass door, determined to prevent Long Chang from leaving.
Damn it! This bitch is really annoying.
When Long Chang tried to push the door again, the two men behind him had already caught up. In desperation, he grabbed the computer next to him and smashed it. After that, he threw the TV, the chair, the billboard, the umbrella, anything he could use. But the short and stout man was sturdy and did not let him knock him down. He rushed to Long Chang's front and smashed him with his fists. At this critical moment, Long Chang suddenly unleashed the potential in his body, dodged, embraced the short and stout man's waist, and lifted him up with all his strength.
Boom!
The fat man was thrown backward and smashed into the door. Su Qingyi, who was outside the door, was terrified and stunned. The fat man's head hit the ground, so he wondered if he had died. Long Chang went up to him, felt his nose, and saw that he was still breathing.
He checked his neck and seemed to be fine. Fortunately, he was built like a brick shithouse, otherwise there really could have been a fatality. Long Chang moved him aside and pushed the door open with a sharp push. The door finally opened.
Su Qingyi, who was outside, was thrown out by the door and lay on her back on the ground. After Long Chang went out, he went to a nearby pharmacy and treated his wounds briefly, wrapping a piece of gauze around his head. After coming out, he sat down on the roadside and lit a cigarette.
Damn! Tonight was so damn thrilling.
After smoking 2 cigarettes, he guessed that Luo Yang and the others should have left, so he returned to drive. Under the night sky, the lights on the street dotted the city, decorating it mysteriously and beautifully. In the open space next to a small park in Zujiawi, there were already more than 10 tables, chairs, and benches, and the words Lao Jia Barbecue caught his eye. Long Chang found a place nearby to park the car, walked over, sat down at a small table, and shouted at the old man.
Lao Jiao, beer, barbecue, some of the whole thing.
He had been beaten up today and was angry, so he spoke rather sharply. His shout immediately attracted the attention of the guests at the other tables.
What kind of person is this? Is he sick? Has he never had barbecue before? Nima, with a bandage on his head, is acting like a little punk? Don't mess with him, he might really be a Japanese Ronin. The old man selling barbecue ran over, stared at his head and laughed. Young man, go ahead and choose what you want to eat.
The old man was medium built, wearing an old white t-shirt, dark trousers, and a white apron.
He had a kind and approachable smile.
Long Chang waved his hand and said, "No, I'll eat whatever you grill.
First, get me 2 beers.
Oh, you were here yesterday, weren't you?"
The old man recognized him. Long Chang still needed his help, so he immediately softened his tone and said, "Yes, you're right." The old man looked at his head and asked with a smile, "What happened to your head?" "Oh, I walked into a wall. It's just a minor injury, it won't affect my barbecue." Hey, you think I'm an old fool, don't you? I bet you got hit on the head, didn't you?"
The old man stared at his head for a long time, and finally came to a conclusion.
Long Chang tilted his head and asked, "Why do you have to be hit on the head? Can't I get hurt at work?" "Humph."
The old man patted him on the shoulder and said with a smile, "Last night you almost got into a fight with someone.
With your hot temper, it's only natural that you got hit today." Long Chang nodded. "Okay, you got me. But this time, I didn't start it, someone just beat me up. Isn't that the same thing? You were beaten up."
The old man was actually gloating a little. Long Chang grabbed the old man's hand, looked at him, and said very seriously, "If I had your kung fu, I wouldn't have been beaten up."
The old man laughed. "What kung fu? Grilling kung fu?" Long Chang said seriously, "You practiced it, didn't you?"
The old man didn't reply, glanced over his shoulder, and shook off Long Chang's hand.
"Ouch, we have a customer over there. I have to go back to work. Order your own food." He hadn't finished speaking when he was already walking away.
Long Chang had no choice but to go over to order some skewers and ask the young man grilling the food for information. The young man was also of average height, as thin as the old man, and looked like a martial artist. Long Chang ordered some skewers and, after a casual chat, asked,
"Young man, is this old man your master?"
The young man paused for a moment, nodded and smiled. "Yes, I'm learning how to barbecue from him." Long Chang shook his head and said, "No, what I mean is, aren't you learning martial arts from him?"
"Learning martial arts?"
The young man looked at him in surprise.
"I'm saying, big brother, you've seen too many Stephen Chow movies, haven't you?" Long Chang put on a confident face. Ha ha. Don't try to fool me, I can already tell. Ha 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 ha. The young man laughed and reached into his apron to hand Long Chang 2 pieces of toilet paper. Here, these are the secret manuals to the Buddha's palm technique, so hold on to them well. Long Chang knew that they were just 2 ordinary pieces of toilet paper, but he still took a look at them, which made the young man laugh. When Long Chang asked what time it was, the young man said he was busy and didn't pay much attention to him. Gradually, more and more people came for the barbecue, and he couldn't find an opportunity to talk to the old man. He drank 2 bottles of beer alone, ate some kebabs, and went upstairs to whisper to Wang Gu. Before that, he had received several messages on his phone, all of which were urgent delivery messages from Wang Gu. As soon as he knocked on Wang Ji's door, Wang Gu opened the door and pulled him in. Hurry up and come in, don't let the old man next door see you. Hey, what happened to your head? Long Chang suddenly remembered that he had beaten up the office and made a mess of it, and he didn't know how to tell Wang Gu yet. Chapter 50, Get the hell out of here. Wang Gu was wearing a silk nightie with suspenders, a creamy color that was very lubricious. Against the background, it made her whole person look like an attractive piece of cream cake, making people's appetites grow. Long Chang reached out and took her in his arms, unable to wait to devour her. Hey, what happened to your head? Wang Gu saw gauze wrapped around his head and pulled him closer to take a closer look. Oh, I was downstairs having a barbecue, and someone nearby was fighting, and they accidentally hit me on the head. Long Chang considered it for a long time, but decided not to tell her for now, otherwise she would definitely not be able to sleep at night if she knew about the office. Wang Gu used her hand to tap his head. Good, you had a barbecue without me and ate it all by yourself? Long Chang waved his hand and said, No, I was just passing by, and before I could start eating, someone hit me with a beer bottle. As he said this, he leaned into her arms, like a baby who wants to be nursed. Wang Gu dragged him down onto the sofa and held his head to look at it. Oops. That's quite a serious injury. Does it still hurt? Have they paid for your medical expenses? Long Chang nodded and rubbed himself against her. Yes, it's fine now. Wang Gu pushed him away, frowned, and said, You reek of alcohol, go take a shower. Okay. Long Chang gave her a squeeze and went into the bathroom. Since he couldn't get any water on his head, he couldn't pour it from top to bottom, so he just washed sideways. The several places on his body that had been beaten started to hurt again after the hot water. It reminded him of the thrilling scene in the office, and he couldn't help but feel a little afraid. Luo Yang definitely won't let this go, and it seems that I'll have to live in fear for the rest of my life. After the shower, a beautiful scene came into view. Wang Gu was already lying on her back, in a provocative position, with the perfect curve. Long Chang lay on his side, embraced her from behind, and slowly moved closer to her. Wang Gu felt his breath, her body trembled like she'd been electrocuted, and she turned around, burying his face. Come on, didn't you say I have a fairy body that helps people grow? Let's see if you'll grow taller tomorrow. Oh my god. You haven't forgotten about growing taller yet? Yes, I'll check if you've grown now, giggling. The night passed, and they fell asleep exhausted. When dawn broke, the alarm woke the 2 sleeping people. They got dressed and went downstairs for breakfast. After the baptism of the past 2 days, Wang Gu was full of vitality and radiant, as if she had become younger. Long Chang really didn't want to spoil her good mood, but he had to say it. Sister, I have some bad news for you, so you should be prepared. Wang Gu looked at him with a puzzled expression, and nervously said, You're not saying that last night, you missed it, are you? Damn it. At a time like this, you're still thinking about last night? Long Chang didn't feel like joking with her, and said seriously, Last night, Luo Yang and I had a fight in the office. Hey! I knew you were lying to me. Luo Yang hit you, didn't he? Wang Gu didn't look shocked. Long Chang paused for a moment and added, The office computer, as well as the desks, chairs, and tables, were all damaged. What? Wang Gu stood up as soon as he heard this. Why didn't you tell me earlier? Long Chang laughed, If I had told you earlier, would I have been able to sleep well last night? You're killing me, I'm finished as a manager. Wang Gu, furious, beat him up, then leaned weakly against the chair and asked about the details. After listening, he said, Luo Yang was going to leave anyway, so just bear with it until he's gone. What was the fight for? Long Chang said innocently, Sister, you have to understand, he brought people to beat me up. Do you think I wanted to fight? Humph.
Wang Gu glared at Long Chang and said, "If you hadn't provoked him yesterday afternoon, do you think he would have hit you?"
Long Chang laughed and patted his chest, saying, "Don't worry, sister, nothing will happen. You'll still be the manager, no one can shake your position."
"Cut it out." Wang Gu looked at him with disdain. "Who do you think you are? You've only been here a few days, and you think you can protect me? I'm afraid you can't even protect yourself, can you? Fighting in the company and damaging company property is a very bad influence. According to company regulations, Long Chang will definitely be fired. It's not a big deal that he's fired, but it'll be hard for Wang Gu to be the manager." Thinking about this, Wang Gu was burning with anxiety. "Let's go, let's hurry to the company." In front of the store, Tang Lin and Shen Hao were standing outside, discussing the situation in the store. "Shen Hao, wasn't it you and Sister Su on duty last night? What happened?"
"I went out to show a rental to a tenant, and when I came back, it was like this."
"I don't know what happened."
"Sister Su said I didn't need to worry about it, that she would handle it, so I went home after work." While they were talking, Su Qingyi arrived, folded her arms, stood there, and ignored everyone.
Her colleagues didn't dare to go up and ask.
Wang Gu rushed to the company, and when he saw the mess in the office, his heart broke. After thinking for a moment, he called everyone into the store and asked for an explanation. Then he quickly called the company headquarters. Soon after, someone from headquarters came to investigate. Luo Yang knew he would definitely be fired, so he didn't come to the company. The people from headquarters had no choice but to ask Long Chang about it, and Su Qingyi, a witness, was also questioned. Long Chang described what happened, saying that Luo Yang brought two people into the store and beat him up.
Su Qingyi looked at Long Chang coldly and didn't say a word.
When it came to Su Qingyi, she took out her phone and opened a video.
"Look, I recorded it. Luo Yang came to the store to look for Long Chang, and the two had a few words. Then Long Chang smashed Luo Yang with a computer."
Long Chang moved first. Long Chang glanced at the woman next to him, feeling very helpless.
"Damn it. No wonder she can't get married."
Long Chang thought for a moment and argued.
After Luo Yang and the two others entered the store, Su Qingyi retreated to the door and blocked it tightly. It was obvious that she was in cahoots with Luo Yang.
"Under these circumstances, if I didn't attack first and run away, I would have been beaten to death inside." After listening to this, Manager Yen from the headquarters chuckled and said, "Long Chang, all these situations you described happened after you had already beaten someone up. If you didn't attack first, they probably wouldn't have beaten you, right?"
Su Qingyi immediately chimed in, "Yeah, they didn't intend to beat him in the first place, and he attacked first, so of course they didn't resist." Long Chang was speechless and didn't argue with them anymore. Anyway, he didn't really care about the job.
The manager surnamed Yen finally said, "We don't want this matter to get out of hand, so we won't call the police, but you and Luo Yang will have to compensate for the damaged property in the office." After the headquarters investigators left, news quickly came from headquarters that the company had made a decision. Luo Yang and Long Chang were fired, Wang Gu was removed from his position as store manager, and Su Qingyi would temporarily take over. Su Qingyi heard her colleagues' discussions and turned around to give Wang Gu a sneaky glance. A smile finally appeared on her cold face.
"Humph. Hurry up and give up your position."
She then gave Long Chang a disgusted and angry glance.
"Little brat, get lost." Chapter 51. Mr. Long. After the news spread, Su Qingyi immediately became the talk of the company.
During lunch, several colleagues in the restaurant enthusiastically attached themselves to her and wanted to go to lunch with her. On the way, everyone congratulated her in advance on her promotion to store manager.
"Sister Su, congratulations. Why are you still calling me Sister Su? You should now call me Manager Su." "Yes, Manager Su, you have to look after me in the future." Su Qingyi said apologetically, "The official notice hasn't come yet, so don't talk nonsense. Let's wait until the official document comes."
Although her words were humble, her tone was full of pride. Several colleagues contributed money to treat Su Qingyi to dinner. During the meal, there was a lot of flattery. "Sister Su has been in the industry for a long time and is very experienced, so you should have been made manager a long time ago."
"Yes, I've had enough of this Manager Wang.
She can't help it all, she has to do everything herself. Yes, she should be replaced and Su should take over. I'm sure we will achieve even more brilliant results under the leadership of our manager Su." After Su Qingyi and her colleagues left for dinner, the temperature in the office reached freezing point.
There were 4 people left in the office. Long Chang, Wang Gu, Tang Lin, and Chen Hao. Tang Lin looked around the office and saw that it was dead quiet. She stood up to break the ice. Don't you all want to eat? Long Chang and Chen Hao, let's go eat. Manager, are you coming? Wang Gu forced a smile and shook her head. I'm not going, you guys go. At this time, someone still called her manager, which made her heart warm. Long Chang and Chen Hao stood up and were ready to go out to eat with Tang Lin. They glanced back at Wang Gu and knocked on the table. Manager, what are you eating? I'll bring it back for you. Wang Gu glared at him, his heart filled with anger and hatred. He waved his hand and said, you can have whatever you like. The three of them left the room, and there was another period of silence. Tang Lin glanced back at Long Chang and sighed, Xiang, let me take you to dinner tonight. Chen Hao understood what she meant and quickly said, I'm in. Let's eat something nice tonight. Long Chang glanced at the two of them and laughed, what? This is our last lunch together, and after it's over you're going to send me on my way? Chen Hao hurriedly said, I didn't mean that. Brother Chang, you've done a good job, the company won't fire you. Mad, hypocritical. Long Chang laughed and patted him on the shoulder, giving him a 4-character comment. Tang Lin laughed and said, don't take it personally, Comrade Chang. As the saying goes, if you can't stay here, there's always somewhere else. Even if you leave our company, there are still other companies in the new world. We'll still be friends when we meet in the future. Long Chang nodded, patted Tang Lin on the shoulder, and said, well, you can be friends. Tang Lin opened his hand and glared at him with a warning look. Friends are friends, but no fighting. Long Chang looked at her little appearance and a feeling of wanting to love and care for her rose in his heart. He couldn't help but admire Tang Lin a little. She was able to become friends with someone from a friend, and then become friends again from a bed partner, and it didn't feel strange at all. In the afternoon, everyone went back to work as normal. Although the atmosphere in the office was not good, work still had to go on. For an estate agent, the main thing is to sell houses and earn commissions, and it doesn't matter who is the manager, as it won't have much impact on personal performance. Hey, Ms. Lin, how are you? I have a client who wants to see your house, by Hutian D, Building 6, Unit 302. Are you free to come and open the door this afternoon? A young woman who had been working there for a short time was making an appointment for a house viewing on the phone, speaking very loudly. After hanging up, she said to Tang Lin next to her, Lin, Ms. Lin gave me the phone number of her agent. Tang Lin was also busy, so she casually said, then quickly enter the new agent's phone number into the system, so that we don't have to go to the landlord again. The young woman entered the agent's contact number into the listing system and then picked up the phone to call the agent. Hello, is this Mr. Long? Yes, speaking, what can I do for you? I have a client who wants to see the house in Lakeville this afternoon. Do you have time to come over and open the door? Sure, which company are you with? We're with Day Real Estate, Zinti Andy branch. Oh. I see. You haven't even asked what time I want to see it. No need to ask, I'm always available. Long Chang was smoking outside the shop when he suddenly got this phone call. After a while, he looked back and saw that the person who had called was actually in the shop. Mr. Long hung up after saying that, leaving the young girl confused. She then said to Tang Lin, Lin, there's something wrong with Mr. Long. He hung up on me before finishing what he was saying. Long Chang happened to enter the shop at this time and heard her. He said to the young girl, you're the one with a problem. Let me tell you, you're just a small agent, and you must be polite to both the landlord and the agent. Tang Lin nodded and smiled, saying, he's right. If you can't do it, just call back. The young girl nodded in agreement, feeling aggrieved, and dialed Long Chang's number again. Long Chang held his phone in his hand, waiting for her to connect before pressing the button to hang up, and then dialing again. The young girl kept dialing, but her calls were all hung up, and she was so angry that she was about to cry. Ah, how could this be? He keeps hanging up on me. Long Chang turned his head and looked at her, saying, is it possible that you just scolded him and he heard you? The young girl cupped her face in her hands and thought for a moment. How could that be? I hung up the phone before I scolded him. The young woman had a very nice name, Xia Meng, was 19 years old, from Jiangnan, and had just started working there half a month ago. Since Long Chang was often absent from the office, she didn't know him well and didn't even know his name. Long Chang only knew that there was a new girl, and it was only when she called that he noticed her name was Xia Meng. Name, Xia Meng. Age, 19. Height, 163. Weight, 45. Appearance, high. Xiao Meng was very anxious when she couldn't get through on the phone, so she went to see Tang Lin again.
Lin Lin, what should I do if the agent won't answer my calls?
Tang Lin looked up and thought for a moment, and said, in that case, try calling from my phone. Xiao Meng recited the numbers 1 3 5 7 5 7 5 3 8 3 8.
Tang Lin dialed the numbers she recited.
After a ring, Mr. Long answered the phone. Tang Lin quickly adjusted her expression and said in her very magnetic and gentle voice,
"Oh, is this Mr. Long? I've finally reached you. Hello, I hope we can work together in the future. You're asking my name."
As she spoke, she felt something was wrong. She turned her head and saw the man surnamed Long in the store looking at her with lecherous eyes, talking to her on the phone.
Tang Lin slammed the phone down on the table and looked at Xiao Meng and said, "Sister, are you sure you have the right number?"
Xiao Meng was also dumbfounded, and quickly checked the phone number, muttering to herself,
"That's right, is this the number? I heard it clearly when Ms. Lin said it, I shouldn't have remembered it wrong." Chapter 52, Fire Me.
Tang Lin glanced at Long Chang and said with a teasing tone,
"Long Chang, this agent Mr. Long can't really be you, can he?" Long Chang didn't want to tease them anymore and was about to admit it. However, before he could say anything, several of his colleagues next to him burst out laughing.
"Ha, if it really is him, then it will be convenient for viewing properties in the future.
If he really is the agent, why is he still sitting here?
Then quickly delete his phone number from the system, otherwise people will say our store is messing around." At this point, Su Qingyi also looked up, glanced at Long Chang, and couldn't help but laugh.
Then, walking over to Xiao Meng, she said in a bossy tone, Xia, you two, you can't even remember a phone number correctly.
Hurry up and call the landlord again, and don't get it wrong this time." It was clear that she had already put herself in the manager's position. Wang Gu in the back row was ignored by everyone and sat there alone, on pins and needles.
At that moment, Long Chang's phone rang. He picked it up and answered. "Yes, this is. When do you want to see it?" "Okay, I understand." The office was originally bustling with activity and full of discussion.
After hearing him say this, everyone looked at each other, and the laughter stopped abruptly. Tang Lin looked at Xiao Meng, then at Long Chang, her eyes rolling around, her eyes full of surprise, as if she couldn't wait to go up to Long Chang and give him a hug.
Su Qingyi looked as if someone
had poured a bucket of cold water over her, her brows furrowed, and she snatched the phone from Xiao Meng's hands.
"Here, let me make the call."
She put the phone on speakerphone and called Lin Xinjia.
"Hello, Ms. Lin, this is from Day Real Estate."
Before she could finish her sentence, she heard an interruption from the other end of the line.
"Is there something wrong with everyone at your company? How many times have I told you to contact my agent Long Chang when you want to view a property?"
Su Qingyi was not yet convinced and said, "Ms. Lin, don't be angry, just give me his phone number again."
"There are so many people with the same name, maybe it's a similar name?" The person on the other end of the line said angrily, "What's wrong with you? I already told you to ask for Long Chang. Long Chang is your former colleague. Don't you have his phone number? Why are you asking me?"
With that, Lin Jiasin hung up. Su Qingyi, who had been standing up straight, slumped immediately after hearing the news. She returned to her seat listlessly. The others looked at each other, and then turned their attention to Long Chang. They were all dumbfounded.
"Nima.
You said this kid would be fired, but even if you beg on your knees, he's not necessarily willing to stay."
"Yeah, dare you fire him? If you fire him, he won't let our company view the house, ha. Now it's interesting, let's just wait and see the show." After some discussion, everyone rushed over to Long Chang.
Chen Hao, who was sitting next to Long Chang, already grabbed Long Chang's shoulders and started shaking him.
"Oh, come on.
Brother Chang, you're a real piece of work, pretending with us like that.
Why didn't you just say so?" Tang Lin also walked up to Long Chang. "Brother Chang, you're something so secretive." Long Chang winked at Tang Lin. "Where have I not revealed it? Haven't I shown you?" Tang Lin blushed with embarrassment and pouted her lips as she walked away.
Wang Gu was pondering where she was going and what her future held. At first, she didn't listen to what they were saying, but then she saw everyone getting excited and realized what was going on.
However, she was the one leaving the company, so what did it matter to her? Just then, her phone rang.
She picked it up absent-mindedly and saw that it was a message from Long Chang.
"Don't be afraid, sister. Your manager position is secure. Trust me. She smiled with relief after reading it. It was rare for this kid to care about me. But you're just an agent for the landlord, how can you influence the company's decisions? So she replied, that's fine, it's good that you care, thank you. After Long Chang's phone number was entered into the property listing system, his phone kept ringing. Some of the calls were from colleagues at other stores, asking to arrange viewings, some were from people congratulating him and trying to establish a relationship, and some were from people in the same industry from other companies. It seemed that he, as an agent, had officially started work. Towards the end of the afternoon, someone from the company headquarters arrived. Vice President Liu Yiting came in person, as well as Yan, the manager who had come to investigate in the morning. Name, Liu Yiting. Age, 35. Height, 165. Weight, 52. Looks, high. It is rumored that this woman pursues bachelorhood, is good at socializing, is a figure in the real estate industry, and has a close relationship with the company owner. Long Chang gave her a glance and got the impression that she was confident and aloof, with a touch of coquettishness in her bones. The manager Yan, who was standing next to her, was Yan Shifan, from the company's legal department and in charge of discipline. He wore old-fashioned black-framed glasses with lenses thicker than bottle bottoms. Compared to the arrogance of the morning, he was much more low-key when he came back in the afternoon. Wang Gu, as the manager of the store, hurriedly came forward to greet them and ushered the group into the meeting room. In the office outside the meeting room, the colleagues began to boil over again, all wanting to know the final outcome of my handling of the situation. Su Qingyi was full of confidence this morning, but now she was clearly less confident. She was restless and kept glancing into the meeting room. She was hoping someone would come and tell her to go in and announce that she was the store manager. After waiting for a while, the manager surnamed Yan came out of the meeting room. Su Qingyi's heart was even more nervous, and she was ready to stand up at any time to go to the meeting room to accept the appointment, just waiting for her name to be called. She heard Yan's voice shouting, "Long Chang, come in for a moment." Su Qingyi was very disappointed when she heard this. Long Chang stood up and followed him into the meeting room. Liu Yiting sat on the sofa with her legs crossed, pushed over a piece of paper, and smiled. "You are Long Chang, come, take a look." Long Chang picked up the paper from the table and read it. It said roughly, Luo Yang brought outsiders to the store to fight, and was fired and made to pay for the damage to the company's finances. The store manager Wang Gu was removed from his position due to poor management, and Su Qingyi was appointed acting store manager. Long Chang shook his head slightly and laughed disdainfully after reading it. Sure enough, it was more or less as expected. After a moment's thought, he said, "Honorable leaders, I would like to ask, why are you showing me the results of the handling of this case when there is no mention of my name?" When everyone heard this, they didn't know how to answer him. After a moment of silence, Liu Yiting said, "This is not the final result of the handling of this case. We have come down here to seek the opinions of all parties to see if there is anything inappropriate." Long Chang pretended not to hear her, and turned his gaze to Yan Shifan, the man with the black-framed glasses, glaring at him fiercely and smiling as he asked, "Manager Yan, do you think this is an appropriate way to handle this?" This old man was so arrogant this morning, jumping to conclusions without thinking. Yan Shifan felt very uncomfortable being looked at like that, so he adjusted his glasses and coughed twice before saying, "Well, let me be honest, this outcome is actually the company siding with you." Ha ha ha. Long Chang sneered, "I don't need anyone to take my side. I just hope the company can handle this matter fairly and impartially." He's not satisfied that he hasn't been dealt with? Liu Yiting was a little puzzled and stood up and said, "So what do you think would be a fair and impartial way to handle this?" Long Chang pointed at Yan Shifan and said, "According to what he said this morning, I should be fired and compensate the company for its losses." I think he's right. Yan Shifan lowered his head as he thought about what he had said that morning. Chapter 53 Resignation. Liu Yiting looked at Yan Shifan and asked, "Manager Yan, what happened this morning?" Yan Shifan stammered for a long time and said, "I didn't understand the situation clearly this morning, and my judgment was inaccurate. So just let it go." Long Chang didn't want to argue with them either, and directly said to Liu Yiting, "Vice President Liu, someone showed him a video this morning. In order to find out the truth, you should watch it too." Yan Shifan had no choice but to play the video that Su Qingyi had sent him. The several people gathered together to watch it. Long Chang pointed at the video and explained. First, Luo Yang broke into the company with 2 people. Then, Su Qingyi left the store and went to the door to shoot this video.
She was on duty that night, but instead of trying to stop us from fighting, she went outside and filmed the whole thing. This shows that she wanted us to fight. After she went outside, she blocked the door and wouldn't let me go out. This is evident in the surveillance footage from the door. Lu Yiting nodded as she listened. Yan Shifan, however, was sweating profusely. Long Chang concluded. I was the one who started the fight. Yes, the company can fire me, and I can pay for the damage. It would be unfair if the company doesn't punish me. But for someone like Su Qingyi, who has no moral bottom line, it's unfair that the company not only doesn't deal with her, but also promotes her to store manager. Lu Yiting looked at Yan Shifan with a sharp gaze, making him wipe his forehead repeatedly. Then, with a smile, she asked, Manager Yan, Su Qingyi is a relative of yours, isn't she? Yan Shifan hurriedly shook his head. No, she is not my relative. Lu Yiting asked again, if she is not your relative, then she must be your friend, right? Yan Shifan shook his head again. She is not my friend. I don't know her well, we are just colleagues. Ha ha ha. Lu Yiting laughed happily when she saw that she had gotten the point across. She finished and said to Yan Shifan, I don't care if you are relatives, friends, or whatever, I hope you will enforce the law impartially. Go and call Su Qingyi in. Yan Shifan, who had just been so suave, was now stiff as a piece of wood, stumbling as he walked. On his way out, he even bumped his head. Su Qingyi heard the door to the meeting room open and immediately turned around to look. She heard Yan Shifan shout, Su Qingyi, come in for a moment. She had been ready for this for a long time. As soon as she heard her name being called, she immediately stood up and turned to walk towards the reception room. At this time, the office had become a large melon-eating scene, with everyone speculating about what was going on in the reception room. Due to the lack of consensus, several colleagues even made a bet. Finally, under everyone's expectant gaze, the person in the reception room came out. The first to come out was Long Chang, with a relaxed and indifferent look on his face. Next came Wang Gu, whose face was no longer as dejected as before, but instead was smiling. Su Qingyi came last, and she only slowly walked out after Lu Yiting and the others had all come out, looking dejected and downcast like a hen with its wings clipped. From the facial expressions of the three, you could already guess the outcome. That afternoon, the punishment notice was posted online. Luo Yang was expelled for leading a group of people to break into the company and beat people up. Since he himself was also injured, no further responsibility would be pursued. Wang Gu was given a written warning for joint and several liability, but continued to serve as manager. Su Qingyi was given a written warning for an unspecified reason. Long Chang was required to compensate for damage to company property and left the company of his own accord for personal reasons. Oh, Chang is leaving? Tang Lin immediately ran over to Long Chang after reading the notice and cried, Xiang, don't go, we can't bear to see you go. Ha ha. Long Chang laughed and said, if you take out the word we and say you can't bear to see me go, I might consider staying. Tang Lin gritted her teeth and nodded. Okay, I can't bear to see you go, so don't go, okay? Long Chang was surprised that she had the nerve to say that and was momentarily stunned. Everyone had already suspected that he and Tang Lin were having an affair, and now he was in an awkward situation where he couldn't say yes or no. At this time, Tang Lin patted Xia Meng on the shoulder. Xia Meng understood immediately, her face fell, and she said in a tearful voice, Brother Chang, I don't want you to go either. Please don't go, okay? Long Chang stroked her head and said, little sister, don't cry, I won't go. But joking aside, everyone still came over to persuade Long Chang not to go. Long Chang smiled and said to everyone, although the announcement said that I resigned voluntarily, does that mean that I can't re-enter the company after I leave? Ah. Is there such a thing? It turned out that Long Chang had automatically left his job and was no longer an official employee of the company. However, he had signed a cooperation agreement with the company as a partner. Unlike regular employees, he did not receive a basic salary or incentives from the company, could arrange his own schedule freely, did not attend company meetings, and was not subject to the control of the company's leadership. Only when he closed a deal was the name on the contract attached to the company, and the commission income was shared 30/70ths between the company and him. Everyone was very happy to learn that Long Chang was not leaving. Of course, if Long Chang were just an ordinary salesman, it wouldn't matter whether he stayed or not. But now he is the agent for dozens of properties, so it is necessary to get along with him. When everyone went off work in the afternoon, they all wanted to invite Long Chang to dinner, but Long Chang refused, saying he had something to do in the evening. Wang Gu snickered behind him. Humph.
He is now my man, and we have things to do in the evening, so where would we have time to eat with you? While some people were pleased, others were disappointed. Suchingi, who had once again been left out by everyone, stood up angrily, walked up to Wang Gu, slapped an A4 sheet of paper on the table, turned around, and strode out of the restaurant. Everyone fell silent, watching her dashing back as she left, and then looked at Wang Gu again, wanting to get confirmation from him that they had guessed correctly. Wang Gu waved the paper in the air and whispered, "She's quit." Everyone discussed the matter for a while, and then left work one after the other. Long Chang tidied up and left the office. As soon as he left, Wang Gu followed him out, and when they were sure no one was around, she whispered to Long Chang, "Little Chong Chang, thank you so much today." "Let's go, sister, I want to thank you properly." Long Chang took an exaggerated step back and laughed, "If you really want to thank me, sister, can you let me take a day off?" Wang Gu was momentarily stunned before she understood what he meant and laughed, covering her mouth, "Sister, I won't eat you tonight, I'll treat you to dinner." Long Chang waved his hand, "No, I have to go tutoring tonight." Lu Tao had indeed sent him a message asking him to go tonight. Wang Gu was a little incredulous, "Really? You're tutoring? I think you just want to avoid me, don't you?" "Really, I have several part-time jobs, otherwise how would I have the money to buy a car?" "Okay, then come over to my place after your tutoring session and I'll buy you a late-night snack." "A late-night snack? Is it just a late-night snack?" "We'll see, if it's not too late, I'll come over." Long Chang was a little afraid of her and quickly fled. Lu Tao had already finished cooking and was waiting for him to come over. Chapter 54, Treasure Hunt in the Car. Shengshe Jiangnan Community. Ding dong. Long Chang rang the doorbell. In a moment, a woman opened the door. "You're here, come in, I'm still cooking." Long Chang hadn't seen Lu Tao for a long time, and felt an inexplicable sense of intimacy, staring at her. She was dressed very casually today, in white shorts that showed off her pair of slender, pink legs to perfection. The shorts were tight, outlining a beautiful curve where they encased her plump, bouncy buttocks. She was wearing a pink, short-sleeved t-shirt and a white apron tied around her waist, which showed off her two towering, bountiful breasts to the fullest. Her long hair was tied up and hung down over one shoulder, giving her a demure, gentle, typical housewife image. Lu Tao lowered her head at his gaze. "What, don't you recognize me? Well, you really look nice today." "What do you mean?" "I'm off today, so I took you out for a walk. When I got back, I knew you were coming, so I went straight to the kitchen without changing." "Well, you've worked hard," Long Chang said, reaching out to hug him. You were still in the study." Lu Tao opened his hand, blushing, and ran into the kitchen. Long Chang followed into the kitchen, pulled the door shut behind him, and stood there admiring her. "Well, this outfit really suits you, you look like a young girl." Looking at her immaculate white legs and the plump, bouncy curves on them, Long Chang couldn't help but slowly move closer, put his arms around her from behind, and rest his head on her shoulder. Lu Tao was overjoyed by the praise, and asked with a sideways glance, "Really? Then I'll wear this outfit on my next blind date?" "Ah. If you wear this to a blind date, you'll attract a bunch of perverts." The thought of Lu Tao going on a blind date and flirting with other men made Long Chang feel a little uncomfortable for some reason. Lu Tao pouted and said, "Which of you men isn't a pervert? If I don't wear something sexy and pretty, how can I attract their attention?" Long Chang pinched her waist and laughed, "You call that attracting attention? You're just seducing." Sigh. Lu Tao sighed, and if she didn't seduce him now, she would never be able to seduce him again when she became old and unattractive. "Fine, then you go seduce someone and get back to me." Although Long Chang was a little reluctant, he was young and didn't want to be her daughter's stepfather, so he still hoped that she would remarry soon. Lu Tao laughed when she heard this. "Are you going to seduce me, or am I going to seduce you? If you don't want to be bothered, then please don't bother me now, okay?" Long Chang laughed in her ear, "I don't mind being bothered, I love helping people." Lu Tao giggled, a good Chinese idiom, but when it comes out of your mouth, it becomes a bit inappropriate. "You're not going to teach your daughter that, are you?" "How could I? I'm a proper person." "You're proper? I've never seen such a shameless." Hey, don't mess around, I'm cooking." "You do your thing, I'll do mine." Ha ha ha. "No, I can't cook like this." At that moment, a voice came from outside, "Mom, I'm hungry." Lu Tao was so anxious that she pushed back with her elbows. "Hurry, let go." Long Chang retreated and slammed his head against the wall. He was in pain and covered his head with his hands.
Lu Shiyu happened to rush into the kitchen and saw Long Chang. "Hey, brother, when did you get here?" "Oh, just a little while ago." Lu Shiyu saw him crouching on the floor and walked over to ask, "Brother, what are you doing?" Long Chang pretended to be looking around the corner. "Oh, I'm catching a cockroach." "Did you catch it?" "No, it ran away." Lu Tao couldn't help laughing, but she didn't dare let out a sound, and was laughing so hard that she was shaking. "Shiyu, you quickly take teacher Long to the study to help with his homework, and I'll call you when I've finished cooking." Long Chang had no choice but to go to the study with Lu Shiyu. This little girl has inherited her mother's excellent genes and is very smart. She originally had poor academic performance, mainly because she liked to play. Last time, Long Chang gave her some life morals and taught her some learning methods, and now her grades have caught up. She ranked in the top 3 in the class in the last exam. Now, Long Chang basically doesn't need to teach her much, and his main focus is to keep her company. He mainly chats with her. She doesn't have a father, and it's also sad for her to come home and only have her mother to talk to. After a while, Lu Taofan's meal was ready. The 3 of them ate together, and Lu Taofan made 5 dishes and a soup. With one more person at the table, the atmosphere was much livelier than usual, and Lu Shiyu was so happy that she ate 2 big bowls. Lu Taofan looked happy too, and when she looked at Long Chang, she was once again thinking about finding Lu Shiyu a father. After the meal, Long Chang sat for a while before leaving. He didn't have much to say to the mother and daughter together, but it was much more interesting to be with one of them alone. "Wait a minute." As he was about to leave, Lu Tao called out to him, catching up and giving Long Chang a wink and whispering, "Wait a minute, I'll make the arrangements." Then she went back inside, touched Lu Shiyu's head and said, "Shiyu, you just stay at home for a while, I'll walk your uncle home." Lu Shiyu shouted, "I want to go too." Lu Taoshan lowered her face and said, "What are you going to do?" "I'll just drive him and come right back." "Be good." After reassuring Lu Shiyu, she walked over to Long Chang and whispered, "Wait a minute, I need to change." Long Chang understood what she meant and held her back, saying, "No need to change, I like this outfit." Looking at her long, slender legs wrapped in white hot pants, and the rise and fall of her breathing, Long Chang suddenly felt a little thirsty. Lu Tao bit her lip and gave him a look, then followed him downstairs. The 2 of them took the elevator to the underground garage. Lu Tao looked meaningfully at Long Chang and said, "Your car or mine?" Long Chang reached behind her and grinned, "Of course it's your car." After saying that, he took her hand and led her to his car, pulling her into the back seat. "You see, I told you that changing clothes would be inconvenient. This is better, just like a treasure hunt. You can't have a sense of achievement without going through some trouble." "Ha ha ha, a treasure hunt? So have you found anything yet?" "Well, I've already found 2 things. The other one is hidden really well, but I think I found the Roku." He, you're so gross." After about half an hour, peace was finally restored in the car. "Your car is so small, it's not comfortable at all." "What can I do?" "Oh, right, isn't today the weekend? Why didn't you take Lu Shiyu to her grandmother's house?" "I can't keep taking her to her grandmother's house." "How about next week?" "Just don't get into trouble then, okay?" "I'll remember. Don't let me down, okay?" "I won't. I have to go up now. Shiyu is home alone. She can't get into trouble at home. I'll stay a little longer." Ha, you, aren't you tired? Chapter 55, Seeking the Master 2. It was after 2 a.m. The lights in the streets and alleys gradually thinned out, and only the street lamps on both sides of the road stood quietly, guarding the lonely night of the city. Next to Lao Zhao's barbecue stand, there were still a few sleepless people sitting on small tables and chairs next to them, drinking beer and eating barbecue. Long Chang parked the car by the roadside and walked over. After leaving Lu Tao, he went home and took a nap, and then deliberately chose this time to come here. He had been here twice before, and Lao Jiao already knew him. When he saw him coming, he greeted him with a smile. "Hey, you're so late today." Long Chang smiled at him. "What, aren't you happy to see me?" "Not at all. You're my guest, so order whatever you want." "What time are you closing?" "If you don't come, I'll close up after I send those 2 customers away." Upon hearing this, Long Chang immediately said, "Oh, then I won't eat, you can close up shop." He didn't come here today to eat barbecue. Lao Zhao patted him on the shoulder and laughed. "What, are you still angry?" "It's fine, you eat, don't delay me from closing up shop." While he was talking, he began to pack up the empty tables and chairs. Long Chang also folded up a small table in front of him, and then folded a few plastic chairs together. Lao Jiao was not at all surprised to see him helping out, and smiled at him, saying, "You're quite a funny young man, coming to help me close up shop in the middle of the night instead of having barbecue." Long Chang said, "I couldn't sleep, so I had nothing better to do." Lao Jiao laughed again, saying, "You volunteered to come and work, but I'm not going to pay you." Long Chang laughed and continued working. Lao Jiao's assistant also came over to help, and the three of them put away the tables and chairs, folded them up, and put them under the eaves of a nearby shop to stack them. After a while, the tables and chairs were almost all put away. Lao Jiao smiled at the young man and said, "Sha, we can't let him work for nothing, can we? Go and grill something to eat, and let's eat and drink too." Lao Jiao pulled Long Chang to sit down at a small table and asked, "Young man, what do you do for a living?" "Real estate agent, I sell houses. If you want to buy a house, you can find me." Lao Jiao laughed, "You're flattering me too much. I could never afford to buy a house in Shanghai, they're so expensive." Long Chang took the opportunity to ask, "So you're renting a place to live? Where are you living?" Lao Jiao glanced at Long Chang. "You're a funny young man, where does it matter where an old man like me lives? You'd better be concerned about your pretty girlfriend. By the way, is she your girlfriend?" "No, she's not my girlfriend." Lao Jiao nodded. "Well, that's good. You young people are very open nowadays." Long Chang knew that he was talking about Wang Gu, and he sensed something in his words, so he immediately asked, "Lao Jiao, does she have any questions?" Lao Jiao seemed to deliberately avoid the topic, and laughed, "You all call me Lao Jiao, but in fact my surname is not Jiao." Seeing that Long Chang did not respond, he continued, "When I first started grilling, I was afraid that it wasn't cooked through, so I always grilled it for a while longer. As a result, it always got burnt. Over time, they all called me Lao Jiao, which means old burnt." Long Chang laughed and said, "Then what is your last name?" "I'm Wang." "What's your name, young man?" "Oh, Lao Wang, Mr. Wang, I'm Long Chang." At this point, Xiao brought some barbecue over, and the three of them sat down to drink and eat. Long Chang then brought up the topic of Wang Gu again. Xiao, after all, was not as mature as Lao Wang, and said to Long Chang, "Brother, I think you're a nice guy, so I'll tell you. The woman you brought last time often eats here with us, of course, she doesn't come alone, with different people." Long Chang nodded nonchalantly and said, "I understand what you mean, is it with different men?" Xiao couldn't help laughing and nodded, "It's good that you know." Long Chang raised his glass and said, "Actually, she and I are just colleagues, and her affairs have nothing to do with me. But thank you all the same. Here, I'd like to propose a toast to you all." The three of them chatted for a while longer, and the wine was almost gone. The last three guests at the next table also finished eating and stood up to leave. "Hey! They haven't paid yet and they're just leaving." Xiao hurriedly chased after them, "Wait, you haven't paid yet." Long Chang and Lao Wang didn't really care, as it was normal for customers to forget to pay when they had drunk too much. However, Xiao started arguing with them. Long Chang and Lao Wang hurried over to see what was going on. Two of the three people were foreigners, one was hairless and plump, like a big white pig, the other had a full beard and was tall and strong, the other was an Asian-looking woman. None of them seemed to understand Chinese, so the two foreigners spoke to each other in English. Xiao couldn't understand English, so he gestured with his hands while saying, "You, after eating, have to pay me, understand?" The two foreigners smiled at each other, the fat guy gave the middle finger and said something in English, and the bearded guy laughed out loud, patting the fat guy on the shoulder and saying, "Dude, hi." The woman next to him leaned over with a smile on her face, very pleased with herself. Damn it! Didn't he speak Chinese? And he pretended not to understand? Xiao was furious, clenched his fists and glared at the couple with wide eyes. Seeing this, Lao Wang quickly went up to him and took his hand. "Xiao, don't be impulsive. We can't afford to provoke foreigners." Xiao angrily said, So we're just going to let it go?" Lao Wang shook his head, "Forget it, it's not like there's a lot of money." Sigh. Xiao let out a helpless sigh, turned around and walked away. Wow! Ha ha ha! The two foreigners cheered as they watched their prank work. The bearded man waved at Lao Wang, put his arm around the woman and walked away. The fat pig crossed his arms and made a disgusting gesture at Lao Wang before turning away. Long Chang recorded it all on his phone. He had just understood the English sentence the big white pig had said, "Idiots, you should pay for us, it's been like this since ancient times." Seeing that they were about to leave, he quickly stopped Xia Xia, handed him his phone, and said, "Take this, record the whole thing." "Stop, you son of a bitch!" Long Chang shouted as he rushed upwards. The two foreigners heard someone shouting and turned around. When they saw it was Long Chang, they laughed again. Long Chang ran up to them and cursed in English, "You two pigs, and you, Asian sow, don't you know how to pay for your food?" The two foreigners were surprised that he could speak English. They looked at each other, clenched their fists, raised their arms, and cursed, "Fuck you." The two men, one stocky and the other fat, had a lot of muscles on their bodies. They probably thought that flexing their muscles would scare Long Chang. Long Chang gave them the finger and cursed. "I fuck your mother, fuck you, fuck your grandmother." Ah! The two foreigners were so angry they were screaming. The woman next to them said to the foreigners in English, "Let's ignore him and just go." Long Chang could tell that she was speaking Chinese-style English, and that the woman was most likely Chinese. "Oh, shit, you're a piece of shit. You may be a foreign-loving dog, but you're actually in cahoots with a white pig." Long Chang flew into a rage at hearing this, and cursed, "You stupid bitch, foreign-loving bitch, it's comfortable sleeping with foreigners, isn't it? May I ask, exactly where is it comfortable?" The woman was so angry that she screamed, cursing in Chinese, "You stupid idiot, do you want to die? Let me tell you, they're foreigners, can you afford to provoke them?" Chapter 56, Come with us. "Hey, I'm going to mess with you today. I've got two martial arts experts behind me, so what do I have to be afraid of?" Long Chang got angrier and angrier, took a few steps back, got a running start, and kicked the fat pig. The fat pig was kicked in the back, took 2 steps forward, and fell to the ground, face first. Seeing his companion being beaten, the bearded man rushed up, clenching his fists, and punched Long Chang. Long Chang was prepared, and dodged. At this time, the fat pig got up from the ground, wiped the blood from his nose and mouth, his eyes wide with anger, and was about to charge up. "Oh shit! Lao Wang, Mr. Wang, why aren't you coming up to help?" Long Chang looked back and saw that Mr. Wang and Xia Xia were just looking at each other, hesitant. "Hey, you two wimps. What's the fucking use of all that martial arts training of yours?" Long Chang had no choice but to save himself. He grabbed a half-broken brick from the ground and smashed it at Luo Xinghu. Luo Shenghu didn't have time to dodge and blocked it with his arm. The brick hit his arm with a loud crack, and the pain made him cry out and squat to the ground. The woman next to him saw her husband being beaten and became anxious. She reached out and kicked Long Chang. Long Chang dodged and grabbed her by the collar. With his other hand, he slapped her twice, saying, "Bitch, whore." The woman's mouth was bleeding from the slap and she had a sad face, crying like an idiot. At that moment, the fat white pig rushed up behind Long Chang and hugged him, shouting nonstop as if he was telling Luo Xinghu to beat Long Chang. This white pig is a wild boar, and it really stinks. The blood from his face kept dripping onto Long Chang. Long Chang tried to break free, but he couldn't, and it was really uncomfortable. Fortunately, Lao Wang and Xia Xia had already rushed up. Just then, the siren sounded, and a police motorcycle with flashing lights drove towards them. Seeing this, Lao Wang and Xia Xia stopped immediately. But the man with the beard didn't care about that and punched Long Chang in the stomach. It wasn't until the motorcycle arrived that the white pig let go of Long Chang. Long Chang squatted on the ground, covering his stomach with his hands, in excruciating pain. What should he do? Although he had suffered, the two white pigs were also injured. What would the police do? He thought for a moment, and then a brilliant idea struck him. He leaned backwards, fell backwards onto the ground, spread his limbs, tilted his head to one side, his body swayed twice, and then he didn't move at all. "Hey, you haven't evolved completely yet, I'm not going to let you off the hook, you white pigs." The three people tried to run, but were stopped by the police car. A young policeman jumped out of the car, drew out a truncheon, and pointed it at the two white pigs. "Don't move." The two pigs quickly and obediently raised their hands above their heads, while the woman kept hiding behind them. After restraining the three, the police officer crouched down to look at Long Chang. "Hey, are you okay?" Long Chang thought to himself, "I can't die yet, otherwise Lao Wang and Xia Xia won't be able to explain the situation." So, he struggled on the ground a couple of times, sat up with difficulty, and saw Lao Wang and Xia Xia supporting him from behind. He then fell backwards and collapsed into their hands. Then he said weakly, "Those two white pigs, and that woman, they didn't pay for the meal and they cursed." The policeman looked at Lao Wang and Xia Xia. Lao Wang was quick-witted and quickly explained the situation. Xiao Xia handed Long Chang's phone up to the policeman, saying, "You can see from the video that they cursed, and this brother hit them in response." Long Chang shouted, "It's not just name-calling. They were insulting us Chinese." "Comrade policeman, do you understand English?" The policeman nodded, a little. At that moment, a police car with flashing lights arrived. Long Chang quickly pulled the video to the part where the foreigner was cursing and making insulting gestures. After a few comrades had watched it and discussed it, they pulled the woman out for questioning again. "Madam, please show your ID." "You don't have it with you? Then are you Chinese? If you are Chinese, don't you know you have to pay for the food you eat? I think you are doing this on purpose, right?" After some questioning, 2 policemen walked over, sandwiching the 3 of them, and said, "Let's go, back to the police station with us." Long Chang saw a policeman walking towards him and immediately collapsed to the ground, clutching his waist and screaming, "Ouch, it hurts like hell. I'm injured, I need to go to the hospital." The policeman tilted his head and looked at him, wondering if it was really that serious. "Yes, the lumbar spine may be broken and I can't straighten it." At this time, the young handsome guy who rode the motorcycle in the first place walked over and patted the policeman and said, "You guys go back first, I'll handle this." The young policeman paced around Long Chang. After the police car left, he said to Long Chang, "Buddy, don't pretend. I'm really hurt." While saying this, Long Chang stretched his neck to look at his face. "It's okay, I won't punish you. Get up, the ground is cold." Upon hearing this, Long Chang rolled over and got up from the ground, patting the handsome guy on the shoulder and saying, "Brother, you're a good guy. May I ask your surname?" The young police officer took his hand away and said sternly, "My name is Joe Wegwa." "What's your name?" Long Chang also said seriously, "Long Chang, 24 years old, came here for barbecue, saw injustice, and helped out." After that, he grinned and asked, "Done? If we're done, let's have a drink and become friends." At this point, Lao Wang also came forward and said, right, comrade policeman, you've worked hard. Have some wine, and I'll go get you some barbecue." Joe Wegwa stopped him and said, "I'm at work now, so I can't drink. It's late, so you should pack up and go home." Lao Wang was very moved when he heard this, and excitedly shook Joe Wegwa's hand. "You did a good job today." As usual, these foreigners wouldn't dare touch them, and when something like this happens, they can only consider themselves unlucky. "Now it's fine, I won't be afraid of them in the future." Joe Wegwa opened his mouth for a long time, wanting to say something, but he hesitated and said only, "No matter what country they are from, as long as they are on our country's soil, they must abide by our country's laws. If they break the law, we will treat them equally. Please believe us." Old Wang nodded repeatedly, saying, "Yes, I believe you." Long Chang came forward and said, "Comrade, these 2 white pigs have such a bad nature, they should be locked up for 10 or 15 days and deported, right?" Joe Wegwa said, "That's not up to me to decide. I don't know if they'll be deported or not, but I think it's fine to lock them up for a few days for the crime of picking quarrels and provoking trouble." Long Chang gave him a thumbs up and said, "Good, well done. It's best to lock them up for a few more days." Joe Wegwa turned his head and smiled at him, "What's so good about it? Your business isn't over yet. Come back with me." "I'll be damned. The police are still lying? Didn't you say you weren't going to punish me?" Long Chang said, preparing to fall backwards again. Joe Wegwa grabbed him. "We're not going to deal with you, but you have to go back and cooperate with the recording of a statement. How can we deal with those people without evidence? By the way, that phone is yours, right? Bring that video too." Long Chang said again, "No, I was injured, right? I should be in the hospital at this time." Joe Wegwa patted his hand and said, "Don't worry, I won't let you meet with the foreigners." Long Chang got into Joe Wegwa's car. Lao Wang shouted from behind, "Young man, come over for barbecue tomorrow. And Comrade Joe, you come too." Chapter 57 Master Nyo. In the morning, sunlight shone through the thin screen window and onto the bed. It shone on the smooth, pale slope of the mountain, showing a mottled light and shadow, bright and dark, like a quiet and elegant work of art. Wang Gu was lying on the bed, her sleeping position really seductive. In the office, she was like a proud peacock, the queen, the tigress. "They say you shouldn't touch a tiger's bottom, but I did anyway, didn't I?" Long Chang felt like he was handling a work of art carved from white jade. Every finger touch was warm and smooth. Although Wang Ji's appearance was only average and could only be considered outstanding, her body was perfectly proportioned. What are you doing?"
Wang Gu said in a lazy, coquettish voice and twisted her body. Pop. Long Chang slapped her awake. What's wrong with you? It's only a few o'clock. Wang Gu rolled over and continued to sleep with her back to him. Slap. Long Chang gave her 2 more slaps and smirked, get up and go to work, or someone else will take your manager position. As soon as she heard the word manager, Wang Gu immediately lost her sleepiness and sat up. Her performance as a manager had never been good, and it made her feel ashamed in front of her peers. If she didn't do well this time, she was afraid that Long Chang would be replaced by Su Qingyi. But if she didn't do well again, she was afraid that she would lose her job. In the real estate agency business, managers don't necessarily earn more than salespeople, but the vast majority of salespeople definitely don't earn as much as managers. She was a competitive and headstrong person who was very anxious. Alas! Why can't our store's performance improve? Long Chang had long wanted to say something to her, but she was always so dominant that he never found the right opportunity. Now that she had asked, he said, in my opinion, there are several problems. Firstly, the office atmosphere is bad, mainly because you are too aloof and put on too much of an air of leadership. Everyone is afraid of you, just like mice in the presence of a cat. How can everyone work well in such a depressing atmosphere? Really? So that's what you all think of me? Wang Gu opened her mouth in surprise and felt very embarrassed. Long Chang nodded and continued, second, the older employees are not very motivated, while the new employees are not trained enough and are not skilled in their work, so they are slow to get started. Wang Gu listened very carefully, looking at the man in front of her, and she couldn't help but feel a sense of admiration. In the past, she was the one talking and the others were the ones listening, and she had never listened to someone else's opinion with an open mind. Today, she was actually conquered by this little guy. It was unbelievable. She leaned over to Long Chang, rested her head lightly on his shoulder, and put her arms around his waist, as gentle as a kitten. Long Chang looked at this woman who was once unworldly, and an inexplicable sense of accomplishment rose in his heart. If he were to write a novel about this, he could call it The Cold Manager Falls in Love with Me, or After That Night, the cold manager finally became gentle. According to Taoism, everything in the world emphasizes the balance between yin and yang. If yin is strong, then yang will weaken. If yang is strong, then yin will weaken. In traditional Chinese medicine, yin and yang complement each other. Yin seeks yang seeks yin. If yin and yang are unbalanced, then the human body will have problems. This woman was previously strong, probably because yang was too strong, and yin and yang were unbalanced. After several rounds of yin and yang complementing each other, yin and yang should now be in balance, which is why she has become gentle. Wang Gu gently pushed his arm and said tenderly, Little Changxiang, they say that behind every successful man there is an outstanding woman, and vice versa, behind every successful woman there must be an outstanding man. I have now discovered that you are this man for me. Long Chang heard this and his body trembled. He exclaimed, this is bad. It's over, this woman has fallen in love with me. He had originally been dating her based on the principle of single men and women needing and helping each other, but now she has taken the relationship to the next level? Oops. Why did I tell her all that? Okay, it's time to go to work. Long Chang quickly ended the conversation. The two went out together, went downstairs, had breakfast together, and Wang Gu drove to work. Long Chang drove to the outskirts of Zhujiaoyi. Across the street from the city, there were vast fields and rows of farmers' houses waiting to be demolished. Most of the fields were deserted and overgrown with grass, with only a few plots temporarily planted with vegetables. A little further down the dirt road is a pond, and in the early morning, there are always a few people fishing by the side. Long Chang followed the address Xiao gave him, and after walking 500 meters east along the pond, he found the big tree. Sure enough, there was a family living under it. There was some firewood stacked up on either side of the door, and an old, tattered wooden door with two large, black characters written on the lintel, Niufu, Ox House. The characters were scrawled, like they were written by a schoolboy. Luckily there are the two characters Niufu, otherwise people would think it was a cow stable. It's true that the great ones are very low-key. Long Chang placed the fruit in his hands at the door and began to knock. He couldn't come empty-handed to learn from a master, so he had gone halfway there and returned to buy a large bunch of fruit. He had called Xiao last night to ask for Lao Wang's address, and was going to visit the next day. When Xiao heard that he wanted to learn martial arts, he recommended this Master Niu to him. He said that this Master Niu was much more impressive than Master Lao, and was an internationally renowned martial arts master. He had once opened a martial arts school in the UK, and had thousands of disciples spread across the 5 continents and 4 oceans. Master Nyo's reputation was even louder in the British Isles, across Europe, and famous in North America. Long Chang was moved at the mere mention of it, and came to visit early in the morning. He knocked on the door for a long time, but no one came to open it. After waiting a while, he knocked again. At that moment, a man came walking down the road to the west and called out, "Young man, who are you looking for?" "Oh, I'm looking for Master Nyo." Long Chang took a quick look at the man. He was about 60 years old, with a square face, drooping eyebrows, sparkling eyes, and a smile that seemed to be half smile, half serious. He was wearing a worn-out white vest, a pair of black underpants, a pair of cloth shoes, and a round fan in his hand. As soon as he heard that Long Chang was looking for Master Nyo, he seemed a little upset. He put the fan behind his back, pouted, half-closed one eye, and stared at Long Chang like he was about to shoot. "Young man, you said you were looking for Master Nyo. That's not right." "Do you know why it's not right? Master Nyo sounds like Master Kang's beef noodles. You're showing disrespect to Master Nyo, you know?" Long Chang quickly nodded and smiled. "You're right, I was wrong. Is Master Nyo home, please?" The old man was still not satisfied, tilting his head and looking at Long Chang. "Young man, you can't say you should say you, understand?" Long Chang quickly apologized. Yes, you're right. "Is Master Nyo home, please?" The old man put his hands behind his back, held his head high, looked at Long Chang at an angle of 45 degrees with his eyes, and said sonorously and forcefully, "I am." "Oh, so you are Master Nyo, it's a pleasure to meet you." Master Nyo stared at Long Chang with a gun-shooting stare, walked around Long Chang in a half-circle with cat-like steps, pushed open the door and entered the house, beckoning to Long Chang. "Come, follow me in." Long Chang respectfully followed behind him and stepped over the wooden threshold. Master Nyo looked back at Long Chang, then suddenly stopped and said, "Wait." Long Chang respectfully asked, "May I ask what else the master commands?" Master Nyo looked at the fruit at the door and signaled to Long Chang, "Lift that up." Oh, I'm sorry, I was so excited to see the master that I forgot." Long Chang quickly picked up the fruit and followed behind him, and then he successfully entered the door. Chapter 58, 5 Lightning Whips. Master Nyo's courtyard was not big. On the left was a vegetable patch, and next to it was a bamboo grove. On the right, there were 2 wooden stakes in the mud, a few sandbags hanging from a tree, and a row of stakes nailed to the ground next to it. A few chickens walked around on them, leaving a trail of chicken droppings. Under the eaves stood a weapons rack, full of swords, guns, axes, rods, and other weapons, just like the ones Long Chang had seen in the opera house before. Master Nyo walked to the entrance of the main room and stopped, stunned for a moment, then walked back and took the fruit Long Chang was holding, carrying it into the room. Long Chang wanted to follow in, but he was stopped again. "Don't move while you're standing here." He went in, put down the fruit, and came out shaking his fan. He tilted his head, circled Long Chang, and nodded seriously. "Young man, I can see that you have an amazing bone structure, and are a martial arts prodigy among millions." Long Chang bowed. "Master, you are too kind. To be honest with you, I came here this time to learn martial arts from you." "Well." Master Nyo nodded with a pout, walked over, and patted Long Chang on the shoulder. "Young man, you have good taste, you have found the right person." Long Chang felt a little sorry for him when he saw this. Since entering the door, Master Nyo had been acting like a show-off, not unlike a charlatan selling dog skin ointment. Could someone like this really have any real skills? Master Nyo continued, "I know a lot of different martial arts, everything from self-defense to health and wellness. I don't know what kind of martial arts you want to learn." Long Chang laughed, "As long as it can beat people up." "Well, young man, you have a bright future ahead of you." Master Nyo nodded and started gesticulating. "I am best at martial arts that can beat people up. If you follow me and learn hard, I guarantee you will be invincible in no more than a year or 6 months." Long Chang stared at the old man for a long time, and the more he looked, the more he felt that they looked alike. Could it really be him? "Young man, why don't you say something?" Master Nyo circled around him again and looked at Long Chang and said, "Young man, I can tell from your eyes that you are doubting me, aren't you?" Long Chang smiled and waved his hands, saying, No, how dare I doubt you, master? I was just thinking that you are world famous and your martial arts must be superb. It would be great if I could see your style. Hey, young man, you still don't trust me, so I'll give you a demonstration." "Great. Thank you, master." Master Nyo tilted his head and thought for a while. "In that case, I'll demonstrate the 8 trigram step for you." This 8-diagram step is like the wind through the forest, invisible, leaving no trace. You cannot see it, you cannot catch it, but it can kill you without leaving a trace. Back in the day, Zhao Yun learned this move and was able to take the head of a general in the midst of 1,000,000 soldiers as if it were nothing, charging into the enemy ranks as if he were in no man's land. Long Chang had no interest in listening to his bragging and clapped his hands, saying, "That's amazing, amazing. Then you better show me." "Oh dear. There's no army of millions here, so how can I demonstrate for you?" Master Neo looked around, pointed to the bamboo forest next to the house and said, "Let's go, over there." Long Chang followed him to the edge of the bamboo forest. Master Neo entered the forest, took a stance, concentrated and then grunted for a while. I don't know what he was grunting about, maybe it was just a warm-up exercise before he made his move? Up to this point, Long Chang had managed to hold back his laughter. But then, he couldn't hold back any longer. He saw the old man shaking his head and wagging his tail, weaving through the bamboo forest, like a hen looking for a nest of eggs, or a thief stealing watermelons, looking for any dogs around. "Oh dear, what a big snake!" Long Chang suddenly yelled. "Where? Where?" The old man's legs trembled with fear, and he fell to the ground, rolling down the slope. Fortunately, the slope was only 2 or 3 meters long, so he shouldn't have been hurt. Master Neo got up from the ground, wiped the chicken shit from his hands on the bamboo nearby, shook off the dead bamboo leaves from his body, and angrily walked up to Long Chang. He crossed his arms, stamped his feet, pouted his lips, and said, "I said, you little comrade, you don't know the martial arts code. Where is the snake? Where is the snake? Do you think this old comrade is easy to bully?" Long Chang stopped laughing and said seriously, "Master, you have mistaken me. I was watching you weave through the forest just now, and your figure looked like a dragon emerging from the sea. In my haste, I shouted, 'What a big snake!' It was all my fault. I should have said, 'What a big dragon!'" When Master Neo heard what he said, he felt much better, and the wrinkles on his face relaxed. The young man has a good eye. He is a martial arts prodigy, and most people really can't tell. Long Chang continued, "If I'm not mistaken, Master Neo's name is Neo Bagua, right?" "Hey, young man, how do you know that?" "I don't think I've ever told you." "Oh, Master Neo Bagua's reputation is well known throughout China. How could I not know? If I remember correctly, Master Neo also has a special move called the Lightning 5 consecutive whiplashes, which is invincible against all opponents, right?" Neo Bagua nodded. "You're quite a chap, aren't you? Not only are you well informed, but you also have a pleasant way of speaking." In the face of Long Chang's flattery, he is unruffled, his expression is calm as water. A master is a master, and he doesn't let his emotions show. Long Chang wanted to see how thick-skinned the old man really was, and said, "Master Neo is superb in martial arts, his reputation is heard throughout China and is famous overseas, truly a role model for us." "Damn it! He's not just thick-skinned, he's got facial paralysis and a dead facial nerve." Neo Bagua's face still showed no sign of joy, but he patted Long Chang on the shoulder and said, "I'll tell you what, other people charge 5,000, I'll give you a discount and charge you 3,000. Holy shit! Not only is his nerve dead, he also doesn't speak logically and always makes no sense." "Oh dear." Long Chang said in surprise, with the master's reputation, charging 3,000 is really too little. I don't think it's too much to charge 30,000. Anyway, he's not going to take him as his master, so he might as well raise the price a bit to make him feel good. Neo Bagua tilted his head and thought for a moment, then said, "You little comrade, 3,000 a year, and you still think it's expensive. How about this? I normally don't pass on the Lightning 5 whip technique easily, but when you've mastered the basics, I'll pass it on to you. I'll go 3,000 for 1 year, I thought it was 1 month." Although Comrade Lao Nyo has a thick skin, his heart is not greedy. 3,000 for 1 year, less than 10 yuan a day, is already a conscience price, just treat him to a bottle of water. Maybe it's because he's not famous yet that the fee is so low, but if he becomes famous on the internet, it will at least double. Master Bagua saw that Long Chang was still unmoved, so he said, "How about this? I'll show you my Lightning 5 consecutive whiplashes, see if it's impressive." Long Chang clapped his hands and said, "Great, let me see." The master waved his hands at Long Chang, "Stand back, I don't want to hurt you." "Okay." Long Chang stepped back 5 paces. The master swung his arms, took a deep breath, and then attacked with his hands and feet in rapid succession to his right, as fast as lightning. At the same time, he kept shouting ah ah and ah ah non-stop, with his saliva flying in all directions.
His momentum was so strong that he could have killed a mosquito 1 meter away.
Bravo!
In a burst of applause, Long Chang applauded, and the master ended his performance.
He closed his eyes, exhaled, and gathered his strength, all in one go.
It seemed that he had already reached the pinnacle of perfection.
Long Chang saw how fierce his 5 lightning whips were and suddenly had an impulsive idea.
Master Nyo, let's spar a bit, so I can experience the might of the 5 lightning whips.
What do you say? Chapter 59, Seeking a Master 3. You want to fight me?
Nyo Bagua was astonished and patted Long Chang on the shoulder, saying, "Young man, this is a very dangerous idea, do you know that?
You have no martial arts foundation, and if I punch you, you'll be lying on the ground, do you know that?"
Long Chang grinned and said, "It's fine, I can take a punch."
Nyo Bagua shook his head and waved his hands. No way. I'm a man of martial virtue, how can I bully a young man who doesn't know martial arts?
Long Chang grabbed his hand and said, "Master, this is not bullying.
Don't they say, if you want to hit someone, you must first learn to take a beating? I'll start by learning to take a beating."
Nyo Bagua tilted his head, stared at him with wide eyes, and shouted.
Long Chang quickly took his hand away, otherwise, what if he fell on top of him?
Nyo Bagua saw that Long Chang was so insistent, and thought for a moment and said, "How about this, I'll call over your senior brothers, I'll fight them, and you can watch." With that, he felt around in his trouser pocket and pulled out an old mobile phone, looked through it for a long time with squinted eyes, and dialed.
"Hey, Daju, why haven't you guys come over yet today?
I'll tell you what, I've recruited a junior brother with you, so you'd better hurry over, quick." While waiting for them, Nyo Bagua wanted to ask Long Chang for his name, place of origin, work situation, and other information. In a short while, the 3 men, Daju and the other 2, arrived. They were all from the same hometown in the Central Plains. Daju and Irwa were middle-aged men, while the other one, Hania, was a young man in his 20s.
Nyo Bagua told Hania to clean up an open space in the middle of the courtyard. He said to Long Chang, "Okay, you stand over there, I'm afraid I might hurt you later."
Then, Nyo Bagua started to fight with the 3 men. The atmosphere was very lively, and all 4 men were shouting fiercely.
Hanyo shouted and kicked Nyo Bagua with a flying leg, but the master's body flicked and he easily avoided it.
With a gentle wave of his hand, Hanyo fell to the ground and rolled 2 times before getting up. He hurriedly went to cover the leg that had been touched by the master, his eyebrows and eyes screwed together in pain. Next, Daju and Irwa simultaneously punched at the master. The master gently pushed with both palms, and before the 2 men's fists could touch his palms, they were bounced away by the powerful air current and they fell to the ground, only half able to get up. The 3 men attacked from left and right, unable to get anywhere near the master, and were beaten badly. Although besieged by the 3, the master was at ease and even had time to shout at Long Chang from the corner of his mouth, "Young man, what do you think of my martial arts?" Long Chang then realized that he had forgotten to cheer, so he hurriedly cheered and applauded. After the performance, the 3 senior students surrounded Long Chang, talking about how their master was so fierce and persuading Long Chang to join them quickly. Hanyo was sharp-eyed and saw at a glance the scar on Long Chang's forehead that had not yet healed completely. He patted Long Chang on the shoulder and said,
"Younger brother, you were beaten, weren't you? I can tell just by looking at you.
Let me tell you, from now on, with your senior brothers looking out for you, no one in the Zhujiawi area, or even the whole of Shanghai, will dare to lay a finger on you."
Daju puffed up his biceps and said to Long Chang, "Little brother, didn't you want to practice with your master just now?" Irwa cracked his bones with a loud cracking sound and said to Daju, "Big brother, you don't know when to stop, don't hurt him, I'll do it."
"My brothers, wait, I'll pay first." Long Chang made a decisive decision and cheerfully paid 3,000 yuan. Whether they really have kung fu or not, it's better to have more friends than more enemies, and 3,000 yuan is not a lot. Fortunately, Nyo Bagua only took the money and did not hold a ceremony for him to kowtow and kowtow.
After Long Chang paid the money, he finally got rid of their harassment.
After leaving the Nyo residence, he hurriedly called Xiao Sha.
"Xiao Sha, I've been good to you, right? Why did you recommend a liar to me?" "Liar? How could it be? I know his apprentice, Xiao. He's not bad at kung fu, is he? You mustn't underestimate him. A master is often a hidden talent, just like my master."
"Hey, admit it, admit that your master is a great man." Long Chang had no desire to listen to his nonsense anymore.
"Stop talking, where does your master live? I'll go find him right now." "He's not at home, it's useless for you to go." Xiao Sha's voice was a little hoarse. Long Chang asked, "Your voice doesn't sound right, what's wrong?" Xiao Xia added, "We're at the hospital, Huashan Hospital." Long Chang hurriedly asked for clarification and drove to Huashan Hospital. In the garden downstairs from Huashan Hospital, they met Lao Wang and Xiao Xia. Xiao Xia was sitting on a garden bench, while Lao Wang was standing nearby, talking on the phone. Long Chang walked over and nodded to Lao Wang, then sat down next to Xiao Xia. According to Xiao Xia, Lao Wang's son had a heart attack and needed to be hospitalized for surgery, but they hadn't yet prepared the money. Lao Wang just said on the phone, "Chen, how have you been lately?" "Oh, my son has a heart attack again." "Hey, Chen. Why did he hang up?" Lao Wang searched on his phone for a long time before calling again. "San Bao, I heard that there was a bumper wheat harvest this year." "Oh, you're buying a house, that's great. I'll pay you back in 2 months." "Ah, I can't do that now, Xiao Lu is in hospital again." Long Chang looked at Xiao Xia and said, "Lao Wang owes a lot of money, he hasn't paid back the old debt and is borrowing new money, so why would anyone be willing to lend him money?" Sigh. Xiao Xia sighed and said, "It's all because of Xiao Lu. He was born with congenital heart disease, which he inherited from my master. My master passed away in her 50s. My master was an only child, and he came to Shanghai to sell barbecue at the stall to make it easier to treat his illness. Xiao Li's illness flares up from time to time, and my master spent all his money on him. This time, he needs major surgery." Wang Lao made a few calls, but to no avail. He sat down in a chair, exhausted, and searched on his phone for a long time, as if there were no more calls to make. After thinking for a while, he turned to Xiao Xia and said, "How about this, I'll go back and sell the house in Sangzhou." Xiao Xia shook his head and said, "It's too late. Besides, if you sell the house, where will you live when you go back to your hometown?" Lao Wang sighed and said, "We're both dying, why think about the long term?" Xiao Xia scratched his head and suddenly said, "Master, I'll go borrow from a friend." Lao Wang stared at him and said, "You don't have any friends. You're not going to go borrow money from loan sharks, are you?" Seeing Xiao Xia lower his head, Lao Wang knew he was right and patted Xiao Xia on the head, saying, "You have already helped me a lot. I can't let Xiola harm you because of this." After saying this, both men fell silent. Long Chang finally found an opportunity to interject. "Lao Wang, how much do you need? I'll lend it to you." Lao Wang looked up at him slowly, not showing any surprise. Long Chang was just an intermediary, how much money could he have? Besides, they had only met twice, and he was no different from a stranger. How much money would he be willing to lend? Long Chang looked at him and saw that he was silent, so he said again, 100,000 yuan, is 100,000 enough? 100,000 yuan, you'll lend me 100,000 yuan? Lao Wang never imagined that he would be willing to lend so much, and his eyes widened in surprise. However, after a moment, dark clouds appeared on his face again, and he shook his head and said, "I can't take your money." Long Chang said, "It's not that I want it, I'm lending it to you, and you can pay me back when you have the money." Wang narrowed his eyes, stubbornly refusing, "I can't lend you the money." Long Chang was puzzled. He had just called everyone he knew, but had not been able to borrow a single penny. Now someone was offering to lend him money, but he didn't want it. Chapter 60, 3 Generations of Only One Child. Wang shook his head and sighed, "Taking other people's hand is short. I have taken your favor, so I will teach you martial arts." "Forget it, I won't teach you." "Damn it. He would rather not save his son than teach me martial arts. Why the hell is that?" Long Chang hated him so much that he wanted to slap him. Xiao went up to him and said, "Master, why are you so stubborn? I think Long Chang is a nice guy and he's willing to lend money to help Xiao Lu. Why can't you take him as a disciple?" Lao Wang wanted to say something, but he hesitated and said with great pain, "There's no reason. I just won't lend him any money." Xiao sat down next to him and took his hand, saying, "Master, why do you have to be like this? Who hasn't been impulsive when they were young? Haven't you? It's okay to be impulsive, as long as you have a kind heart and don't do bad things. I remember you telling me, your ancestor once fought the Russian strongman in a boxing match and challenged the Japanese judo master Miyamoto Junichiro. Wasn't your ancestor also a passionate young man back then? Is this also being competitive? Oh my. Lao Wang's father is so fierce. If his father is so fierce, he must not be bad. It seems I have found the right person." Long Chang secretly congratulated himself. "You." Old Wang was so angry that his teeth ached. He glared at Xiao Sha angrily and said, "Are you lecturing your master?" Long Chang was furious when he heard that old Wang's father had been such a hero, but now old Wang had become such a coward. He said, "A person should still have some blood in them. If they lose their blood and become a spineless coward, what's the point of having good martial arts training?" Although he didn't name him, he was actually scolding old Wang for being weak. You. Old Wang was so angry that he could not speak, and he leaned back in his chair, closed his eyes and pondered. After a while, he said slowly, "My father had 7 daughters and only had me as a son in his later years. I also had 3 daughters before finally having Xiaolu. Our Wang family has had only 1 child for 3 generations. Do you know why?" Long Chang thought to himself, who the hell knows why? It's a matter of probability, your family just had bad luck. Old Wang paused for a moment and continued. My father only figured it out in his later years because our ancestors killed too much. Our Wang family is a martial arts family with disciples all over the world. Many of them have blood on their hands, and countless innocent people have been killed. My father finally woke up before he died and left a will, telling future generations to take this as a warning, to stop fighting and killing, and to strictly control the recruitment of disciples. He met Lao Wang 3 times, and each time something happened. The first time was when Wang Ge got drunk and he almost got into a fight. The second time was when he got his head hurt by Luo Yang, and Lao Wang found out about it. The third time was when he got into a fight with 2 foreigners who wouldn't pay the bill. Lao Wang decided that, according to his father's last words, Long Chang was not someone he could take as a disciple. But, can you blame me? It's all just a coincidence, right? Old Wang, you should make it your top priority to continue the Wang family line, not stubbornly cling to some dying words. Xiao Sha was afraid that his master hadn't understood, so he added. Master, he's right. If Shaola has an accident, what's the point of those dying words? Old Wang finally woke up when he heard this, rubbed his head for a while, and looked at Long Chang. Long Chang knew that he wanted to ask him for a loan, but was too embarrassed to ask. Lao Wang, saving lives is more important. I'll lend you the money, and I don't expect you to teach me martial arts. I'll lend you the money whether you teach me or not, so don't feel pressured. Lao Wang shook Long Chang's hand, unable to speak. Long Chang transferred 100,000 yuan to Lao Wang and left Huashan Hospital. He couldn't stand being thanked, and couldn't bear to see the painful or desperate faces in the hospital. As soon as he left the hospital, he received a system notification. Obtained Wang Yaqiao's level 8 emotional value, 128 points. What a coincidence! He had genuinely helped Lao Wang this time, without expecting anything in return. He had no idea that he had also received points from the system. After a while, he received 2 more system notifications. Yang Shang's emotional value has increased from level 8 to level 9, 128 points. Obtained Xiao Shuqin's level 10 emotional value, plus 512 points. Who is Xiao Shuqin, and why did she suddenly give me 512 points? After thinking about it for a moment, he guessed the answer. Xiao Shuqin must be Yang Shang's mother, and her operation must have been successful. The feelings of the working people are really simple and sincere. Lending them 100,000 yuan has earned them warm gratitude. Yang Shang's emotional value was originally 8 points, but now that his mother has been saved, his emotional value has been upgraded to 9 points. 9 points is 256 points, so the system has added 128 bonus points. Sure enough, not long after, Yang Shang called. His joy was overflowing from the phone. His mother's liver cancer resection surgery was a success, and the doctor said she could live for at least a few more years. He will be in Shanghai in a few days, and will thank Long Chang in person then. Long Chang was also very happy for him and said, "You rarely go back, so spend more time with your mother." Yang Shang said, "My mother is taken care of by my wife and my sister, and I have to hurry back to earn money so that I can pay you back early." Long Chang felt a little uncomfortable when he heard this and said to him, "I don't need the money right away, so just pay me back slowly." Yang Shang laughed and said, "You may not be in a hurry, but I am. After I pay you back, I still need to save up to buy a house. My mother is getting older, and I haven't let her enjoy her retirement for long enough. I can't put these things off any longer." Yang Shang sounded very relaxed and confident on the other end of the phone. That was a heartfelt, hopeful expression of his desire for a better life. Although life is hard, he still faces it with a smile. Long Chang believes that this smile of his can break through all the hardships and difficulties in life and successfully reach the shore of happiness. A famous person once said, "Don't bow to difficulties, look up at the sky, and you will see the god of fate reaching out to you for help." After the phone call, Long Chang's mood could not be calmed for a long time. He sat by the roadside and smoked a cigarette before driving towards Baoshan. The greater the ability, the greater the responsibility. The greater the responsibility, the more you need to improve your strength to fulfill more responsibilities. His current assets have already exceeded 10 million, and he must use them to generate more money. At present, he has not found a better investment channel, so he decided to buy a house. It so happened that this year's real estate market was in a downturn, and the government had relaxed its home purchase policies, no purchase restrictions, lower down payments, and lower interest rates. Hello, Zhu, I'll meet you at your store in half an hour. Can you arrange a few houses for me to look at? Long Chang called the young agent at the Baoshan real estate agency. Zhu was overjoyed to learn that he was going to look at another property. In fact, she had called Long Chang since that viewing, but he had been too busy to talk to her, so she had switched to sending messages, not mentioning the property viewing or buying a house, but just sending occasional greetings. Long Chang could feel that the girl wanted to woo him, so he deliberately didn't reply to her messages. She must have been very disappointed, so now Long Chang was suddenly going to look at another property with her, which was undoubtedly a pleasant surprise for her.